lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Aku ya, kalau menurut aku, kalau di awal week itu kan AE kan sempet kalah lost streak gitu kan. Tapi menurut aku itu sebenarnya kayak itu tuh aku baca katanya kayak kan netizen kan kayak banyak yang minta AE rombak roster ya, rombak roster. Dan dari AE juga kayaknya sih dari pengamatan aku ya, dari penglihatan aku mereka udah coba dengan datengin romer baru. Nah, tapi mungkin kayak apa dari mungkin chemistry atau mungkin apa, mungkin ternyata oh kurang cocok nih gitu kan. Terus misal abis itu balik ke roster yang awal gitu. Nah, tapi menurut aku kalau dibilang performa Cherry Boy turun, ya mungkin sempet tuh awal dibilang kayak retrinya nggak ini retrinya bla, cuman sepenglihatan aku makin lama makin inti, kayak kelihatan tim yang sekarang udah lumayan ada chemistry-nya gitu. Cuman ya namanya balik lagi ya, namanya pro player ya pasti ada bad play dan ada good play-nya juga ya. Jadi kita kayak nggak bisa ngejudge dari luarnya aja kayaknya. Cuman aku yakin pasti di belakang timnya gitu pasti ada diskusi lain sih. Jadi ya itu menurut aku gitu. Sok bijak banget aku. Bukan
aku pengen nyenggol Bang Pia rasanya lucu.
Dia apa tuh? Masa kalau boleh tahu?
Apa tadi kan Pia kan tadi Pia ada bilang mau apa masalah rumor baru, kayaknya gak cocok gitu rumor barunya, maksudnya Bang Pior.
Oh, aku sebenarnya kayak nggak terlalu ngamatin banget. Aku ngeliatinnya Onyx doang sih, soalnya kayak maksudnya buat tahu kan Onyx menang gak hari ini, Onyx kalah gak, jadi aku merhatiinnya Onyx doang. Cuman ya dari penglihatan aku kayak misal nih kan awal-awal tuh ya kayak pada bilang rombak roster, nah datanglah romer baru kan. Terus kayak mungkin kayak setelah dicoba, maksudnya bukan salah romer barunya juga, maksudnya ternyata kurang cocok ya udah pas dibalikin ya mungkin mereka sekarang menemukan chemistry-nya. Jadi ya udah menurut aku kayak gitu. Oke. Kayak gitu.
Tentang top 3 klasemen dan low 3 klasemen. Baiklah. Gimana Bang Pior? Menurut Bang Pior, top 3
Kalau
dan low
3 top 3 Onyx, RRQ, AE, top Algi, Onyx, Algi, terus bukan Gig sama merah, Onyx, RRQ, Gig, terus kalau yang
jangan salting Bang Pior.
Mau Pior ya.
maaf.
Gak apa-apa.
Terus kalau yang top bawah sesuai urutan sekarang kayaknya deh AE, Evo sama Aura.
Oke, tapi bukannya AE top 3.
Itu tadi salah.
Tapi
Ya,
gak ada
benar.
satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipin juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand,
Benar.
junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali ini.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau buat
dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sih. Sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Dari dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya
boleh.
berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Iya nggak? PCG ya.
Iya.
Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya mobile itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, mobile itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya, tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu. Kedua, kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure, ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB. Kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia. Kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Trainer mungkin Edward.
Edward?
Edward, satu. Terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu. Ya kan? Siapa tahu. V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih sebutan sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer kayak
Yawi.
siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah, kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener P-Wise, karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku, karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu God Lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda, dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi, karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita, sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya?
Aman.
Kalau udah aman, sebentar lagi kita bakal masuk ke line of down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup baik. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Diko ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Diko, kepencet anjir.
Oke.
Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman, Dok.
Kepencet guys, sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget,
kita juga
kenapa dah?
nggak boleh.
Kenapa nih rame banget?
Sekarang lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua coba untuk cerita sama seorang Diko, dan ya akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Itu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback point, jadi untung terus.
Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih? Pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zip berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin turtle semuanya didapat.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taking game away.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global nih.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. 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 Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Aku ya, kalau menurut aku, kalau di awal week itu kan AE kan sempet kalah lost streak gitu kan. Tapi menurut aku itu sebenarnya kayak itu tuh aku baca katanya kayak kan netizen kan kayak banyak yang minta AE rombak roster ya, rombak roster. Dan dari AE juga kayaknya sih dari pengamatan aku ya, dari penglihatan aku, mereka udah coba dengan datengin romer baru. Nah, tapi mungkin kayak dari mungkin chemistry atau mungkin mungkin ternyata kurang cocok nih gitu kan. Terus misal abis itu balik ke roster yang awal gitu. Nah, tapi menurut aku kalau dibilang performa Cherry Boy turun, ya mungkin sempet tuh awal dibilang kayak retrinya nggak ini, retrinya bla. Cuman sepenglihatan aku makin lama makin impi, kayak kelihatan tim yang sekarang udah lumayan ada chemistry-nya gitu. Cuman ya namanya balik lagi ya, namanya pro player ya pasti ada bad play dan ada good play-nya juga ya. Jadi kita kayak nggak bisa ngejudge dari luarnya aja kayaknya. Cuman aku yakin pasti di belakang timnya gitu pasti ada diskusi lain sih. Jadi ya itu menurut aku gitu. Sok bijak banget aku. Bukan
aku pengen nyenggol Bang Piar rasanya lucu.
Dia apa tuh? Semua kalau boleh tahu.
Kan tadi Piar ada bilang mau masalah rumor baru. Kayaknya gak cocok gitu rumor barunya, maksudnya Bang Piar.
Aku sebenarnya kayak nggak terlalu ngamatin banget. Aku ngeliatinnya Onyx doang sih, soalnya kayak maksudnya buat tahu kan Onyx menang gak hari ini, Onyx kalah gak ini. Aku merhatiinnya Onyx doang. Cuman ya dari penglihatan aku kayak misal nih kan awal-awal tuh ya kayak pada bilang rombak roster. Nah datanglah romer baru kan. Terus kayak mungkin kayak setelah dicoba, maksudnya bukan salah romer barunya juga, maksudnya ternyata kurang cocok ya udah pas dibalikin ya mungkin mereka sekarang menemukan chemistry-nya. Jadi ya udah menurut aku kayak gitu. Kayak gitu.
Tentang top 3 klasemen dan low 3 klasemen. Baiklah. Gimana Bang Pior? Menurut Bang Pior, top 3
kalau
dan low
3 Onyx, RRQ, AE, top Algik, Onyx, terus bukan gig soto merah, Onyx, RRQ, gig, terus kalau yang
jangan salting Bang Pior.
Mau Pior ya.
Maaf. Terus
Gak apa-apa.
Terus kalau yang top bawah sesuai urutan sekarang kayaknya deh AE, S12 sama Aura.
Oke, tapi bukannya AE top 3.
Itu tadi salah.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah
ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia ini bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patchnya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya sini. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget, tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada Dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya mobile itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, mobile itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu, jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya, jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Om Wawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Ex-laner mungkin Edward,
Hmm.
Edward satu, terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih, lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus, ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih sebutannya masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer. Kayak siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener P-Wise karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu God Lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih karena aku sendiri pun masih agak agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari TikToker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau aman gini, sebentar kita bakal masuk ke Line of Down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para TikTokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Om, kepencet anjir. Om. Lah, kepencet. Astaga.
Gak lihat. Dok, aman dok.
Kepencet guys. Sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget tuh, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh recall.
Rame banget.
Sekarang ya, Pones lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambah kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zep berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Recall dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Anderson, opening, yeah, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking game away.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
MPL ID has never been this tight as we welcome you to week number 8, day number 3. Only 2 more days until the regular season elapses. And with that being said, all these teams are fighting for their tournament lives. We couldn't ask for a better season. On the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Gani as well as Arashi. And before we begin the second last day of the season, we are going to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. We also have our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We would like to thank our partners in esports. We got Blee Blee, Dunya Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. Our official broadcast on Maxstream, Teferi Sports, as well as video. Thank you to our suppliers, Inamart, Point Coffee, Mineski, as well as Samsung. And MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now here we are, week number 8, day number 3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, all these teams are so close to each other on the standings that we will not know officially who will make it to the playoffs up until the very last day, which is tomorrow. There's a chance for a 4-way tiebreaker between Dewa, BTR or EVOS, Alter Ego, and Rebellion Zion.
This is the first time in MPL ID that we have made a 4-man, a 4-team tiebreak, and it's gonna be very interesting considering that 4 teams can finish their season in a 7-9 record.
That's crazy, man. Usually you expect maybe 1, even then it's already confusing, right? It's not the usual expectation for MPL, but a 4-way, we'll have to see, man. If it does come down to it, this is going to be the tiebreaker rules. Number 1, the 2-way tie. Tiebreaker match will be commenced after the conclusion of the regular season. The exact date and the timing will be decided by the league. It's going to be a best of 3, and the team with the shortest win time will have the first right of side selection. So if your team is doing well and they've ended games really, really quick, they have a bit of an advantage here. As well, with the duration of the win, it's the same way. A coin flip will be done to determine which team has the first right of the side selection if the game time is more or less the same.
Now, in the case of a 3-way tie, now this is where things get a little bit more complicated. So let's go through it right now. Using the total time required to secure all their wins during the regular season, the team with the shortest time will receive
an advantage.
An advantage.
Upper bracket, quote unquote.
Yes. With other 2 teams will play a match. The loser of the match will get the lowest place. Wait, I'm a little bit confused myself now.
Well, the loser of this match
So I believe, right, there'll be one team waiting on top, technically the fastest one.
The one with the shortest game.
Yes, so there's 3. The shortest game will be on
average
top.
duration, right?
The next 2 will go against each other. The winner will go up against the team waiting above. So, and depending on where these teams lie, right? If they're fighting for the 6th place, then the one on top will eventually make it to playoffs. But if we're talking about 5 and 6, then the 2 teams, right? The team that's waiting on top and the team going up against them will actually make it to the playoffs. So it's a bit of a confusing situation for sure. It's a bit unusual, but that shows you again how competitive the season 12 is.
Yeah, you gotta wait. You got to accept our confusion right now. All right, because
it is what it is.
Once again, this is the first time that this has ever happened at MPL ID, possibly even through other regions. We gotta confirm. So the fact is, this is very new to us. And bear with us right now. As soon as we get a little bit more information on that, we will relay that information onto you. But the main point is there is a possibility of a 4-way tiebreaker that will happen supposedly tomorrow. Whether it be online or offline, we'll relay that information to you as we get to it. But how the 4-way tiebreaker happens honestly begins here in this first upcoming match that we have of the day. Rebellion Zion versus a Geek Fam.
Again, if Geek Fam wins this match, they will surely secure, well, not surely secure, but surely increase
their chances.
Odds to the upper brackets, dethroning RRQ. Arashi, a little bit concerned here. Going up against Rebellion. What will happen in this match?
Well, this is the final showdown between 2 teams whose hopes depends on the other team's battle. So if Rebellion, if they win, they will secure a playoff slot, which is a great achievement for this team. If they lose, it will depend on all the next matches in week 8. The next matches today and tomorrow. Whereas for Geek, if they win 2-0 and RRQ loses against Dewa, which I believe is in the final day as well, they are the ones that will secure the upper bracket. So it's crazy that right now, in the final week, it's not only about how well you perform, it's how technically badly the other teams will perform as well.
I agree. That's the thing, man. So basically, Geek Fam, they're fighting for their upper brackets, whereas Rebellion Zion, they're still struggling to secure themselves in their playoff position. Despite the performance that we've seen from them so far, how they've really just elevated as a team, it's gonna come down to the wire. And oh no, where's Suelo? He's not in the final roster.
Seems like it's gonna be with Rembu, but let's welcome the Blue Bulls and the Matador. It's Rebellion Zion.
The Blue Bulls, what entrance do they have in store for us today?
Oh, okay, Arashi, we gotta ask Arashi.
I'm assuming it's a bit of a Naruto reference, considering the headband that we can see worn by one of them right there. Yeah, but I'm not quite sure about the whole pose. It's a cool entrance, but on the other side, man, this is one of the favorites to overthrow RRQ to the upper brackets.
Welcome to Chad Era. This is Geek Fam.
The Geeks walk up on stage. As we take a little nostalgia back to leg number 1, it was Geek Fam winning it 2-0 against Rebellion Zion. They need this 2-0 once again to secure that upper bracket slot. Let's see if they have what it takes.
People are very excited to see Geek Fam, especially because the current patch, the current quote-unquote support role meta is so beneficial for Beloyski and his flexibility. Along with that, we have to see the coaching staff, right? The people responsible for giving your favorite players their favorite heroes to operate in the Land of Dawn. It's going to be Coach Erpang going up against the duo, Coach Chico and Coach Vivi.
A 2v1 situation in the coaching staff. But I like to go back to your point there, Beloyski. It was really refreshing to see that old Beloyski that we notoriously knew way back when he was still in MPL PH with, of course, Onyx. And the fact that he's able to bring back that healer meta is so interesting, but understanding that, and understanding that in general, with Rebellion Zion having out ETZ, liking the pickoff style, do you not think that's already a rock, paper, scissors in favor of Rebellion Zion?
As we talk about that, the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy A34 and A54 5G. Respect Geek's powerful draft. Coach Erpang has been very successful finding winning formulas for his team due to how flexible and how many heroes they have in their deep, deep hero pool. Along with that, Renbu plays more aggressively like Suelo, replacing that aggression. You know, he has big shoes to fill, but he needs to step up and be that aggressive mid laner that Rebellion can rely on. And along with that, don't lose ODT's identity due to the patch. Of course, the roamers, the healers, the supports are all very strong right now, especially with the addition of the new item. But Rebellion are a team that was able to find success due to their aggression, their pick-off style. So if it really suits the situation, of course, ODTZ, they are saying that he is capable playing those roamers. But if there's no real need for it, there's nothing wrong with going for the tried and true method of having ODTZ be the main engage tool for your team.
So again, back to the question that I asked earlier, does this not mean already a paper, rock, scissors scenario in favor of Rebellion Zion? Do pick-off heroes are not favored more than support metas?
I think when you want to be aggressive, when you want to be the decider, having a very reliable engage roamer is definitely a huge value tool. But with Geek Fam, here's the problem, man. They're just so flexible and they're able to manage distance so well that even if you think it's going to be an easy engage, they will find a way to use maneuvers, to use crowd control to deter your team from moving forward. Here they're keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy series. Pick Mathilda, right, to help with the kiting, to deny that engage from ODTZ. Win the playmaking hero matchup against Cars in the EXP lane, because Luke and Cars, they're very similar. It's only about who can have more of an impact, who can have the more impactful hero in the drafting phase. And of course, Zone out Vincent in the mutual objective contest. He has proven to be a remarkably reliable jungler. So if Geek Fan wants to get a guaranteed mutual objective take, they have to begin by zoning him out and finding tools to make sure that he cannot comfortably walk into the turtle pit and steal away these objectives.
Now the question is how? How are they supposed to achieve that, right? Because we've seen Niall, we've seen all his several different types of gameplay. I mean, it's already been 8 weeks.
Yep.
And we see that Niall is a very different type of jungler compared to Vincent. I think Vincent is a little bit more reliable. He's more neutral, objective oriented, whereas Niall is a little flashy, especially when he gets heroes like the Fanny. Let's not recall to what he did yesterday, pun intended with the recall. But how? How are they supposed to have more says in the neutral objective take?
All depends on Beloy, I feel, right? Again, Beloy, sure, it's his meta. Moonton gives the patch towards the supports. Maybe even with the supports, with the help of the mid lane, I imagine with Cars as well, they need to be able to somehow zone or make Vincent's job a little bit tougher when he wants to enter the turtle pit. But then again, mind you, Niall, this is his debut season. I see a lot of potential in him. Maybe, again, he might even surprise us in the playoffs.
I think it really depends on the composition overall, man. If you're talking about controlling the turtle pit, generally there are 3 factors, right? Tankiness, whether or not you can send someone to absorb the damage and threaten to engage and push your opponents backwards. Damage, to ensure that you can be that threat that people are forced to move out of the way. And of course, crowd control. If you have more crowd control, there is more risk of your opponents getting caught out. So there's more control there when they are respecting your engage potential. So I think those 3 things will definitely be prioritized by both these coaches.
I think to add on to that, I'll give in point number 4. I think jungle farming patterns are going to be very important as well. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into game number 1. The decider of Rebellion Zion and Geek Fam's fate here as they collide once again with Rebellion Zion first pick, Geek with the second. Already a lot of respect coming through. Kaja taken away from Audi TZ, the Matilda on top of that. And from the side of Rebellion Zion, they've actually opted to go for the Kadita, Fanny, and the Fredrin.
It's going to be clear here from the side of Geek Fam. They ban out or target ban Audi. The hero, like you said and mentioned, Hilda and Kaja here has been taken out. But that leaves the hero such as Yves maybe come into play for the first pick for the side of Rebellion.
Yves first pick without Sway Slow in the operating chair for that mid lane. It's still possible that Renbu can do that, but especially with the new change to Rafaela that Beloisi has been using very efficiently, the slow removal is definitely a factor that Rebellion have to take into consideration if they want to prioritize this Yves, right? This is a hero that can now be countered And for Geek, they're banning away the Baxia, so they're trying to make sure that they have the movement speed advantage, kind of. They don't want Rebellion to have that aggression, so they are going to go for the Edith, actually.
I forgot about the Edith. It is very, very popular now. Again, post-patch, it doesn't matter, right? We saw how Edith just comes to rise in popularity pre-patch, but post-patch, it does not matter. And again, with Edith in your composition, it always adds flexibility.
Here's a problem, man. For Rebellion, we ever talked about the Edith, that the Edith can actually go to the EXP lane and the jungle, but we've seen it more successfully in the roaming position. For Rebellion, they have had games with a very successful Edith EXP lane in the hands of Cars. Although, the Edith will lose out in roaming, so I'm not sure if Rebellion will try and explore that option.
Alright, for the side of Geek Fam, they secure a Joy and a Valentina. Joy possibly flexed right now, maybe perhaps even for Luke, as we did see a fun fact about Luke earlier on, about how he performs in the game. It really depends on how the outcome of his games with his girlfriend go.
He's a simp.
He's probably a simp. Let's hope that he had a really good time playing ranked with his girlfriend in order for them to get the best outcome possible here against Rebellion Zion. For Rebellion, they have 2 last picks to finalize the first phase of the drafts. I do believe that they are going to... Okay! A pick for Audi TZ. Here we have a Franco, one of his power heroes as well. And what about, what's the next one to accompany it?
Okay.
Vincent Martis.
Very strong early game here, right? I mean, Edith level 2, very strong here. Arashi Martis also has that killing power in that early game. Accompanied by Franco, do you expect Rebellion to play aggressively or more reactively here in that early game?
With a Franco and a Martis, there's no way defensive is in the dictionary, man. But the Franco is a great pick against the Joy, right? The suppression will be critical in stopping the movements. Although now they're going to be forced to consider, right? Do they want to use the Bloody Hunt to try and get a pick off? Or do they want to use to try and save their backline from the Joy threat? In the early game, it's going to be a bit more straightforward. But later on, especially with the great teamfight composition that Geek Fam has been able to get here with Terizla and Valentina, I think Rebellion needs a bit more burst damage if they really want to rely on this pick-off style.
I have a question though. In the case of Victory, we saw that the EXP lane would be one of the most highlighted matchups between these two teams. With an Edith now confirmed to go to the EXP lane, 4 Cars, and going in lane against a Terizla, who has a better time?
I think, funny enough, we've seen this matchup play out several times, and it seems to be a bit more even, right? A bit of a skill matchup for sure. In the early game, I feel like the Edith has a bit more pressure to throw around, but especially with the first few levels, level 3, level 4, the Terizla just gets so much more tankier, has so much more sustain. So I think it comes down to how well they can clear the waves and how they can rotate to join some fights.
And remember, Cars was an ex-gold laner. With Edith, his marksman instinct can be improved, can be, converted.
Translated?
Translated.
All right, we'll see. As we take a look at a fun fact here, a journey into the past. Niall, Vincent, and Lanaya have the same inspirational figure. They are all inspired by Aura.
I'm inspired by Aura.
You are? Why?
I'm a huge Aura fan.
Wasn't he a side laner?
They're 9th place though.
He was the MVP for M1.
As a side laner though, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that a different role?
Inspired many, including me.
I think they just admire him as a player. Doesn't matter what his role is, if he has the right mindset, the right decision making maybe. But now, final ban for Rebellion. They've banned with a Minotaur, so they're definitely trying to limit the protection that Geek Fam can secure in the drafting phase. Is it going to be a support? It will be. It's going to be that Ruby that Beloisi can use to really stop all this aggression with the spammable nature of the Don't Worry Wolf King.
I think with the Minotaur being banned out, we also do have a little bit of a hint into Rebellion Zion's game plan and how they're going to be executing these team fights in the game. They're going to go for a heavy dive. And so Ruby and Minotaur, those are 2 heroes that can try and contradict that kind of strategy. And for Geek, they pick up a Rafaela.
Does not matter. It seems like post-patch Beloy, he will rock the healers, and in this game, it's no different, right? The Rafaela, so they're going to clump up mid-game, late game. But with the Franco, they need to be careful regarding their positioning here because, yeah, with that Iron Hook, it will dismantle their formation.
Do you think we're gonna see a Bruno?
Bruno could work, but I'm expecting a Brody as well. Oh, it's gonna be Irithel for Rebellion with the Angela. That's a nasty combo, man. But for Geek Fam now, having a healer of their own, again, pick off compositions. The class of the Oasis, the new support item, is just so good. Because if the target of your healing is taken below 30% HP, they get a bit of shielding. It could be very disruptive to your damage calculations. And for Geek, they're going with a Brody to try and counter this Irithel. I'm not sure if that's gonna work out.
We'll see if it does. Final thoughts, perhaps, Gani, before we dive into the Land of Dawn?
I gotta say, I'm leaning more towards the composition of Rebellion Zion here.
Ooh.
I think their pick-off composition will disrupt their formation, might disrupt Geek Fam's rotation here.
Let's hope, right? They have the Mardis, they have the Franco, and they also have the Angela. But on the other side, they have an Irithel in their gold lane that needs a little bit more time to come online, whereas Geek Fam, they got Brody. So already very 50-50 in terms of this early game. But what about you?
I think I have to favor Rebellion as well. They have a lot more aggression, which counters the healing, quote-unquote. But I am concerned about the late game. I believe the longer the game goes, the more Geek Fam can just show that experience and that precision when they're kiting in and out of fights and waiting for that one moment to really turn the game around.
Then I'll be the devil's advocate. I'm gonna go for Geek as we enter the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match for both of these teams, Rebellion Zion and Geek Fam's final statements in the regular season to prove that they are the best team here in season number 12. We're gonna kick it off with game number 1. Already very different rotations here in the early game with both supports. Actually, wait, a boy's the one who's clearing out this bottom lane in the EXP.
Ooh, early clear attempt from the side of Geek Fam. They're trying to make some more pressure for Beloy to just find some ways to disrupt Vincent and his farming patterns. We talked about this earlier, Turna. The rotation and the pathing that these junglers take will somewhat determine how well they can do in that first neutral objective contest. Looking at the emblems though, you have an Inspire in the hands of Niall, so he's trying to be as mobile and as high damage as possible, especially in the early game.
Oh, good hook to delay, and the purple buff take. Vincent though caught in a half HP, but will escape. But yeah, I mean the rotations early game, it was all because of the roamer, right? The roamer will clear the mid lane, and EXP clear the EXP, so the roamers have level 2. There you go.
Well, talent predictions by the Samsung Galaxy series. It's gonna be 2 votes for Geek Fam. It's Eterna and Wawa on the Indonesian desk. We'll see who really wins out, technically, but looking at talent prediction ranking,
Whoa!
man.
What happened?
Gani, you are overtaken
by CITB.
Shevin in the building.
What happened? What happened?
He's just built different, man.
I miscalculated yesterday.
Miscalculated yesterday.
Oh, no. Every time I predict, I always use a coin. So my coin wasn't having it yesterday.
It wasn't the lucky coin yesterday. No. All right, yes. A little switch there in the talents prediction rankings, but here we are. Both teams are fighting for this next neutral objective.
Hard guard popped as well. Let's see here, the slow effect will somehow force Geek Fam to reposition, but good hawk for Luke. Force him to use the flicker. Let's see though, the neutral objective take. It's gonna be a fall-out fight, but Niall will find the turtle and Vincent gets taken out alongside with Rembo. Niall picks up the kill as Geek Fam, they claimed the kills and the newt.
That was a 3-4-0 trade in favor of a Geek Fam. And that's what you expect with the composition that they brought on the table as well.
Yeah, they have a better team fight composition. They have more AoE to work with. And more importantly, Rebellion were unable to get any pickoffs before the fight began. So I think it was a bit of a mistake for Rebellion to engage Geek Fam in a pure 5v5. Well, 4v4 technically, right? A full equal battle. They need to try and look for opportunities before the neutral objective even spawns. Later on in the mid-game though, I feel like they have a stronger mid-game power spike. And that Angela is definitely going to be a bit more impactful compared to this Rafaela.
Oh, flicker, holy baptism now. Hard guard triggered. Let's see the damage. Oh, heavy crossbow hits hard. Renbu will secure the kill, but take a look at a boy with the flanks. Oh, the bloody hunt by Audi. Aboina with the flicker. Play does not find the kill, but the cover from Rebellion Zion will secure a boy's life.
very aggressive by Geek Fam. It was actually Beloyski who initiated that skirmish in the top side to gain a little bit more favor against Highs in that gold lane with a boy. And both of these players, they're the ones to get taken out, and Rebellion Zion benefit off of that.
Yeah, we're just talking about the mid-game power spike. It's only 4 minutes right now, but especially later on, and at about 6 minutes, you're gonna see Rebellion Zion really abusing that Irithel Angela combo, but this is the weakness.
Oh, careful, Rembo. Still securing, still holding on to that flicker.
See, this is what I thought was kind of a loophole in Rebellion Zion's composition. They brought a Franco who supposedly wanted to go for pickoffs in the early game, like you mentioned before that turtle fight, but they don't have anyone to combo the Franco with. But here it is, already another off!
Good iron hook and hunt. Now on the backside will fall. Beloyski out of the picture. Luke now soaking damage, giving damage, flickering out of the way. But seems like Luke will be taken out. Vincent finding the double. Take a look at a boy caught in the 4-man gank. It's a 3-man taken down.
It's going to be
side of Rebellion Zion.
It's going to be a 4-0 trade as well here. Rebellion Zion going to be able to get this turtle uncontested.
That is the weakness of a support roamer, man. You're out of position, you get engaged on, it's almost a guaranteed done deal. And now Rebellion, they're going for more.
Oh, purple buff will not be secured by Nile. It will be taken away. Vincent, good engage.
Let's look at the gold differences by UBS gold right here. In the mid lane, it's pretty much even. And in fact, Renbu is doing a bit better. In the XP lane, the highlighted matchup here, 300 gold more for cars. I think the gold lane is where the real difference is really stacking up, right? Highs almost at 4K. Chadera, excuse me, is halfway there. So the early game for Brody isn't really working out. Rebellion are having a lot more success right here, but look at this engage.
Oh, that flicker, holy baptism earlier as well from Beloy. Does not really connect. Highs though is a little bit in a bit of a pickle. With the help of Hardguard now, they will re-engage. Beloy Nile. Oh, take a look at that damage. Beloyski, 20% of HP, 15 even. Gets out though.
What is that damage in this early game? Has Irithel even built her combo yet?
Her core items? I don't think so. It's just that synergy. And now look at them trying to abuse it.
What does she have? Has claws?
Has claws, yeah.
That's it. That's the damage coming in from the Has claws only, Arashi.
He's also hitting a Rafaela without any defensive items at all. That is also part of the reason, right? The healer should never be in the front line. But Beloyski, being the aggressive man that he is, he likes playing this very high-risk style and even engaging on this quote-unquote security, safety support. So it has high risk, but also high reward if he's able to pull it off.
Honestly, he hasn't though.
Not so far.
Right? And it's actually giving Highs a little bit more of a say in that lane. I mean, already 2 assists. We saw why that was possible because of that early engage coming in from Beloyski that propelled him a little bit more in terms of gold in comparison to Chidera on the Brody, who you expect to want to snowball.
Yeah, I think what Geekfam needs to do right here is to try and fake out, right? Feint and engage, and then go in afterwards. They only have one big engage tool, and he's getting jump on right now.
Oof. Geek Fam rotating towards the turtle. They want to contest. Vincent. Oh, that holy baptism does not connect. Good onward, good Earth Shatter as well. Primal Wrath popped as well. It seems like penalty zone will low-key be cancelled out. Take a look at the neutral objective. Take Vincent. Finds it. Suppression connects. Luke gets taken out. That's another kill for Rebellion Zion.
More wins on top of wins for Rebellion, man. Getting the true objective, outplaying Luke, making the 1v1 unfair. But as I was saying, man, if they engage too decisively onto one person, the hard guard will stop it all. They have to try and maybe fake something out using the penalty zone, and then maybe Beloyski or Chidera can find some way to engage again. Because otherwise, Rebellion, they're on track to snowball even further out of control. But they're working against the clock right here, right? They have to try and end the game before Geekfam can have a say in the macro department, in the mind games that they're so good at doing.
Because you mentioned the late game and the late game outcome that we're expecting from the composition that both of these teams brought. The fact is, Rebellion Zion has a little bit more to work with in the late game because of their gold laner choice. Having an Irithel in the late game, that's going to deal a lot of damage, DPS as well, and not necessarily reliant on an ultimate like the Brody, who's reliant on that torn apart memory.
There's also the fact that there's an Edith, right? An extra bit of DPS and a great source of magical damage, by the way, which makes this composition so well-rounded.
The hook and the hunt connects to Beloy, and that's a free pick-off for Rebellion Zion.
That's the signature pick for RDTZ, showing dividends, man. Like we said, Rebellion Zion is just so flexible right here. They can engage using the Martis, the Franco, the Edith. Everyone is a potential threat, and Geek Fam doesn't have the tankiness to deal with it. They have one EXP laner that's supposed to be very tanky. They have an assassin in the jungle, and their roamer is also a support. The only person that can really stay in the front is going to be Luke, and he is at every turn, before every fight, bullied out of relevance technically.
Yeah, he has yet to land a efficient and impactful penalty zone. Not been able to do that so far with how much poke that Rebellion Zion has, and the fact is they're standing at almost a 4k gold lead already in the 9th minute of the game, as finally the Lord is going to spawn into the Land of Dawn, so we all know what the focus of both of these teams are going to be. With a little bit of an update here, Vincent level 13, Niall level 12. So it is going to be Vincent having a better advantage when it comes down to these Lord dances.
Let's see, folks, what will happen here in minute 10. It's still 72 total kill-wise. Rebellion Zion here holding on. The Lord Dance still occurring, but Mars here trying to open vision as well. The top side here, it's heavily favoring Rebellion Zion. Cars missing the onward. Niall again repositioning. Oh, good hook. And the stun. Luke now taking damage, gets taken out. Vincent finding the kill. Beloyski will be the next target, gets taken out as well. Vincent with the double, looking for the triple. Chandera is going to be the casualty. A boy, good hook. Heisemore secures a kill. And just like that, Geek Fam, only one man standing.
That's a 4-0 trade. They're gonna get the Lord as well. As Niall, he has nowhere to run. What is he doing? Is he going back in? He's re-engaging.
Oh my goodness, Vincent, go to Retri. Niall here with the Hail Mary play. Does not connect though, but he escapes.
Rebellion Zion winning it out on all fronts, and all the while throughout that Lord dance, the fact was Renbu on the Angela was able to create a slow push in the top side and was able to just utilize the hard guard to come back into the fray, come back to the team fight, and that is one of the advantages of having an Angela on your team.
It's disastrous for Geek Fam right here. Every single time they're winning a fight, they lost a fight, they lose multiple members and multiple objectives. Usually Geek Fam are a bit more calculative. Even if they lose out, they'll lose one or two members and then maybe trade for some other objectives. But with a Franco, with the Martis just resetting on the decimation, it's just so dangerous. And this is a chance for Rebellion, man. Everyone's going to be grouped up for Geek Fam to try and cancel out and save each other from the engage. This is where the Franco from RDTZ is going to be so dangerous to the side of Geek Fam.
He's definitely going to be so dangerous. I mean, I think in the early game we were talking about it and we were like, all right, Audi TZ, that's his power pick. Franco's his power pick. But we haven't seen him find that iron hook to success. But a little bit of warm-up was all it took here in the mid-game to finally find those very important picks that ultimately give Rebellion Zion an advantage when it comes down to these 5v5 team fights, making it unfair, making it a 5v4. And now they're knocking onto the base of Geek Fam, asking them, how deep do you want the upper brackets?
Let's see. Base turret number 1 in the top lane falls. Geek Fam, they weren't able to do anything about it, but they will secure and save the mid lane and the bottom lane base turrets.
Still an important wave in the middle though. They were delaying it a bit, using it now, but with the conceal, it pushes Geek Fam away, and look at this.
Geek Fam again, another free base turret. Woloski here holding on with that. He popped the flicker earlier, so no flicker for him, but it seems like they will secure and defend the base turret in the bottom lane. So Rebellion Zion here, they're happy. First Lord, 2 base turrets, 10,000 gold lead.
Unfortunately, they wouldn't have the turn on the other side, but Luke misses the penalty zone. This could be punished.
That's huge, a mistake. Luke gets taken out, and Maloyski will fall surely. He will fall first, and then Luke. Cards finding the killing spree. And it seems like Geek Fam, their gamble wasn't worth it. Still.
It's just a bit too risky, man. Even if Luke landed a penalty zone, That's crazy. There was nobody even close enough to try and follow up on that. 3v5 right here. This might be the end.
Say they want to end. Good pull. Chadera gets taken out. Nile next, and Rebellion Zion will secure base turret in the bottom lane first. All structures are taken down. And the base left wide open. A boy flickering out of the way, but the base will be the main target. And the Blue Bulls, they strike first.
13 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, that was 13 minutes for game number 1, with Rebellion Zion completely capitalizing over their mid-game power spike, steamrolling over Geek Fam, who I believe had a very messy performance.
They weren't given a choice either, man. All the TZ on this Franco. This is what Mirko was technically complaining about. Don't give this guy a support, someone to save people. He is all about aggression. Given his signature hero, he just hooks Geek Fam out of the first game. Just like that. I think Geek Fam is forced to recognize that Rebellion, you cannot really allow them to have so many aggressive picks and, I don't know, rely only on execution to really try and outmaneuver them, because it does not work.
It doesn't. Their composition, again, it's tough for Beloyski to really be impactful on Rafaela going up against that type of composition.
I don't know, because I've seen Beloyski Rafaela games that have the impact. I'm not really sure if it was a composition problem, which I don't really agree with, but more of an execution problem. What in the world was Luke doing? Over and over and over and over. When was he able to get that penalty zone? He uses the penalty zone flicker, and it never hits the right target. So what was the plan?
I think he was getting a bit frustrated, man. At every single turn, like we said, the issue with Geek Fam is that when they engage, it's very telegraphed, right? Penalty zone goes in, that's the engage. If they don't go in with it, then they have to wait for the next penalty zone. So with that being in mind, everyone was just watching out for it, spacing away from each other until the penalty zone lands, or maybe on one person, and then they counter-engage. This is the problem when your support, when your roamer is a healer that can't really augment that engage potential. If you compare that to Rebellion, look at what they can do, man. Iron hooks, bloody hunts, onwards, earth shatters. They can do so many things, and Geek Fam at every moment are just kept guessing, like, where's the aggression coming from? And that is so dangerous against a team like Rebellion.
Again, just two words, right? Crowd control. I feel like composition from the side of Geek Fam, sure, they have crowd control with the Holy Baptism, but it's so minimal that the engage tool from the side of Geek Fam was just minimal.
I'm still standing with execution.
Oh, okay.
Personal opinion,
for
right?
sure.
Because every time Rebellion Zion is able to land a perfect hook, and this is particular for Audi TZ, it's when Luke makes a mistake.
But don't forget, if Luke isn't exactly in the front, tanking the brunt of this damage, taking the iron hooks, we saw that Beloyski tried to fill in that role, but on a Rafaela, you just cannot. He got hooked down, and when Luke gets hooked, he survives for a bit longer. When Beloyski gets hooked, it's just over. But the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy A34 and A54 5G is gonna be your boy Vincent. 9-1. 9-1-1. That's such a great record to have on a Martis. Still going with the Season Hunter, and he's going for a Hunter Strike into a full defensive build. And this is the power of a Martis given the engage tools to start getting to snowball, right? In the middle of all those fights, I feel like maybe Geek Fam could have lasted a bit longer, but every single time they lost a fight, this guy just got, he lands a decimation, gets a speed boost, and then takes out 2 or 3 more members. And eventually, the gold difference just stacks up. The bulk of it wasn't from objectives like we're used to seeing in MPL Season 12. It all came from just aggressive kills.
Look at his KDA, right?
Better call 911.
It speaks for itself. Better call 911.
Better call the police. He was, whoa.
Yeah.
Was a violation.
Police or ambulance.
Or
an ambulance for Geek Fam, clearly.
Geek Fam.
But yeah, I agree with this. I do believe that Vincent deserved a player of the game, and the reasoning is this. The fact that in the early game, he was able to get the aggression, like you mentioned earlier, but other than that, one of my main explanations is how he is able to be so reliable on his retributions, despite being in a very precarious situation where maybe Geek Fam had a little bit more manpower around these turtle fights.
It's a bit in line with the win condition, right? I think Niall was trying his best to try and make some plays happen, but it just wasn't enough. He was just a bit too behind and doesn't have backup. And eventually, right, they're just a bit too worried about getting engaged on. They wait for a moment, but that's where Rebellion Zion strike instead. We see a great penalty zone right here, but for what? It doesn't land on the core members technically, and this is the Angela issue, right? You're focusing on Highs doing too much damage, then Vincent just takes over. You focus Vincent, he's tanky, he gets the hard guard, and then Highs will just mop up the whole backline. The fact that you can't really reliably secure a kill is the main value that Angela really brings to the table.
A very clinical execution, I might say, from side of Rebellion Zion. Good early game. They executed their game plan and they maintained that throughout the mid game, which just gives Highs more and more space, more farm as well. And there you go, 1-0.
1-0. Situations are getting even more heated. Again, if Geek Fam want to secure this upper bracket slot for the first time in forever, overthrowing RRQ of all teams, they need to come back and they need to look for a reverse sweep. And with that much pressure, I do believe that deserves a little bit of a break. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after this short break.
Stay tuned.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. From that short break, we're back in the middle of match number 1 between Geek Fam and Rebellion Zion, with Geek Fam leading it 1-0. And man,
Wait, Rebellion.
oh yeah,
Wishful thinking eternal.
wishful thinking a little.
Bias.
I have my reasons.
Oh, is it because of the device that you're wearing?
It is. I'm not wearing it. I'm using it.
Using it.
But it is. It's a Samsung Galaxy A34 5G.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a different phone.
It is.
There's
Why?
2 of them.
What's the difference? What's with the Samsung A series, Arashi?
You know, all these products are just so good. You gotta shout out the rest. You know,
Yes.
we already know how good the other one is.
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G.
Yes, so 5G
Okay.
is a bit. You know, the audience know at this point, but you need to
Okay.
know about this as well. The specs ain't bad either, man. Especially with the dimensions, right? It's just such a convenient size.
I mean,
What's the size?
it's just 1080 processor, RAM 8 plus, 8 gigabytes, 256 gigabytes of memory, 5,000 battery lives. That's the same of Galaxy S series. So it's a bargain, right? A34. What are you waiting for? Grab it now. Only at below 6 million IDR. That's a bargain. You can get a special gaming package worth up to 1 million rupiah.
Oh, wow.
This package includes a lot of others, right? So your offer ends on September 28th this month. So grab it fast, grab it now.
Grab it fast, grab it now. And honestly, I have one waiting for me at home.
Oh.
To be honest, it's actually on my bedstand right now. It's affordable, it's budget, it has good specs as well. I can use it for several different
Monster
things.
specs.
But I also want to talk about the monitor, the TV that I use at home.
Okay.
And it's a Samsung as
Ooh.
well, right? The
QLED.
Neo QLED. It's available in the 85, 75, 50, and if I'm not mistaken, there was 25-inch.
That's massive, and honestly, it's a TV that supports 144 refresh rate. It supports games and stuff, guys. If you want to game on a big TV, but you've always felt like, oh, TVs don't really match up to monitors in performance, this is the way to go. 144. Like a lot of FPS pros look for that refresh rate. That's crazy.
That's beautiful, honestly. I think that's one of my main issues when I use certain consoles for gaming, and like the TV just doesn't do the graphics justice, man. Thank you, Samsung. We love you so much.
Justice.
We love Samsung.
We love Samsung, but we also love the drafting phases. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 of the drafting phase. Potentially here, Rebellion Zion can look for a clean sweep against Geek Fam, taking away their dreams for the upper brackets. With Geek Fam and Rebellion switching sides, do we see any differences going on?
There you go. I mean, Geek Fam with a huge adjustment here. Again, targeting Audi in that first phase. It was Matilda and Kanja, but Matilda now banned out by the Blue Bulls. So Geek Fam, will they commit to another Audi ban here?
Well, they've switched out the pick order right here, so that's why some of the drafts have been a bit different. The Franco is definitely respected, but the Angela as well right now. That's a great call from Coach Erpang, but at the same time, this leaves a lot of other picks available, and that begs the question, what exactly is Geek Fam looking for in that first phase? Do they want to get the aggressive jungler? Do they want to get the better roamer for a roamer showdown between Beloyski and Audi TZ? Or is it going to be a mid lane that can be flexed out a bit? But for Rebellion, they're going to ban that Terizla, knowing that Geek Fam will want to have that team fighting prowess.
I have a quick QQ here. Arashi, our analyst man.
Amen.
What do you think about the Joy Jungle?
The Joy Jungle?
Don't talk about Onyx Joy Jungle. Just talk about other team
Thank
Joy
you.
Jungle.
Cool. Well,
Annoying.
I feel like it's a pick that is not broken at this point. You've seen teams deal with it, right? My issue with the Joy is that it's so hard, it's so difficult to deal with. You mess up once, and this Joy just gets so much more space, so much more control to just wreak havoc in your backline, as opposed to other junglers who are easier to punish. So I think it's definitely still a strong pick. But Geek Fam, they're going to go for that Edith, seeing that Rebellion had a massive amount of success on this hero earlier.
So you think it's still a viable pick to use in the jungle, Joy?
I think so.
All right.
Because even with a Franco or a Kaja, it sounds on paper like, okay, he goes in, you suppress him, done, right? But in practice, it's just so much more difficult. He's not always in range. Even if you lock him down, there's not always enough damage to take him out. So a lot more factors really play into it. And the fact that you're forced to adjust and deal with one single pick, I think it's a big value for high-level games.
But it's only good for kill pressure.
For what?
Kill pressure. Is it also good in neutral objective takes?
I think it's decent, right? The mobility allows him to go in.
But compared to other junglers that are currently really good in the jungle, like let's put Mardis, let's put
Lancelot.
Baxia, Lancelot.
I think it doesn't really excel when it comes to like adding a bit of extra damage and then retribution in. But the fact that he can, that the Joy can remove crowd control and be a bit more tanky means that there's mobility to sneak in and out of there, and you can still cleanse some of the crowd control to secure the retribution. It's not as straightforward, but generally Joys don't even contest 50-50, right? They go for a fight first, and then maybe they go for a more guaranteed neutral objective take afterwards.
Do you agree?
Well, looking at the topic, right? I mean, Joy isn't really prio.
Yep.
Tier A, I might say. And there you go. This is why, I mean, Geek Fam, they ban out the suppression heroes, Kaja and Franco, and they're not going over that Joy pick. They're not going crazy over Joy pick, and even Rebellion does not go for the Joy pick. So it shows that Joy is a bit of a, well, hit or miss at this point.
It's quite situational as well.
Very.
Well, let's see then. With the Novaria ban out by Rebellion, seems like they're trying to play the same aggressive style. They want to limit Geek Fam and their scouting potential. But look at the draft so far, man. Edith and Fredrin, along with the Rafaela. It's a lot of sustain, and it's alleviating some of the problems that Geek Fam had in game number 1. Now there are 2 members that can stand in the front, that can engage as well, by the way. So Beloyski will have a bit more security. They'll have a better posture when they're trying to contest areas near the neutral objective to try and get the advantage.
Definitely well more rounded here for Geek Fam in game number 2. But you can see that Rebellion Zion, they're still looking for the same thing they wanted for game number 1, which is early game pressure. They picked up a Baxia for Vincent. We've seen what he's able to do. Does Geek Fam right now, with the conversation they have right now, already bring an answer towards that early game from Rebellion Zion?
I think they have a chance, right? I mean, again, they ban out the Novaria and Lilia, but one hero that concerns me here that can be picked up by Geek Fam, Fairness. Again, with Rafaela, it's gonna be very sustainable, right? Rafaela, Fairness, Edith, and Fredrin. That's a nasty composition.
The Faramis, it makes sense, right? There's good AoE there, good team fighting, alleviating. Having the Netherrealm on top of the healing is definitely a great choice, but I'm not sure if that's the way Geekfam wants to play this. They want to like all-in engage and just stay in the fight. I think they're gonna try and maneuver a bit more around. And considering the fact that they have a Rafaela against a Yve, right? Picking the Yve against a Rafaela, it's a bit counterintuitive due to the slow removal. Rebellion though have this power pick in Kars' Lapu Lapu, so the backline will be in danger if he can find success here against the Beatrix and the Valentina.
I think this is a wise move. I already had a feeling that Aboy was going to be picking up the Valentina. Why? Because there's so many resources that you can utilize here from Rebellion Zion. And what better way to even out the playing field against a Yve, if not to use Yve herself?
Real Word and Revelation here will be an expensive alt that can be taken away alongside the Bravest Fighter. But let's see here, to complete Rebellion's draft here, what do they miss? A roamer that can pick off, I feel like.
Pick off will do. Somehow, what comes to mind is the Valir actually, but it's gonna be the Minotaur. They know that they need crowd control. Geekfam will be clumping together for the Holy Healing as well, so there's great potential right there. But it's a Minotaur, right? It's not exactly the reliable pick-off that we usually expect ODTZ to be able to carry his team on.
He has used the Minotaur this season, but I wouldn't say that Minotaur is a reliable engage tool. I would say that he's a counter engage tool, a reactive tool. And does Geekfam have that much dive to warrant a Minotaur pick in that roaming position?
I mean, with the Fredrin and Edith, you have presence in that front lane to react to. So yeah, I mean, sure.
Well, there's also a lot of sustain built in the Minotaur. Keep in mind, he can't really he can't really benefit the same way from magical damage items, the same way Rafaela can. But if you're gonna build tank anyways, right? In a way, right? Boloski building tank on Rafaela, you can do the same thing on Minotaur, even better.
All right, we'll see if it works out. Ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you into the portal here for game number 2 between Geekfam and Rebellion Zion. Rebellion have 1 point in their pockets. They only need 1 more to secure the playoffs here right now.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, will Rebellion win the series 2-0? Maybe.
That's the question. Here in the first few seconds of the game, we do have a little bit of time to talk about any emblems or spell choices that you think is peculiar, Mr. Analyst.
Well, 2 concussive blasts for Rebellion Zion will really help with their wave clear early on. In the mid lane, Minotaur and Yve has a surprising amount of wave clear, but this is the Boxia power. It's rolling around, and this is a problem that Geekfam have to solve. Vincent is going to be all around in this game. How will they stop him from moving? Can they deny his farming? He's not going for the new emblem that makes you run faster in the river. So, but it's Boxia. He's already fast by default.
I think that's the beauty of having a Boxia already inbuilt movement speed. But to give the viewers a little bit of an idea what we're going to expect in this matchup, especially with a very different composition that both of these teams have opted for, what can we expect in the early, mid, and if it comes to the late game, what do we expect in the late game?
I think we can expect Geekfam to go for a bit more of a kite approach, a kiting-based approach, moving a bit backwards. Rebellion Zion are going to try and go for that big team fight. When ODT is already chunked down low, they might have a bit of an advantage in setting up for this turtle.
Yeah, I think that was the task from side of Geekfam, poking Audi before the turtle. It seems like the gold lane here just having fun, just clearing both waves. But now will be the first one on the neutral objective. Let's see, a boy trying to poke again. Audi isn't level 4 though. Kars pops the early Bravest Fighter, does not really quite connect onto his enemy. And good cancellation, Kars, and he gets taken out here. Surely, a boy with the first blood. Turtle will be taken by Nile. Good jump on towards the members of Geekfam. Now Vincent though caught, gets taken out as well. Good early fight from the Geeks.
Wow, I mean, we were talking about movement speed, right? But what does that matter against so much slow coming in from a boy? Actually, given towards him, but Luke goes in.
Flickering out of the way. Purple buff will be taken from the side of Rebellion Zion. So that's a turtle lost and purple buff lost.
Yeah, the purple buff taken by Renbu. Not the worst of situations, but with a Boxia, you definitely want to have a bit more of a dominant early game. So it's unfortunate that Rebellion, they came in a bit sporadically, right? Cars went with the bravest fighter, but everyone else weren't really doing much while he was getting damaged. And when he was low, that's where Rebellion were kind of forced to respond. So they have to try and have a bit more synergy, especially against a team that is so adept at team fighting, like Geek Fam.
If I'm not mistaken, the Baxia was almost at level 5, faster. And yet Nile was the one who caught up to the EXP difference and then was able to finally, at the end, secure the turtle. I find that so peculiar.
It's probably because there's a lot more crowd control thrown around, and there's a bit of focus on winning that fight. We saw it earlier, though, that Geek Fam were able to win in the early fights, but Rebellion towards the mid-game were able to get more value. But that's only because they had a more reliable pick-off tool. Now, against Rebellion, Geek Fam can be a bit more confident in how they move forward, because if they're out of the zone of ODTZ's crowd control, they're generally pretty okay. None of the other crowd control options for Rebellion are that detrimental to their success.
But is this the outcome that we expected from the drafts? Geek Fam having a 1,000, almost 2K gold lead and being able to gain more control over the turtle.
Personally, for me, neutral objective take. Good question. I
First
think
turtle, right?
First
Because
turtle.
technically, Yves needs level 4.
True.
Valentina, for damage, not so much. Has the mobility as well. But this is in comparison to Fredrin Valentina and Baxia and Yves.
Yeah, I expected perhaps for the. Yeah, I think I did not expect Geek Fam to really have the control. But then again, Fredrin and Baxia. Fredrin has that slight edge.
Why?
Because of the taunts, because of the skill that he has in his kit.
Bit more damage compared to Baxia, who's one of the spells technically has his movement ability as well. So in the mid-game go, you can see they're gonna go for it.
Good pick off. Beloyski caught there with the hit and drive. Rebellion Zion again moving towards a boy, but he has the space to escape.
Out of nowhere, man, Rebellion strike back, trying to use their mobility. But in a team fight, I really thought that maybe Rebellion Zion will be able to buy a bit more time, right? Play a bit more reactively, and then counter-engage. Because Minotaur isn't exactly the best engage tool, unless you flicker, which I guess ODTZ tried to do, but it just wasn't enough. I think it has to wait for the right moment where Geek Fam are committed, where they have to stick together, and then that's where he can really get full value from this Minotaur pick.
Meanwhile, there's a lot of pressure onto highs here in the gold lane on the Irital. You can see that Chidera is actually a level above highs, just secured level 6. I'm wondering what the differences in gold look like. And in terms of the items, I think High's already secured the Haas Claws. But here we go, Cars!
Cars now looking for space. He re-engages though with the help of Real World Revelation and the Shield Unity. Good catch! Minion Fury popped on towards a boy. Another stun hits, but no follow-up damages yet. Real World Revelation from a boy now trying to break the formation of Rebellion Zion. It's still a 4v4. Take a look at Nile though. He will be in that turtle pit and gets the second newt.
Another neutral objective taken just like that from a Geek Fam. 1,300 gold lane, gold lead. Meanwhile, Chidera already with the BOD and was able to juke that 2v1 situation. What does this BOD mean for Chidera?
It means a lot more burst potential, and it means anyone squishy from the side of Rebellion needs to be a bit more aware of where Chidera is at all times. Vincent, though, we come for a re-gank, connecting onto Beloyski, but not as much kill pressure like we saw in game number 1. And I really feel like they're the ones that are ultimate reliant, but they haven't really been comboing all these skills, the Minuan Fury, the real-world manipulation. They're not using it at the same time for maximum value.
Let's see, another invade. Seems like good Holy Baptism and Taunt. Vincent, though, will look for the Poisson's play. On towards the boy, perhaps, here. Let's see, though. It seems like Geek Fam, they are retreating. Good cancellation, good Shield Unity, Real World Revelation. Now it's a front to back. Good! Minion Fury Flicker on towards Sue, and Chidera and a boy will be the casualties.
Beautiful, beautiful engage from Rebellion Zion, taking out Chidera and a boy. Actually closing out their role here a little bit in this early game. And this is the question that I was wondering. goal difference between Chidera and Highs. It's actually Chidera falling behind 100 gold. So, wait, that must have hit before, after he got taken down, right?
Yeah, maybe, but let's see here now. Almost hot. The purple buff here. Not taken away, but Luke now in a 1v3 composition, it seems like. Shield Unity still on cooldown. Luke now pops the Primal Wrath, but will not be able to escape. Pops the flicker, but there you go. He gets taken out as Rembo secures the kill.
It's crazy how in these fights, both teams were required to use some battle spells to even get any kind of value. In the top side, Audi was forced to use the flicker. Down there, Cars as well as Cars and Renbu, I believe, both used the flicker. Now they have a bit of an advantage though. Without Luke, they can really control this turtle pit, and GeekFam are going to be forced to disengage or play a very risky fight.
Nile now soaking a lot of damage. Midwinter pops on towards 3. He gets taken out. Chidera jumping in. Heiza Moore says also, I'm here. As Rebellion cancelled the perfect turtle run for GeekFam. They again gained the last turtle in this game.
If we could see the gold curve of the first 7 minutes, I do believe that that would be very intriguing to look at, right? Because Rebellion Zion have completely taken it back into their own hands, despite GeekFam getting better trades and getting better advantages during the neutral objective takes. I mean, 2-1 in terms of turtle. Rebellion Zion was only able to secure that one last one. And the fact is, they've been getting way better team fights. And in the top side though,
Beloskino Mana Vincent now jumping to get reinforcements. Good Shield Unity. Chidera now has no flicker, and he will be taken out. Oh, good cover. I might be wrong here. Good cover. But it seems like Audi, that stun does not quite connect. Rambo with the flicker play does not find Chidera. A boy now caught flicker. Real world relation by both of the mid laners. Niles giving damage as the boy secures the kill. Rebellion Zion, they got overzealous and they got punished.
That was a weird play by Renbu, man. Flickering there, but then not really having a lot of things to use to really impact that fight. Was looking very good for Rebellion for a second, but GeekFam, with the maneuverability, with the sustain, they're able to actually bait in Rebellion and give them a false sense of security. They thought that the kills were guaranteed, but the Flask of the Oasis, man, it's a very strong item, and right now only Beloyski has it. We don't even know if Audi will try and buy one to try and match the kind of healing. He might just go full tankiness to try and be an extra bit of frontline. But we see the problem right here, man. He cannot get close enough to actually land reliable crowd controls onto the side of GeekFam.
yeah, not just yet. Even with Flicker, it's a hit or miss. In that top engage, we saw that he wasn't able to land it out. And now GeekFam, they're looking for some answers. Why do they keep losing the team fights, do you believe?
Who, GeekFam?
Yes.
Well, the AoE, right? The fact that there's a Bravest Fighter, a Real Manipulation, Audi TZ as well, but now there might be a different situation here. If GeekFam can maneuver out of this, they can bait out a lot of spells.
Bravest Fighter popped just to zone, and GeekFam though, they neglect and move onwards. Taunt connects. Real Revelation in the backside now from both mid laners, from a boy as well. Vincent now soaking damage. Appraisal's Wrath and Retry will secure the Lord. Vincent gets taken out. Audi will be next here as GeekFam, my goodness, gets 2 kills and the Lord.
Renbu is completely outmatched by a boy, man. Every single time he uses the Real Manipulation, he's forced to cancel it due to the counter being done by a boy, stealing it away from him. Rebellion, they cannot force the objective like that because GeekFam are better suited to bursting down a single target. If they're going for a trade like that, you can see that Vincent becomes a very easy target for GeekFam to take out, and then it becomes a 50-50. The Baxia and the Fredrin, right? The Appraiser's Wrath becomes a big swing in deciding who actually gets the objective. So I think Rebellion needs to go for a different approach here. Go for a fight first, and then maybe something else.
Flicker Holy Baptism connects. Take a look at the boy. Very aggressive positioning. Real Revelation will chunk up members of Rebellion Zion. Though the base turret should be the agenda, it still stands. GeekFam looking for another wave to commit to take down the base turret. Rebellion though, they have recovered. Let's say the defense. Oh, good Bravest Fighter, good Minion Furry. but it seems like Rebellion Zion will not be able to eliminate just a member yet.
It's not going to be as easy, right? Because Rebellion Zion, despite everything going on right now, they do have a lot of wave clear. They have a lot of high ground. And so they haven't been able to even secure an inhibitor turret. But 2 waves are going to be crashing here, the top side in the mid. I think Geek Fam, they want to utilize this to their potential and look for something greater.
Real world revelation by a boy.
No way!
Solo kill almost. Goodness. Rebellion Zion standing with 5 still. But Geek Fam, with that first Lord, they did not manage to crack a base turret.
No inhibitor turrets fall that day for Geek Fam, despite the lead that they have already built for themselves.
In a way, that's the best position for Rebellion Zion to be in, right? No flank potential, having the base at your back to try and save you, having the high ground to clear the waves as well. That's a great spot for Rebellion to be in, and I think Geek Fam know that, so they won't force it and risk getting a bit of a comeback situation happening. Looking at the damage dealt right here, though, you can see that Aboy is absolutely killing it, man. Renbu is a close second, but considering the range on the other spells, aside from the ultimate from Renbu, Aboy is just completely outclassing him. And I think this needs to be addressed somehow, some way.
So how?
They have to try and send someone on him, man. Or play the fight differently, right? Engage only when they see Aboy, perhaps. Or maybe Renbu has to save his real-world manipulation so that he doesn't get forced to cancel it. Oh, look at the damage, though!
Wow.
That's just one splash.
That burst, just one splash, you're right. Coming in from Aboy, dealing that much damage. And I think you mentioned it earlier on, but I do believe that Aboy is that X factor in these team fights. He has the good positioning and has a good angle to utilize that real-world manipulation. 9 times out of 10, he is able to win the team fights for his team. But right now, he doesn't have a hold of anyone's ultimate just yet.
Not just yet. Rebellion, though, they are looking to find a window to find the right angle here. Vincent, 55% HP. Take a look at the formation here by Geek Fam. Very spread out, very hard to predict here, I might say. You know, Rebellion, they're going for the clump because of the heal, perhaps, here from Mimitor. Now, cards opening up with the Bravest Fighter. Vincent looking for an angle with the Shield Unity. Aboy on the flank side, looking for the real-world revelation play, but does not get it. Vincent, though, will be taken out, and with that, it gives the green light for Geek Fam to secure the Lord.
There's a big difference in damage output. You said that both teams are trying to trade blows, but Geek Fam, at every single turn, are able to force Rebellion Zion's hand even more reliably. Now without their main frontline, with the Lord coming in as well, it's still a solid defensive composition from Rebellion. They can't really dive due to the fear of the Minyu and Fury combo, but they might be able to use the waves and get a single base turret, which is massive, considering the playstyle of both these teams.
You know, all the while that team fight was happening, all I saw was Aboy just trying to get that real-world manipulation. He finally gets it, but he doesn't really have the damage. And instead, his first skill and his second skill is the ones that did the damage onto Vincent that ultimately led to the fall of Vincent's life entirely. But look at them go right now.
Oritizi, Minun Fury for a defense maneuver with the flicker as well. That's a huge resource wasted. Lord, though, will be taken care of. Rebellion still defending with 5. Geek Fam with offense with 5. Good stun onto it still. In the top side, take a look at Vincent as he was caught and taken out. Bloisky, Holy Breath is in play, connecting onto it still, but the follow-up damage wasn't connected. Good Nibiru smash and good flicker onwards as Luke finds a kill onto his Karmas as well. It's a 1-for-1 for now. But it seems like Rebellion Zion, they need to be satisfied to defend with 3. It's a 4v3.
All the damage being put onto Rebellion Zion, the 2 main holders are still alive.
Izamor Audi this time will not be able to soak in the damage. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 3.
1-1. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it turns out Geek Fam's desire to get into that upper bracket is as strong as Rebellion Zion, who want to make it to the playoffs. And we are forced at game number 3 to finally see the outcome.
I don't know if Renbu is just not ready, if he's just maybe a bit nervous of the situation, but he really didn't have as much impact as we would expect from Rebellion, right? Their mid lane usually is just such a troublesome position for the opponents of Rebellion, but Renbu is just completely outmatched here. Geek Fam, again with the signature style, it's not about timing when they're going to engage. It's about moving in and out of the danger zone technically and managing the distance so well. The Rebellion, again and again, are forced to use their ultimates, bravest fighters, real manipulations, right? And then they just aren't close enough to actually reach the members of Geek Fam. And after everything is expended, then Geek Fam comes back and they pick up only one member. But considering the grand scheme of things, that one member means a guaranteed Lord take, a guaranteed team fight. And this is just the Geek Fam signature style. Another Rebellion, they might have to be forced to give Audi something a bit more aggressive, man. This Minotaur just was not it.
You're looking for the front to back play, but it was quite, I think execution-wise, it was tough to pull off. Right, especially when Baxio was behind already and could not really soak in a lot of damage per se from especially Chad Era, who has already almost full items at that point, or maybe full items already. So yeah, that front to back composition or formation that Rebellion Zion is trying to execute, Geek Fam says no to it.
Geek Fam says no, and Geek Fam says a lot of things, right? Because if we take a look at the drafts, you mentioned that they need to give a more aggressive hero to Audi TZ. The fact is, game number 1, they took out Franco and they took out Kaja.
Correct.
But because Rebellion Zion had first pick, they were still able to land the Edith. In the second game, Geek had first pick. They still banned out the Kaja and the Franco, but they first picked the Edith, denying it away from Rebellion Zion. So what are the choices for Audi in this particular scenario? Let's take a look at his history. He's picked up the Lolita, not really sure how well the Lolita would do in this current patch. Arlet, 50-50. We've seen a Novaria, Angela, not aggressive heroes.
Banned
so
out
what?
as well.
Kufra, Grok? Are these the only options left for Audi TZ? Ruby?
You know, I think the Kufra would make a bit more sense technically. Unfortunately, like you said, all the heroes are banned out, man. Franco, Kaja, Angela, all banned out. Novaria, like Goni mentioned, was also banned away. So she really had no other reliable heroes, and particularly ones that really fit this composition and what they're trying to do. But the player of the game, though, is going to be a boy. By the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G.
I concur.
5, 1, and 4. 100% kill participation, man. This guy, like we said in the middle of the game, I think he was the one deciding factor here. If he wasn't as dominant, if he really wasn't smart with his ultimate usage, I think there was moments where Rebellion could have maybe tried to turn things around, but he was just a bit too solid in game number 2.
He was the make it or break it, I think, in all these team fights that Geek Fam were able to win. It wasn't just the ultimate, that was also a huge factor, but the way that he was able to bob and weave on the Valentina in these long drawn team fights where it's like a stalemate, you know, like you're looking for an opening, I'm looking for an opening, I'll be the deciding factor because I can jump in, jump out, steal deal damage, and yet you're already low even before you look for an engage. And in that final moment around the Lord, we saw that actually happen onto Rebellion Zion. Vincent was caught super low even before the team fight even begun, and I think there was a split-second decision. It's like, okay, we're super low already because of the damage coming in from the Valentina. We have two choices. Do we recall and just let the Lord go, or do we look for a Hail Mary play? And you can see Cars finally jumping in with the bravest fighter, and that's when things kind of broke down for them. It was a very hurried decision. The team fight didn't work well, and the question is why? A boy.
Well, let's see the items though after these highlights, because they were focusing on Beloyski, maybe trying to lower the healing, but I want to see if there's any healing reduction. I need to see what items does Renbu have, because
Renbu finally had NOD, but it was right before Geek Fam went in to end.
It's a bit late, and I feel like considering the fact that by default, right, the Yif has a better time doing long-range engagements compared to the Valentina without the ult being in play. So I feel like Renbu really should have been doing a bit more damage, all things considered, and Rebellion Zion could have played around it. But maybe this is the problem when you don't have your main roster. I think we had a bit of a interview earlier where we were told that Sway Low actually is hospitalized right now, which is why he's not in the line of
Get
Dawn.
well soon!
Get well soon, Sway Low.
Get well soon!
Yes. Well, towards the mid game though, Geek Fam with the healing, with the better frontliners, and with the better damage output, of course now the gold difference becomes a factor as well. With a 7k gold difference, they're just able to just completely bully out Rebellion. They're just way too behind. And even with the best efforts from Highs and Renbu, there just wasn't enough damage to both clear the waves and also deter a very tanky, very regenerative Fredrin, right? With the self-regen and the Rafaela healing as well. If you look at the items here, 2 Dominance Isis on Rebellion Zion and an NOD. So, answers the question, it just wasn't enough.
Wasn't, man, it wasn't. And it's very, very tough to see here, right? I mean, a Rebellion Zion, what could be the change? What could they adjust here? Or perhaps if we're talking about game 2, what should they draft to maybe win out game 2?
Here, well, Renbu has a Holy Crystal, which is a bit confusing to me, right? He has the Ice Queen's one for utility, that makes sense. But afterward, did he just rush the Holy Crystal? And what was his idea? Was he trying to zone away a boy?
They lack damage.
And Chidera with the burst potential? Because I feel like if he went for like a glowing wand, right? Then the moments where both teams are dancing around each other, he's gonna do a lot more damage. And considering how this game played out, the fact that in the end, the backliners weren't exactly zoned away by the real-world manipulation, I feel like he should have really went for something a bit more effective for the front line instead of just focusing only on the backline. Because Cars and Vincent, they end up diving towards the backline anyways.
You know what I find interesting?
What?
On the mages as well. A boy's build, man. Alright? Hear me out. Valentina in the early game is so weak with this choice of talent. Because of lack of cooldown, as well as mana regen. But because of the fact that he went for Impure Rage as his emblem and his base emblem being mage, he doesn't even need that enchanted talisman, so he can go straight for pure damage. Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, and he even goes straight for Divine Glaive, which is very contrasting as to the Eve, because he's building pure damage, but there's no pennant.
Exactly, and I think that's the big difference, right? One of these mages is supposed to be a bit more spammable, a bit more poke heavy, but we don't see it in this game at all, right? Where's the Yeeve damage?
Exactly.
It's supposed to be troublesome. That's supposed to chunk you down before the fight even begins. In fact, Rebellion and Zion were the ones who are being chunked before the fight begins, and that I feel like should not be the case. I think there's a bit of miscoordination with the positioning as well, because realistically, I feel like if your frontliners are taking damage, then if you have a Yeeve, that damage should be traded back as well. But that was not happening, so that I think that could be the one thing that Rebellion could improve on. Because in game number 1, he was on an Angela, and that's a lot easier than a Yeeve, to say the least. So maybe a more simple hero would be more effective, right?
I don't know what he's saying here. What is Arashi saying here?
Well, simple is best. Right? All comes Razor.
I agree. If simple is best is the conclusion.
Okay.
Of that, I agree.
Okay. And you know what's simple?
What?
Having no dandruff. Right?
Really?
Because
that's a complicated situation. I mean, complicated problem though.
It's a complicated problem with a very simple solution.
Tell me.
And that solution is Head and Shoulders, right?
Okay.
Because if you guys have, what an itchy dandruff, ew.
Yuck.
Yuck, gross. Go ahead and get your hands on Head and Shoulders and be 100% confident because, just like a few washes on your hair and then the dandruff is just gone, bro. It's just so beautiful. It's so simple. All you need is water.
Yep.
It doesn't get any simpler than that.
I wonder if Shevan's in the building though. Whenever we talk about Head and Shoulders, CITB comes to mind.
Shevin in the building.
I haven't seen him yet, but maybe he's hiding.
He is.
There. Right there.
Oh.
We'll say hi.
Shevin.
We'll say hi.
Wait, what? Why are you watching? Oh, because Geek Fam's playing. That's why he's in the venue. All right, that makes sense. We'll talk to you later. Maybe during the break. I think we're going to. Yeah, there's always a break, right? Okay, cool. All right. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break before we see the results of this 1-1. Is it going to be Geek Fam? Is it going to be Rebellion Zion? Who will move forward? And who will be one step closer to attaining their dream? Goodbye. See you after the break.
Stay tuned.
berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all miss, we won't miss. We all miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all miss, we won't miss. We all miss, we won't miss. We all miss. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all miss. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
We're moments away to see who makes it. Will it be Geek Fam getting to the upper brackets, or will it be the Blue Bulls making their way to the playoffs? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that short break as we are back to a 1-to-1 between both of these teams. And how are we feeling about the games that we've seen so far?
Very entertaining, very high level as well. I love the adjustment that Poloyski and friends managed to execute in that second game.
Do you think it's going to be a reverse sweep?
It's definitely possible, man. With Geek Fam, it always seems like the longer the game goes, the more it's like they're improving the longer the game goes every single time. There you go. Reminds me of something else, Turner.
It's a very late game.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
you invest in something in the early game
Yes.
to get the value in the late game.
Exactly.
Exactly. And that's what you can get with UBS Gold. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home, don't forget to invest in UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 12 with prices starting from 500,000 rupiahs only, where not only do you get the equivalent amount of gold, but you also get a free MLBB skin. Killing two birds with one stone. If you guys want more information on that, or you guys want to invest right now on your Samsung phone, you guys can actually go to ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, as well as Blibli UBS Lifestyle. I myself personally have already done it multiple times throughout the entirety of MPL ID season.
So you're gonna be rich, ladies and gentlemen, in that late game. So yeah,
Amen.
you better also follow in Eterna's footsteps.
All right, cool.
Inspiring.
I also kind of want to follow in the footsteps of Onyx because they were
thank
able
you.
to win MPL Invitational.
Thank you.
And of course, what?
Thank you. I'm like, what? Why?
You know, he hallucinates so much that he thinks he is Onyx.
Oh, Onyx not
It's
a
like
team,
a
man.
fan to like the extreme level.
I see.
A fan to extreme
Onyx
level.
not a
And you know,
team.
maybe
Onyx
one day you can
Onyx
play
is-
with Onyx. One day, right?
How?
You
Tell
go
me
to
how.
MICC, right? The first MLBB Indonesia Community Cup that is open for registration from September 15 to October 27th. So you guys still have some time, and you might ask us, why? Why join MICC? Why?
Why?
Can you guys answer why they should enter an MICC?
Chance to play in MDL 2 slots, and if you want to see M5 live in PH, there's also a chance. The winner of MICC will also get the chance to go to M5 final in the Philippines.
Don't forget the cash rewards, man.
Oh my god.
The cash rewards of
QR code.
210 million IDR.
That's massive.
That's like more money than I could ever imagine having.
It's life-changing.
200.
Life-changing.
Mil.
That's fair to say. Well, what's going to be life-changing as well is who actually comes out on top in the final game right here, guys. Tensions are high. Let's see what the coaches can bring to the table.
All right, we see Rebellion Zion back in the first spot here, first pick, and Geek. So we're swapping back to game number 1 here for the
Let's
drafting
see.
phase of game number 3. Fredrin going to be taken out. Already a same band that we see earlier on. And the question is, are there going to be adjustments here for Audi TZ?
I hope. I think they should prio Audi 0 now in the maybe perhaps first pick. But again, Geek Fam, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The hero that caused them the game in game 1, Franco, banned out straight away.
Here's a big issue with Geek Fam here, or for Geek Fam, is the fact that if they ban all 3 heroes, let's say Kaja, Franco, and let's say Edith.
Okay.
Right? Well, then that leaves the Angela open. But if they ban the Angela, like in game number 2, now the Edith is open, and that Edith can be put in both the EXP lane and the Roamer. I think that's something that Rebellion will take advantage of, because there's no way they don't.
Maybe don't ban both.
Oh, it's the trade.
The trade.
The trade. Let's see
Go for the trade.
Let's see what will Geek Fam go
Trade.
with, right? Rebellion Zion. With this, right? I mean,
Last time it was a Fanny ban.
Fanny. Yeah, exactly.
Right? Fanny was left open in the second game, but nobody picked it up. So does it warrant another Fanny ban? And the answer, no, it doesn't. Let's
Oh
go
my
for
God.
something completely different. Let's go for a Rafaela ban instead.
I mean, the presence of the Rafaela is partially why the Yve wasn't really that impactful in game number 2. It's been the signature after patch hero for Beloyski, so I think it's a solid bet, betting it away. But we'll see, man. What kind of composition do they want to try and get this time? I think with the Edith open, there's no way Rebellion doesn't like take it, right?
Angela, maybe, but no, it's gonna be the Edith here. Yeah, I think it's too expensive. So yeah, I think Angela now can be denied if Geek Fam wants to deny the Audi 0.
Yeah, it's not so much expensive, honestly, but more a requirement at this point for Rebellion Zion, right? Audi TZ, if he's given a hero like Angela, I think it's a little bit too passive for his playstyle. It shakes the entire core and identity of Rebellion Zion in terms of that pickoff. So They don't offer Angela first pick. They leave it open. They prioritize the Edith over it for Audi. And Geek, seeing at that being a loophole, they go for the Baxia and the Angela combo.
Man, that is a very tough combo to deal with. I thought that they were gonna maybe go for the Irithel Angela combo immediately, but maybe that's a bit too dangerous to reveal your gold laner so early. Rebellion though, I think they will be taking it, and along with that, some Martis. So a bit similar to game number 1, but without an Angela. Now, what are they gonna try and do if they want to try and use the Edith, well, the Irithel and the Martis combo?
Let's see though, right? I mean, with the Martis, again, ladies and gentlemen, the hero that has killing pressure after hitting level 4. So they should exploit that fact. Geek Fam here, they need to play it more safely though. Angela mid or roam is the question. A boy doesn't really play the support, so I feel like it's 80% falls to the hands of Beloy.
Is it Beloyski's style? Angela?
I mean, he plays it in Tantric as a support, so...
He wants to be a bit more aggressive though. Now with a Bruno in the picture as well. It's looking quite difficult in the gold lane right there, especially if the Angela meddles in that lane. So I think Rebellion, they're still going to try and attempt to get something aggressive. And they still have this flex potential, right? Is the Edith in the roaming position or in the EXP? What will Coach Erpang decide to ban here?
Coach Erpang, what will they...
Terizla's open, by the way, so both teams still haven't banned it out.
What about the Esmeralda here? Do you think it can work for the side of Rebellion? But no, yeah, you're right. Terizla here just should be the prio ban. Rebellion Zion, what do they need? They need crowd control, I feel like. Sure, they have Edith, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
What did they use last time? They had Franco, right?
Yep. They had they had the Franco, they have basically the Franco and Angela. So with the Franco and Angela not available, I do wonder. I feel like it's still going to be the same things we were talking about earlier, Eterna. The tankiness, the damage, the crowd control, something of that nature. And looking at the situation for Rebellion, they have a lot of damage already. I think crowd control and tankiness is something they can try and... Or crowd control and range is something they can try and use to try and get an advantage here.
What about Valentina? Right, both mid laners have technically not been picked up, depending on where this Angela goes, but they go for the Paquito ban, which means that Rebellion Zion, they're still free to pick up something like the Lapu Lapu if they want for crowd control.
Lapu Lapu. Rebellion can make use of that as well, showing that the flex is going to go to the roaming position. If they want to go for something a bit more high impact, I was going to say the Paquito to maybe try and tear the composition of Geek Fam apart, because their team fighting has been so solid so far. Without a Paquito though, there are quite limited options here for heroes that can just be so impactful solo in the lane and also in the big team fight.
Khalid then.
I think we are going to see a Khalid game here.
Oh, Valen, there you go.
Valentina, as you called it earlier, if not banned out, it most likely fall to the hands of Geek. With Valentina out of the picture though, what is left? Lilia? Eve? I don't mind Lilia here being picked up from side of Geek Fam.
Lilia for Geek Fam.
Yeah.
A bit too short range though, it's so vulnerable, but maybe with the healing, maybe with the frontliner being a Baxia, it's possible. The Yve though is available. Without a Rafaela, that pick just becomes so much more useful. Might be what Rebellion will be attempting to go for. So will Geek Fam try and take it before Rebellion is the main question.
I wonder if Geek Fam want to go for pickoffs instead. Right now we do see kind of team fight, right?
Kind
Do they go for something like Kadira to ensure that pickoff? But no, they go for Xborg instead here for that side lane. Rebellion Zion, what do they pick up here? What's good against the Xborg?
Oh, turns out they're going to go for the Novaria.
Okay.
I was going to say it can still be flexed, but come on, at this point, that's a bit extreme. Having Novaria, I believe he would go for a build with the Glowing Wand to try and deal with these frontliners, provide crowd control. Because with an Angela, Xborg, and Baxia, it's going to be very difficult to get a decisive pickoff in the middle of a fight. So, along with the Novaria, I assume crowd control is literally critical here to the success of this composition.
You know what? I think EXP Edith, Novaria Rome, Lunox here is a It's a risky pick, but going up against Baksha and Export, it's a possibility. But no, it's gonna be the Valier here picked up. So Rebellion Zion here, they're trying to deny the front to back that Geek Fam is trying to execute.
You were close.
Dude, I was about to say Valier, like literally. Because I was thinking like, okay, Xbrook and Boxia, against a Valier, they're pretty stuck in the front. They can't really bypass the wall, the fireballs as well. Although, if Geek Fam have an advantage and they flank around, that's where it's going to be difficult for Rebellion. So, this Valier pick it's a hit or miss, I think. It's going to be very good or very bad.
So now Geek Fam, they need to look for range. How do they counter this Valier? They need to choose someone with range in the mid lane. Farsa, Yves.
Oh.
All right, Gord.
Has more mobility in a sense, right? But then again,
what has more mobility?
I think
Gord has zero mobility.
But throwing his skills, it doesn't have to be mobile, right? I mean, he can walk around and then just clear the waves and rotate around. In that sense,
I think it's risky. When I was thinking about range, I was thinking more to Farsa, honestly.
Maybe they're concerned that the Farsa doesn't really have synergy, right? The Gord, not real synergy, but you have a wave clear advantage in the mid lane, and the Mystic Projectile can really help with Geek Fam, and the fact that they have a Angela in the roaming spot, I believe. So with Beloyski unable to engage, now it's going to be on the back of Nile and a boy to land those, well, stuns technically, to try and get pickoffs. Because Baxia's stun, I believe, was buffed, right? It lasts for a full half second longer. We have to see if that's even enough, though, to deal with Rebellion Zion and their long-distance strategy.
Two risky strategies from both of these teams, but it warrants the results that they are looking to attain. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final game of this best-of-3 series with Rebellion Zion and Geek Fam looking to win it out in a 2-1.
Let's see. Will Rebellion finds the game or will Geek Fam finds the reverse sweep? Ladies and gentlemen, this is their last game for both respective teams.
Being on the last game right here, I do wonder which lane will get priority. The mid lane, of course, will be cleared very, very fast, but afterwards, where are these teams going to go? Do they want to try and help on the gold lane? For Rebellion, I think the Irrital snowballing could be a great factor in deciding their victory. Or are they going to try and help on the EXP lane, right? If you get cars ahead, technically he also provides DPS. Looking at the emblems though, roaming is definitely in the minds of both these mid laners, right? Agility and the new emblem as well. With the mage emblem, it's all about clearing waves and being relevant in the side lane skirmishes.
Let's see. 2 minutes in rotation. Seems like very passive here from both teams, right? I mean, Rebellion Zion here and Geek Fam, they're not going for the crazy pick-off, crazy engages just yet. I mean, both junglers practically at the same level here, EXP-wise. Good stun though. Luke will be forced to use the flicker early pre-turtle. That's a huge info. Vincent now jumping in with a Moral Coil, forcing Beloyski to pop the flicker as well.
Beloyski, man, you can't let them get close like that. He's on the Angela, no longer the Rafaela. So you have a bit more spamability and healing, but at the same time, you are so vulnerable. You don't have the movement speed boost to get you out of trouble, and it's going to be a full-out fight.
Oh, Beloyski, out of all people, gets the turtle. Flicker, Mystic Gush doesn't really connect there. But it seems like with that win, Geek Fam here has a slight advantage.
How did Beloyski get the lure at the turtle? Did he just use his first skill to get it?
Gotta rewatch that. I believe it was a first skill. If it was a basic attack last hit from an Angela, that would be crazy.
Oh man, I want to look for a little bit of replay. Here, Rashi, go ahead.
It's a bit more, I don't know, it's a bit of a crazy way to steal the Lord. Look at the talent's predictions by Samsung Galaxy series though. There'll be a bit of a disconnect. But look at Chidera, already taking a lot of damage. And Geek Fam now are the ones trying so desperately to try and get the game rolling, right? Get snowballing, especially with this Baxia pick. In the late game, they have true damage from the Gord as a factor, but no one can really be comboed with the Angela the same way you do with a Martis or the Irithel. So I think it's a very good play for Rebellion to secure both these heroes that do so well with the hard guard combo.
Meanwhile, we already see a little bit of pressure coming in from Rebellion Zion to secure or deny the snowballing coming in from Chidera on the Bruno. We do see it is inhibiting just a bit, but you can see Geek Fam also prioritizing that exact same lane, looking to, in the mid lane though.
Shield Unity combined with hard guard now. Again, looking for a kill. Oh my goodness, Nile. Oh, that's a nasty kill. Vincent gets taken down in the process. That's a huge dub for the Geeks.
Martis is strong, but not as strong as 3 members just out of nowhere coming at you. So that Rainbow was able to actually crowd control for quite a bit, pushing everyone back, but so far won't be enough just yet. With more items though, that is definitely gonna change.
See here again, Geek Fam already establishing with 1,000 gold lead, and the second neutral objective is up. Let's see here, formation-wise, Rebellion Zion, they're looking to move onwards, looking for the perfect setup. Luke will be there, has the flicker, last insanity as well. Let's see, Astral Echo has been popped, spots 4 members, good onwards, on towards Luke, no Faraga armor, but the Mystic Gush from behind will chunk Cars down, go to Shield Unity, and Cars will force to use the primal route, but gets taken down in the process. Vincent now looking for the escape using the Mortal Coil as well as he escapes. Geek Fam wins that one.
They win, but they're very, very low. They have a 1-man advantage. And it doesn't seem like Rebellion Zion, despite how low the members from Geek Fam want to go for a contest. This is going to be free turtle once again to the side of Geek Fam. They're reaping in all the rewards of the early game.
Vincent on the Martis, man, not doing so well in the early game. It's a bit of a tough situation to be in. He definitely wants to be a bit more aggressive, but the backup just isn't reliable enough, at least for now. ODTZ though, on the Novaria, you have to remember that there's going to be 2 mages in the hands of Rebellion Zion. So against 2 fighters, it's going to be very difficult for Geek Fam to get close later on.
Oh, that was so lucky. That was so lucky for Chidera, right? Rebellion Zion, they're looking for anything to trade across the board. They're looking on put some pressure onto Chidera in the top lane, but they were able to sniff out that movement, flicker out in the best possible time, and Rebellion Zion gets denied that opportunity to go in for a trade, looking for compensation, and that's a rotation, entire rotation wasted.
I mean, Chidera is just so good when he's playing from behind. And on the other hand, Cars though, on this Edith, early in the fight he was taking a lot of damage. I think he ulted a bit too late, but look at Highs now being jumped on.
Oh my god, a Shield Unity and a Hard Guard, that's a nasty combo, but seems like it will not be enough to take More down. A point now flickering out of the way, Mystic Gush to provide cover as well. It seems like no casualties for now. It seems like Geek Fam, they want to take the first structure here in the game. That will be the top line, tier 1, taken now.
Oh, another objective taken, secured into the pocket of Geek Fam, going to a 2,000 gold lead. If you guys want to support Geek Fam up into the playoffs, you can, because there are a lot of activities that you guys can participate in, as you can see here on your screen. But back to the game. Already some pressure coming from Boloyski in the jungle. Not necessarily an opening just yet between both of these teams, but up until this point, it seems like the map is red. Feels like Geek Fam, they're the ones having more control over how this game goes.
They also have the movement speed advantage right here, so they're moving around faster. But Rebellion, they're banking on a full 5-man team fight right here, leaving the X-Borg on the bottom side.
Hard guard, it seems like they will neglect the turtle. They will hunt More down. Last Insanity under the turret, taking 2 men in the process. Taking away Rebellion now with 3 members only. It seems like they will not be able to find compensation. Good engage, good setup by the Geeks.
You think it's a perfect way for Rebellion Zion to come back into the game, getting the turtle here. Oh, no Cars!
That's a 3-man knockup. A boy now taking heat, taken down.
Oh, no.
I'm wrong. He survives with a slither of HP. Geek Fam flicker, last Insanity. Will outplay Vincent. Good play by Luke. Take a look at Chidera. 3 hitting in the front side. Luke, though, very low. Got caught hard guard to save the day, though. He will be taken down, no problem. Alongside with Bloisky, Geek Fam, they overstayed.
Who was that worth it for? That was so back and forth.
throughout the whole engagement, I think the turtle was taken by Rebellion. They lost the turret on the top side, taken by Chidera, and they traded some kills. Overall, I think the gold lead stays a bit even. I think it swings more towards Rebellion in a bit. And overall, still, the fact that GeekFam have the better early game and they don't really want to take this as late as possible, any kind of even trade will be worth it for Rebellion. Looking at the items right here, Ice Queen's one finish for Renbu. I think Glowing one will follow as a close second. And on the Novaria, already the Necklace of Durance. So trying to lower the healing and the regeneration, but Nile is just ruthless, man.
My goodness. Oh! Guys, a more now caught, no spell! And the Mystic Gush will secure the kill. Chidera will find cards as well. Last Insanity now popped by Luke under the turret bundle. Nowhere to go as GeekFam finds another trade in the bottom lane.
In game number 1, Luke was struggling on the Terizla, but here in game number 3, with the X-Borg, he's been just getting the perfect pickoffs coming through in these team fights, looking for flanks, looking for that final say in the kills, and he has been doing super well. 3-1-2 on the X-Borg. It's been suiting him so far.
Rebellion just clumping up a bit too much, letting a boy get huge potential out of this gourd. Usually the gourd is a bit more difficult to manage because you can't really output your damage as reliably to multiple members. But with everyone being so aggressive, with Luke, Nile, and Beloyski technically all corralling Rebellion into one single spot, it's giving a boy's pick here so much more value. Looking at the player's gold, Vincent is actually the highest one on the side of Rebellion. Chidera, as always, even though he's pressured, he's always on top in that gold chart.
He's always so good, right? You leave him alone for just a second and suddenly he's number 1 on the player's gold by UBS Gold here. And you can expect that his damage is going to come through in these team fights. I mean, right now, look at the pick-off, the range coming through for GeekFam. Just really denying, zoning Rebellion Zion away from defending anything that they have. As GeekFam, with that Lord marching down on the top side, they're definitely going to look for more.
It's a bit of a flashback to the previous games. Now Rebellion have an absolute great composition to try and defend in the base. But can GeekFam force some kind of play here as Heist gets chunked down?
Oh my god, good Mystic Gush. Take a look at the shield unit, he cancelled out under the turret, no problem. But it will mean that GeekFam here will take all the tier 2s. Base turret top lane will be the target. Luke stunned, Flats Insanity. They want to re-engage, they want to zone, and base turret number 1 falls here. Will they look for more? It seems like from the rotations, GeekFam, they're already satisfied.
That was a Mystic Gush with absolutely no setup. So imagine the damage that can be dealt if there was setup. But the question is, who can set up? GeekFam CC is limited only to a boy, you would say, Beloyski in a way, and perhaps maybe Nile. But other than that, they don't really have much of a hard crowd control source in their composition. Do you think that will weaken them as we get to the later stage of the game?
Oh, definitely. Right now, they're just relying on knowing what needs to be, what objectives they can force, right? The base turret, of course, it's great if they get it, but the fact that they are pushing all together towards the base turret essentially forces Rebellion Zion to bring their members up in front there. So they're trying to use decision-making to make sure that the Rebellion Zion are where they want to be. As the game goes later into the game, there's going to be less of those chances. Maybe the Lord becomes the main one that comes to mind. But aside from that, Rebellion Zion will have a lot more info with the Novaria, and maybe Cars and Vincent will be tanky enough to at least not get completely one-shot within a short engagement.
I see your point. I see your point, Eterna. No minimal crowd control. But the amount of slows that in the composition of GeekFam, massive, right? You got X-Borg who built already the Ice Queen 1. You got a boy who also already established that Ice Queen 1. And I believe Beloyski is on his way. No, Beloyski already has the Ice Queen 1. So yeah, crowd control? No, there's no pure lockdown crowd control. But there's slows in the composition of GeekFam Eterna.
Oh man.
Even Luke, by the way.
Even Luke?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, exactly. The X-Borg.
Yeah, the X-Borg usually goes for the Ice Queen's one. I believe he has one as well. And being an X-Borg, right, he can be so aggressive in the side lanes, and it's very hard to get any kind of value, any kind of pick-off on an X-Borg with technically 3 lives, with already the Immortal built in. They can also play with Beloyski, splitting on the other side. So macro gameplay is definitely in favor of GeekFam. Rebellion, They just have to wait for more items, man. With more items, it becomes a more of an even game. With a 9k gold lead, Geek Fam can force an engagement and might possibly end it with the next big push.
I mean, it shows, right? They were able to get that Lord uncontested whatsoever. There were moments where it looked like Vincent was going to look for a contest, but with so much slow and with so much DOT from the burn coming in from the items of Geek Fam, it didn't look like he had a choice. And now Geek Fam, they're taking every single resource away. Rebellion Zion in a very tough position. And it's going to come down to the wire. If the Blue Bulls want to make it to the playoffs, they need to be able to defend this one. They need to be able to take away this aggression coming through from Geek Fam as, once again, they look for the close.
Let's see the offense and defense. Mr. Gush now popped early last Saturday with the flicker. Will Chunk Hearts and Rambo to a low HP, which leaves space for Geek Fam to take the mid lane base turret. Rebellion, though, still holding on here as their base is still under attack. But it seems like they will be satisfied here with just one base turret standing. Geek Fam, though, will not stand idly by. They're looking for the push. Mystic Gush popped, canceled instantly. It seems like, yeah, with that resource out of the board, Geek Fam will not look for more.
All things considered, man, with the Lord, losing a single base turret is good enough for Rebellion. I think they will be very happy with that result. Geek Fam, though, are trying to brute force one more, but they have to be careful. Like we said, Rebellion and Zion have a lot more chance here.
Wojski and Luke now with the Lance Insanity will try to break the formation. Rambu low, base turret falls, but the Mystic Gush will zone members of Rebellion Zion. No casualties up to this point, and it seems like Geek Fam, they understand. They hit their agenda, their goal, their task is done. They back off.
Man, that was just like the perfect scenario. Beloyski goes in with Luke, looks for some initial damage onto the backline members, and even if Rebellion Zion don't have anyone falling behind, and if they even if they want to look for a re-engage, that Mystic Gush goes in for the zoning. I think that's beautiful. Nobody gets taken down, and Geek Fam still with a 10k gold lead, still being able to get a lot more objectives on the board, and Rebellion Zion still, they're balled. No inhibitor turrets whatsoever. No safety net.
Not at all. It's definitely a dangerous situation for Rebellion, and they just require damage. Because at this point, whenever they try and hit back, Geek Fam are tankier. They have more damage as well. Technically, they have an advantage in crowd control as well. So there's a lot of things that Rebellion Zion can really try. They really have a clear advantage in. So gold is what they require, and Geek Fam are just not giving any shutdowns at all, playing this macro game so well. Signature style of Geek Fam.
And remember, when we're talking about macro, that's when Rebellion Zion are sitting at a big disadvantage because of their lack of inhibitor turrets, and it turns out they don't even need to utilize that advantage. Rebellion Zion made no efforts whatsoever to go and contest that Lord take. Geek Fam sitting yet again with another free Lord.
Rebellion, they might have to do something crazy right here. Maybe in the middle of a fight, send someone to just flank around and disrupt a boy. They have to try and do something, because if they just play it out like this, we've seen how this turns out. They don't come out on top in this situation.
Geek 5-man offense +1. Chidera now with the help of Hardguard here with the shield. Seems like Luke, though, with the last Insanity will pop cars down. It seems like the base exposed low, but Rebellion Zion, somehow, some way, they're holding on. The Blue Bulls looking for the play of the defense here in that mid lane wave, trying to hold it off. Take a look at the damage. Vincent receiving a lot of damage. And Rendo from the whirly will be taken out, and with the Mystic Gush, it ends Rebellion's Zion's dream. Geek Fam with a 2-1 reverse sweep.
Hear ye, welcome possibly a new era as we bear witness to Geek Fam slowly creeping onto Rexaragam Kaon to make it into the upper brackets. Remember MPLI, it was Onyx and Geek Fam all the way to the grand finals. There is another possibility we might see something similar of that sort. Geek Fam, the first time in forever, a chance for an upper bracket slot in the playoffs.
That's crazy. The fact that there could be history in the making as it unfolds right before our eyes, man. Geek Fam proving everyone wrong, giving Rebellion a run for their money. Rebellion will be forced to still fight for their survival in the season, and Geek Fam gets one step closer to just subverting everyone's expectations.
Again, a very consistent Geek Fam. Rebellion Zion, unfortunately, wasn't able to crack and secure the clean sweep earlier on and even game 3.
But remember, ladies and gentlemen, these are the last games for both of these teams, which means if Rebellion Zion still want to make it to the playoffs, they need to pray. They need to get on their knees and pray that the teams above them don't secure more wins. And the stakes are higher than ever. Imagine your tournament life, the effort, the journey that you have undergone, overcome throughout 8 seasons. You don't even have a say in the final outcome, whether or not you get to reap the rewards. Rebellion Zion needs to pray for a miracle. They need to pray for the demise of the other teams for them to make it to the playoffs. So we'll see what happens tomorrow for Rebellion Zion, but for Geek, they're a step closer to the upper brackets. And now, let's talk to them. Let's talk to the victors of this best of 3. Let's talk to Geek Fam.
Geek Fam, mereka memperpanjang nyawa mereka untuk naik ke upper bracket. Semakin besar chance mereka. Inilah dia Geek Fam. Menang dengan 2-1 ngelawan tim Rebellion. Di leg 1 2-0, leg kedua kayak menangin dengan 2-1 dan kayaknya tuh nge-hype banget tadi Nael. Ketika menang ini, apakah karena last match atau ada apa Nael?
Tadi sih kita rencana mau ngasih mereka playoff. Cuman kata Aboy, kata Aboy gak usah say.
Gak usah?
Gak usah.
Gak usah.
Gue takut dia jadi bacotin idol-idol gue lagi nanti.
Wow. Siapa idol Nael? Siapa?
Banyak lah, ada Rek. Terus kalau dia menang playoff juga kan bisa bahaya juga sih.
Oh kalian gak mau kena ya?
Gak mau.
Oh jadi lebih untuk memproteksi diri sendiri ya untuk Geek Fam dari Nael sendiri. Tapi menarik banget, ini match penutupan juga makin ganas kayaknya. Tadi Aboy yang katanya jangan kasih gitu ya Boy ya? Kenapa Boy, kamu gak mau kasih?
Enggak, aku gak ngomong gitu.
Yang penting kasih yang terbaik ya Boy ya?
Ya, ngasih yang terbaik aja.
Namun Boy, berganti dengan mid lane yang mungkin gak diharapkan Aboy. Aboy ngiranya bakal Swilo atau Rainbow yang bermain untuk minggu ini?
Swilo.
Dan ada Rainbow di sini, apakah membuat dari kamu kaget gitu, waduh gameplaynya beda nih?
Enggak, sama aja.
Sama aja, aman aja. Tapi kalian dua tim yang sudah menggunakan hero atau meta healer-healer, meta support juga kalian mainkan. Kalian udah pede gak sih atau menjadi satu tim yang mungkin bisa dibilang beradaptasi dengan meta, beradaptasi dengan patch. Kalian merasa menjadi tim yang sudah bisa untuk mengadaptasi new patch, new meta. So, do you feel that your team is ready and prepared to in this new patch?
Yeah, because before I already want to play healer. Karena aku gak ada mekanik.
Gak baloy, kamu main apa aja jago. Tapi other teams also did that, and Rebellion Zion also did that. But what is the difference between Geek Fam and Rebellion Zion? You guys?
Difference because before I play with Venus in season 4, right? So I know how team fight works using healer. Terus when I'm together with Onyx Piha juga season 8, I also use healer, so I know. So it's like it's not new to me, healer.
Oh, so for them probably it's kind of new for Rebellion Zion. Wow, memang dari Geek Fam sendiri, Baloy dari zaman dulu, emang hero gacoannya ya hero-hero healer juga dari zaman dulu. Dan sekarang kembali lagi di buff hero heal, makin happy lagi untuk tim Geek Fam sehingga Baloy udah tahu seluk-beluknya gimana tim fight-nya. Dan itulah dia dari 3 game yang berlangsung. Namun player of the match untuk tim Geek Fam. Kira-kira siapa Geek Fam Unity? Siapa orang ganteng? Baloy? Bukan. Salah. Banyak banget nama yang keluar juga. Mari kita cek bersama-sama player of the match dari tim Geek Fam. This is a boy, gitu nggak?
Ya gitu.
Gitu. This is a boy. Boy, ini adalah match penutupan untuk tim Geek Fam. Gimana kamu ngeliat performamu sepanjang season ini dan juga Geek Fam?
Ya konsisten sih harusnya.
Konsisten. Sudah cukup puas dengan performa Aboy kah?
Belum, masih butuh improve lagi.
Apa yang paling mungkin Aboy sesali? Aduh, harusnya aku mungkin lebih banyak hero misal atau pelatihannya sehari 30 jam atau apa. Ada yang kamu sesali dari season ini yang belum, mungkin bukan sesali, yang belum kamu lakukan pada saat regular season?
Sering-sering ke gultik lagi aja.
Lebih sering, lebih solid?
Sering-sering, setiap hari.
Setiap hari? Hati ya, gula darah. Oke, kalau dari ini Look juga tadi bisa bikin
Look mau ngomong, Bude.
Iya, Look gaya dulu dong. Kotak, pipi.
Apa itu, Bude?
Apa itu, Look? Kasih tahu dong, Look. Gaya apa tadi? Ceria banget kalian, apalagi Baloy.
Nggak tahu itu Baloy.
Look, bukan kamu?
Bukan.
Bukan. Tapi Look, apa yang paling hal menyenangkan mungkin untuk season ini ya, buat Look sendiri sepanjang regular season ini, Look?
Apa?
Momen apa yang paling menyenangkan untuk Look yang paling berkesan mungkin?
Momen ngalahin RBL dong.
Barusan dong?
Iya.
Kenapa RBL, bahkan kalian tuh ngalahin tim RRQ, ngalahin tim papan atas juga. Kenapa RBL nih yang baru aja kalian lakuin?
Soalnya Audi ngeri.
Ngeri? Look ngeri sama Audi? Apa yang paling ngeri dari Audi? Franco-nya?
Minotaurnya tadi kan ulti ya.
Oh. Ngeri ya? Memang ngeri sih. Semuanya ngeri ya. Tapi kamu juga penalty zone. Gimana kamu mungkin sebagai EXP lane? Seorang Look. Kayak nyari momen, membaca permainan musuh. Gimana dari Look?
Apa?
Gimana caramu untuk perform? Bikin momentum, ngebaca gerakan musuh juga.
Main aja sih. Tahu.
Main aja sih.
Ya, main aja.
Tapi apakah di season ini Look makin ganas karena ada support system? Mana nih support systemnya hari ini?
Gak ada.
Kenapa? Gara-gara kemarin dia diajak ngobrol?
Ya MPL emang boleh se-spill itu.
Orang juga udah pada tahu Look.
Belum tahu padahal.
Masa?
Ya, di-spill MPL.
Oh gitu ya? Akhirnya, tapi apa sih support system terbesar untuk Geek Fam? Gak cuma untuk Look, untuk Geek Fam.
Geek Community dong.
Oh.
Mahal.
Mahal. Kalau dari Cadera sendiri, ini kemarin Marky yang bermain, sekarang Cadera yang main. Kalian mau nunjukin kalau 2 gold laner dari Geek Fam bisa perform semua.
Iya, pokoknya jangan underestimate setiap player yang ada di Geek lah.
Oke, kalian akan masuk ke babak playoff nih. Baloy sendiri, apa yang kamu nantikan untuk babak playoff?
Apa?
What do you expect on the playoff? What are you waiting for the playoff?
Semoga M5.
Semoga M5 untuk kalian sendiri. Apakah ada tim yang pengen banget kalian ketemuin saat playoff? Is there any teams that you want to do the rematch on the playoff?
First match atau final?
Oh, menarik ya.
Enggak. I'm not.
Name a team that you want to face in the playoff. Are you excited?
EVOS.
EVOS? And you want EVOS to go to the playoff?
Because last season, kita udah menang 2-0 kan lawan mereka. Terus kita ngambang.
Jadi teringat masa lalu playoff ya. Dan menariknya, nyawa kalian di upper bracket sebenarnya tergantung dari match besok, yaitu RRQ dan juga Dewa. Right? And do you have anything to spill to Dewa United? Because you beat RRQ 2 times in this regular season.
Makan gultik gak sih malam nanti?
Tipsnya itu. That's the tips.
Yeah.
Oke. Nanti pada OTW semua ya. Anyone ada yang mau say something? Karena ini adalah penutupan kalian untuk regular season.
For Geek Community, makasih banget. Terus kita perform because you guys are there supporting us. I hope to see you in playoffs. Love you all.
Love you all and see you playoff. Can you say see you playoff?
See you at playoffs, Geek Community.
See you at playoff Geek Community. Tapi apakah mereka akan berperingkat atau tidak? Tapi beri tepuk tangan. See you playoff Geek Fam. Langsung saja kita bedah bagaimana game mereka untuk para caster dan juga analis. Please.
Kita menang.
Wow.
Wow.
Just wow.
Amazing interview.
Dude, that interview spilled a lot of things, right? So Beloyski opened up old wounds, saying that the team that they want to see most in the playoffs is EVOS, so they hope that EVOS makes it to the playoffs, and the reason why is because EVOS was a team that knocked them out last season in playoffs, and then we saw a little bit of heat between particular teams from Geek Fam and Audi TZ. Not really sure what it was. Maybe it's because of
Luke.
taunting.
I think that's Luke, just being Luke, man.
Is it not because Audi was very taunty?
Vocal.
Vocal,
I guess,
maybe?
I guess.
Maybe.
Take it personal, man.
Maybe.
Yeah, bro. I like
Week
it.
8.
Because like in the beginning of the week, we were like, we want more drama. What's going on? And now we're finally getting it. Not really sure how I feel about it, but I do believe and feel that this guy deserved it. A boy, player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G, 308. He wasn't taken down once on a gourd. Again with that high KP, 100% again.
Game 2, he was 100. Game 3, he was 100.
I think he's 100 as a person, as a player.
Well, in a front-to-back situation, the gourd almost always comes out on top, man, because of the true damage and the AoE, right? Usually in a fight, maybe you can burst one guy down, but with a gourd, you can burst the whole team down if your team coordinates good enough. Look at his items, man. All the ones with a Divine Glaive for addition, and then the Enchanted Talisman. All that with the Mage Emblem just gives him so much cooldown reduction, and of course a lot of damage. And even if he's pressured away, right? Even if the Mystic Gush doesn't get channeled the full duration, the puddle he leaves in the middle of a team fight, it gives utility, it gives damage. I think it's just, I don't know, a very solid hero. I used to play Gord a lot as well. The only real vulnerability is if you get Dovon, right? You can't even use the Mystic Projectile, the first skill, to reliably self-peel. That's one of the only downsides of playing the Gord. But against Rebellion in game number 3, when they're just banking on a full front to back, that's where the Gord really, really shines. So that was a very intelligent pick, once again, from Coach Airpang. And it's supported by how deep the hero pool is. And it's not just like, oh, I can play it sort of. Look at a boy, man. He's been playing it so well.
Naisu must be so happy.
Seeing Gord post-patch.
Yeah.
Very, very popular now. It's even in the ranked games, we see a lot of Gords being played out.
He must be so happy, top global Gord himself, and it's finally coming to life here in the current patch.
It's just unfortunate for Rebellion, man. They tried everything. Tried to counter-engage, they tried to go for pickoffs, but overall, almost nothing was working in their favor. And eventually, even at the base defense, right, Geekfam just found a way to make the fight really shift in their favor. We thought they're gonna match the DPS with DPS. They say like, okay, we don't need DPS, right? We'll get a healthy amount of DPS, and then we're gonna get a lot of ability-based burst damage. Last Insanity, the Worldy from Chadera even, here I think takes out Renbu as well. So all their spells are pretty much use and get a lot of value immediately. Whereas for Rebellion, Cars needs to try and get in range, keep hitting after the I'm blanking out on the Edith Ultimate.
Primal Wrath.
The Primal Wrath. I keep forgetting that. But yes, he needs to stay in range, keep keep using mechanical plays. Same thing for Vincent, right? As well as Renbu and Novaria. But everyone else for the side of Geek Fam is just like, okay, let's go in, use all our things, and even if we don't get full value, we already get massive value regardless.
Massive V.
Not a massive V in this situation though. Valier
Valier
was not my cup of tea, honestly, even from the drafts.
Which is very contrasting, right? Valier last pick from Zeta Rebellion, technically. But the last pick from the side of GeekFam was
Gord.
Gord, the X Factor. 100% KP.
Yeah, you said that Valier is very hit and miss. It missed, man.
Oh, it missed hard this game. And you can see the value sort of, right? In the early game, when GeekFam were trying to get some kind of like aggressive collisions with the Boxia, the Valier was a bit of an annoyance. But after a while, after everyone else eventually do fall one by one, and then they're behind on gold, then the Valier is no longer relevant. And you can make an argument that maybe picking up the Gord over the Valier, right? Having a Gord mid instead of a Valier mid might work instead, but if they do that, there's not enough crowd control to keep the rest of GeekFam from jumping on you. So the draft, again, from Coach Airpang is so multi-dimensional. It's always impressive to witness.
And we'll see what's impressive as well from the side of GeekFam. Chidera, again, just always constantly reliable. Sure, he didn't get any POTGs this time, nor the POTM, but he was performing the way that we expected him to perform. Despite being in a losing lane, he's still able to catch up, have the impact that he was meant to have. Everyone else kind of just stepped up, and so he was outshined, but it didn't mean that he wasn't one of the players to watch from GeekFam.
I mean, for sure. I mean, Chidera, if you describe Chidera, never has been a liability for GeekFam, right? And again, Rebellion Zion getting only 2 kills here throughout the game. 17 minutes of playtime. That shows the dominance of GeekFam in that game.
And they have to call to attention as well the lack of synergy from Rebellion. We saw it a bit in game number 2, but in game number 3, it's a bit of the same situation, right? You're in an early game fight, level 4, with 2 mages.
2.
How do you not come out on top there? No, I mean, like, there's a lot more damage in a mage in the early game, but it seems like when Rebellion are fighting, they just don't go in together. The timing just is a bit off. And maybe it's because Sway Low is what they're used to, and now it's Renbu. There could be a multitude of reasons. But against GeekFam, those small weaknesses just become gaping holes that they take advantage of.
It was unfortunate. Definitely unfortunate that Captain Suelo wasn't present here at MPL ID for their last game of the season. You know, there is a possibility that they don't even make it to playoffs, and Suelo's like,
wow.
Imagine being Suelo, right? Not even being able to close it out. Might not even see playoffs, but we'll hope for the best for all these teams, because I hope the best for you, you know, in your life. And I hope that you guys get the best value out of life. And to do that, you guys need to check out Blee. Why? Because for every purchase of in-game vouchers and top-ups, you guys can receive a 10% cash back. All you need to do is scan the QR code down below for more information. Imagine that. 10% cash back. I love cashbacks.
Who doesn't, man? It's just easy value. It's cash back.
Back.
It's
not
in the name.
Two. Cash two.
Scan the QR codes as well.
Right here.
Done. Easy. Right here.
Done.
Convenience
Done.
here.
Done. And what else can you do on Blee? Eterna, Gani, and Arashi? You can buy tickets, man.
Early bird tickets.
Early bird
mind you.
tickets, which means it's cheaper.
And more accessible. You do not want to be that guy, you know, nearing the start of playoffs going like, oh man, this is looking more interesting. I want to get some tickets and everything's sold out. Dude, that's awful. Like, don't miss out like that. That's the worst, man.
Truly is.
Just under 69K, you are able to grab a ticket for playoffs to see all the top 6 teams in ID this season battle it out. Head to head, no bars.
Wait, what did you say? 69? It's 68, bro.
Under 69K.
It says starting from 68.
Starting from 68.
So it's...
But 68 is a number below 69, correct?
I guess.
I don't really get that logic.
But
anyway.
Point is, it's affordable.
It's affordable. It's affordable, and you guys can do so much when you get there, right?
Yes.
Playoffs is in 2 weeks, and you guys can prep because there's so many fun activities. You get a free watch party. There's a fun match. There are a lot of merchandise booths, which I personally, I drown in them. I just buy so much merch. There are talk shows available. There's even cosplay crosswalks. There's meet and greets to meet Arashi. You can meet Lemon. You can meet so many other idols that you may have. Community activities. So you guys don't want to miss out, because we are all going to be there and we're excited to see you there. So during this short break, please do check those tickets out, because they are selling out like hotcakes. If Mirko was here, that's what he always says. I don't know what his thing is with hotcakes, but it's something that he always says. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break before we go into the next match of the day. It's going to be Alter Ego and Aura Fire, the last matches for both of these teams once again, to see who and if Alter Ego will make it to the playoffs.
Ooh, stay tuned, folks. That's
We'll
all I
see
can
you
say.
after the break.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau ramah. Walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLBB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss, we won't.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking game away.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal wiped out. Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca. Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Aku ya, kalau menurut aku, kalau di awal week itu kan AE kan sempet kalah lost streak gitu kan. Tapi menurut aku itu sebenarnya kayak itu tuh aku baca katanya kayak kan netizen kan kayak banyak yang minta AE rombak roster ya, rombak roster. Dan dari AE juga kayaknya sih dari pengamatan aku ya, dari penglihatan aku mereka udah coba dengan datengin romer baru. Nah, tapi mungkin kayak apa dari mungkin chemistry atau mungkin apa, mungkin ternyata oh kurang cocok nih gitu kan. Terus misal abis itu balik ke roster yang awal gitu. Nah, tapi menurut aku kalau dibilang performa Celi Boy turun, ya mungkin sempet tuh awal dibilang kayak retrinya nggak ini, retrinya bla, cuman sepenglihatan aku makin lama makin inti, kayak kelihatan tim yang sekarang udah lumayan ada chemistry-nya gitu. Cuman ya namanya balik lagi ya, namanya pro player ya pasti ada bad play dan ada good play-nya juga ya. Jadi kita kayak nggak bisa ngejudge dari luarnya aja kayaknya. Cuman aku yakin pasti di belakang timnya gitu pasti ada diskusi lain sih. Jadi ya itu menurut aku gitu. Sok bijak banget aku. Bukan
Aku pengen nyenggol Bang Pia rasanya lucu.
Nyenggol apa tuh? Semoga kalau boleh tahu.
Apa? Tadi kan Pia kan tadi Pia ada bilang mau apa masalah rumor baru. Kayaknya kan cocok gitu rumor barunya, maksudnya Bang Pior.
Oh, aku sebenarnya kayak nggak terlalu ngamatin banget. Aku ngeliatinnya Onyx doang sih, soalnya kayak maksudnya buat tahu kan Onyx menang gak hari ini, Onyx kalah gak ini. Aku merhatiinnya Onyx doang. Cuman ya dari penglihatan aku kayak misal nih kan awal-awal tuh ya kayak pada bilang rombak roster. Nah datanglah romer baru kan. Terus kayak mungkin kayak setelah dicoba, maksudnya bukan salah romer barunya juga, maksudnya ternyata kurang cocok nih, kurang cocok ya udah pas dibalikin ya mungkin mereka sekarang menemukan chemistry-nya. Jadi ya udah menurut aku kayak gitu. Oke. Kayak gitu.
Tentang top 3 klasemen dan low 3 klasemen. Baiklah. Gimana Bang Pior? Menurut Bang Pior, top 3
kalau
dan low
3 Onyx, RRQ, AE, top Algik, Onyx, Algik, terus bukan Gik, tahu merah, Onyx, RRQ, Gik, terus kalau yang
jangan salting Bang Pior.
Mau Pior ya.
Maaf. Terus
gak apa-apa.
Terus kalian top bawah sesuai urutan sekarang kayaknya deh
AE, Evo sama Aura. Oke, tapi bukannya AE top 3.
Itu tadi salah.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we
Tapi gak ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali ini.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah, karena menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya besi. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sih. Sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan aku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin kalau Yus setuju banget nih. Kalau Yus kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya, tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang, ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orangnya itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu. Kedua, kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti. Kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka. Makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward.
Edward,
satu, terus Benny Cutie, satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu. Ya kan? Siapa tahu. V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer kayak Yawi. Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener, P-Wise, karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku, karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai apa ya, role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu, Godland-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda, dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi, karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita, sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau udah aman gini, sebentar kita bakal masuk ke line of down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan lead over dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Rico, kepencet anjir. Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman Dok.
Kepencet guys, sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget, kenapa dah?
Nggak boleh
Kenapa
dari
nih, rame banget.
Sekarang ya, pada sekarang gak lawannya. Tumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita dong sama seorang Rico. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill Diki. Waduh, ternyata Ombawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Itu masih hanya jebol. Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh? Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Terjuara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Ke flicker dia bang.
Keren.
5-0.
Wah, Zil berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh tim Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Tolong, katanya tolong.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The two final last performances by both of these teams. We're gonna see Alter Ego going head to head against Aura Fire for the final and last time. One last dance to see who will make it out alive. If Alter Ego will get that playoff spot or not. That's gonna fall into the hands of Aura Fire to decide. And it's getting even more intense by the second. Back on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Goni as well as Arashi. And of course, before we begin, we gotta talk about both of these teams and our sponsors, right? MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports, Blee, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube. Our official broadcast is on Maxstream, Teferi Sports, as well as video. We also want to thank our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Let's take a look at how the players are doing here from the side of Alter Ego. Already a lot of passion, already a lot of ambition. The final stand for their playoff life.
Oh, it is their final stand, especially for Aura Fire, who is, officially they will not make it to the playoffs. So this is going to be their last match in Season 12. For Alter Ego, though, a little bit of a tricky situation where if they really win this match here, they still have a chance to secure the playoff spot.
And that's crazy. It's not only about their performance, it's about everyone else as well. A win is a must. If Aura wins, they will make sure that Alter Ego can qualify for the playoffs. Oh, if Alter Ego wins, a higher chance to the playoffs, but of course it depends on the results of Bigatron, Evos, and Dewa. So, will Aura, the Flaming Dragons, take down the three-face mask with them on the way out of the playoffs? That is the main question right here. And I feel like the Alter champs, they gotta be very concerned, man. There's a lot riding on this match.
Let's see, will it happen here? Aura Fire with the mindset of, if I go down, you go down with me. Let's welcome the last time in MPL ID Season 12 stage. It's the Red Dragons, Aura Fire.
The Red Dragons make it up on the stage as the final obstacle, the final boss fight in for Alter Ego if they want to continue their tournament lives here at MPL ID Season 12. Their performance has been up and down, shaky, but at the end of the day, it was a little too much for them to handle. Their fire is out, but for Alter Ego,
this team desperately needs this win. Let's welcome the three-faced masks. Season 12, it's Alter Ego.
Desperate to make it into the playoffs, up against the very hit or miss team. Can Alter Ego do what is necessary as the captain, the last Kagi, makes a play?
confident as ever, bringing up the morale of the team as well. They need it more than ever. Do or die, Alter Ego, their final dance, their final performance here at MPL ID Season 12, and every little thing is going to count. You can feel the pressure building up for Alter Ego in particular as we welcome the brains behind the performance as well.
Cassius going up against Saint Lucas, as well as Nafari helping Cassius out, with Paul Levy still helping coach Saint Lucas. What is going to show up, man? Both teams, I think always a bit more one-dimensional, but Alter Ego, man, they have options to play around with here. They want to be so, if they want to be unpredictable, technically not as notorious as Beloyski, but the roamer definitely has a bit more flexibility. We said Rasi could be Rawi or Oh My Rasi. Which will make an appearance today?
That's a question. That flexibility is definitely something that they do have on the table. And we might even see maybe a Barats for Sally Boy, something we haven't seen for very long. But we are going to take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy A series for Aura Fire.
Bring back the unique drafts with Aura's pocket picks. At this point, you might as well, right? The meta is shifting so much. There's a lot of irregularities in the meta. The unique draft might just work and catch Alter Ego off guard. Along with that, avoid the team fights, man, and you can activate the Aran effect once more. If you can really pull away Alter Ego from each other and make this a very macro-heavy game without the chaotic team fights, there could be a more consistent way to deal with a team that is as crazy as Alter Ego.
The Aran effect.
Aran effect, AE, going up against AE as well. Aran though, this season,
That's the thing, right? Like, what happened to him this season? His debut was amazing. Nobody could stop talking about him.
1 week prime.
We saw the confidence seeping out of him. And then eventually, it felt like he didn't know who he was. He had like an identity crisis all on his own. Does he play for lanes? Does he play for
minions?
Or team fights? Right? That's something that he needs to figure out if they do hope to finally take this game. But let's take a look at the keys to victory for Alter Ego.
Unleash Oh My Ross's full potential after this patch. With the flexibility, with everyone else being aggressive, there is a place here for Rossi to just catch everyone completely off guard. He has done it before, he can do it again. And along with that, Barats is good. It's a bit of a direct translation here from a saying from Pi, I believe. It's the info we have received. If Sally Boy can pick up this Barats, it's pretty good right now. All the spells are on a shorter cooldown, I believe. So it's a lot easier for you to just build up your stacks and be an absolute menace. We've seen that all these utility fighters have been gaining a bit more ground in the current patch. We saw it in the previous match between Geek Fam and Rebellion. Now we can see it again here with Alter Ego, and the Barrage is definitely something that should be very useful in the mutual objective contest.
I understand the strength of the Barats. I do agree with what you said. One of my main concerns, however, for the Barats is his movement speed and his mobility around the map. If you want to get some ground on the neutral objectives, you definitely need to be able to roam around as fast as possible, which is why I think the Matilda or even a Rafaela, just something else to give a little bit more movement to the Barats would be very valuable. And we'll finally see Rossi back on a hero that he was known for, hence the term Oh My Rossi. It's a huge reference to Venus herself, the queen who supports herself. And we'll see whether or not Rossi can utilize it or if it's just going to be banned straight in from the drafts.
I mean, exactly right. If you are going to commit a Barats, you need to somehow support that mobility compensated with a support, right, that can gain your extra movement speed. But yeah, let's see the drafts here. Aura Fire will have the blue, banning out already the Fanny, Terizla, and as well as the Valentina. Though Alter Ego respond with a very bruiser type of bans here, right? Paquito and Frederick.
Gonna take away the flex and the signature hero of Van on the Fredrin, and also trying to take away the Paquito, potentially from the hands of Aran. Aura though, betting more towards the assassin, right? Sunny Boy can play Fanny, but I'm not sure if that's a prio ban per se. Terizla is great if they want to try and go for team fights, and the Valentina, they might be up to something with this ban.
Man, that means Matilda's open. That's what I was about to say. Matilda gonna be first pick here in for Aura Fire. Not really sure who this Matilda is going to go. Is it gonna be in the hands of Samo in the roaming position, or will it fall for Sin as a mid laner? We'll see how this goes. Still flex. But up until this point, Alter Ego, how are they going to respond to this Matilda being picked? Last time around, when Matilda was still meta, they opted for Esmeralda to try and counter it. So we'll see. Alter Ego, their first idea is to go for the Baxia and the Rafaela.
Wow, it's been a long time where we saw this supports, this, again, Matilda and Rafaela being first picked. All right, so a very interesting approach already from side of Alter Ego. But Aura Fire, okay. Pretty straightforward. They will pick up an Eritha, and as well as that Joy. Wow, that's a risky pick, I feel like. That Joy pick, make or break.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hit or miss for sure. And this draft for Aura though, it's a lot of movement speed, but it's a lot of catch from Alter Ego as well, with the speed boost per se. So the Raphael doesn't really counter the Matilda, technically, but Alter Ego now, if they really want to go for something with a bit more slows, there's nothing that Aura can do to try and deal with it. They'll pick up the gold lane earlier as well here. It's a Bruno against a Aerithel, potentially gonna be influenced by the roamers in the laning phase though.
Has to be. It has to be. So it really depends. Does Rasi want to try and elevate the jungle a little bit more with movement speed, which is kind of difficult because Baxia is already a fast rotating hero, or do they want to prioritize trying to get that snowball coming in from Bruno? Here in the second phase, we are about to enter. Alter Ego have a few options here. Aran still has not picked up a hero for himself. I wonder if that's going to be the choice of respect in the second phase for Alter Ego.
It might be, but it turns out it's the mid lane. With the Baxia in play, you need to have some good mid pressure to supplement this Baxia play, right? To try and take over the game. Especially if Sunny Boy intends to really shut down Van in the early stage, having great mid pressure is going to be critical. But for Alter Ego themselves, they haven't really secured a mid laner, so banning away a lot of these mages could come and bite them in the back after.
That, and I feel like Lilia is a natural counter towards Baxia, right? I mean, you want to engage with the Baxia, Lilia can definitely disrupt you when you want to engage front to back. So, a very good ban, but they will, I feel like their approach is not to commit to a mid lane ban here. They might, again, ban towards Aran here, the hero that can, I feel like a Lapu or even Lapu Yuzong can be the choice of ban here.
Could be possible. I don't know. I still feel if Alter Ego really want to work on this early game, they could still definitely go for a Kadira for Udil. I think that's still definitely on the table here.
Kadira is still on the board, you're right. Yeah, it's weaker. There's a bit of a nerf. And with the quad control, that can really stop the guiding wind from being that big of a issue here for the pick of potential. That is a solid potential. But see, with the... See, this is confusing to me, right? They have Rafaela, they have the slow removal, but they still ban away the Yeve. Are they planning on something a bit more valuable in the mid lane, perhaps? Not wanting to fall victim to the zoning of the real-world manipulation.
Other than that, I think it's also because they don't want to go for the contest for it, right? Clearly, Udil, I think he's a little bit more aggressive naturally as a player, as a mid laner, so he might go for something a little bit more aggressive that can facilitate that. The Kadira, Valentina is still an option for him. So those are picks that I do believe that we need to look out for. Other than that, EXP lane is something we need to also discuss. Terizla, Khalid, okay, so they're going to be picking up a Khalid here for that side lane, and that's giving Aura Fire the question. Aran, what do you want to do here? This matchup is important in particular because the last time Aran was on the stage, he mentioned that he is significantly affected by 3 different EXP laners. Boots, Cerezo, and Pai. Boots and Cerezo, technically he's already taken down in lane, despite already having a revenge story in leg number 2 for both of these players. But one player that he still has yet to overthrow is Pai, and this is definitely the chance for him to go for that story, and he goes in for the Edith. Edith against a Khalid. What are your thoughts?
I think early on, Khalid still have the stronger laning phase, the faster wave clear, and in a fight, technically when it comes to utility, the Khalid will be a lot better. So I think Pai has the edge here, but if the execution isn't clean from Alter Ego, that's where the Edith can be a big problem. Although for Aura, having a Matilda, a Joy, an Edith, and a Cho, it's a lot of pickup potential, so I expect tankiness, crowd control from the side of Alter Ego to try and stave off this aggression, but is it going to be the Kadira?
Navaria, I think, is still on the board as well. It adds range, but now they do not want to add range. Instead, they want to add sustainability. We mentioned this Rafaela Fermis combo match 1, but it seems like we will witness it firsthand in this match.
I think it's good. It's not a damage-oriented type of mid laner. It can deal damage, and sometimes we do see that those numbers get really ramped up depending on the situation, but it does allow Alter Ego to play aggressive according to their identity and giving them extra sustainability when they do go in for those crazy picks. But final thoughts here, Arashi.
I feel like Aura has a lot more advantage when it comes to proactiveness, but Alter Ego have shown that they can play aggressive and defensive, so all things considered, they have the tools available, and look at this, all purifies. 3 of them in the hands of Alter Ego. They're trying to shut down the crowd control and then outlast you. The damage is going to mainly come from the Bruno and the Khalid though, so early on, it's hard to say who actually comes out on top in a prolonged team fight.
The final tango for both of these teams. It's been 8 weeks, and it all leads up to this point. Will Alter Ego make it to the playoffs? Their fate is in Aura Fire's hands, and we'll see the outcome of match number 2, game number 1, as we come into the Land of Dawn.
My goodness, let's see what will happen. And again, it will come down to this. Alter Ego. With this composition, Arashi, do you expect this type of invades early?
Well, invades earlier is to expect it with a Boxia, but man, that was very aggressive, and Alter Ego ain't done. They're trying to make sure that Aran and Van pay the price.
Good onward. Pi still holds on towards that flicker. Bridging in middle of the fight. Alright, it's a 4v3 now. Pi flickers out of the way, a little bit too late. Gets taken out. Selly Boy will fall as well. That's not the early game you would expect from Alter Ego. Good response though from the Red Dragons here, taking the early 2 kills.
Now that was a personal kill in from Aura Fire. Aran was the one to get first blood, eliminate Pi, and that's exactly what he said that he would do. Now, before things get even more heated in the first few seconds of the game, first few minutes of the game, let's take a look at the emblems.
The Pi having a very aggressive setup here, with even the Assassin emblem, to try and make sure that he can win the 1v1, but then that skirmish earlier just devolved into a 3v3, and overall, Aura Fire just has more crowd control, more damage to play around with. Rasi on the Rafaela needs a bit more time to really extend the healing that significantly. So I think Alter Ego need to be a bit more aware. They can win in the triple roam mid lane situation, but they have to try and pick and choose where and who is involved in those fights.
I agree. I definitely think that Rafaela's value in the early game is not more to healing, but more to movement speed. So they were kind of unable to dance around the skills coming out from Aura Fire in that previous skirmish, hence being able to lose that entire thing altogether, propelling Aura Fire to almost a 1,000 gold lead. But Talent's prediction of Papulung, the lone wolf here, seeing value in the composition that Aura Fire has brought, and this is the value of it as well.
Going at it towards Aran here. Aran will be taken out. Pi finds a kill. Samo, very low. Circling Eagle, though, will not connect on towards anyone. Northern Realm triggered already. With that, Alter Ego gained enough space here to perhaps commit to this first turtle. Van, though, does not want to leave it open. Really does not get it. Selly Boy finds the first nuke.
And Pi strikes back. Again, very personal here in that EXP lane. I do expect very heated post-game interviews later on, but that was Pi being able to get a kill over to Aran and give Alter Ego the space to secure that neutral objective away from Aura Fire.
For Alter Ego, I feel like their power spikes come way earlier. Even for the gold lane, Nino with the Has clause built in is going to be a lot stronger for now against Kabuki. And with all the crowd control available at level 4, and all the utility as well, the Holy Blessing as well as the Nether Realm, I think Alter Ego will be looking to push the tempo, but it's going to be on Van to try and outmaneuver and avoid these confrontations when he isn't as strong as he could possibly be. But look at that play, man. That new Matilda ultimate is definitely something to watch out for.
Circling Eagle is just so annoying. You can use it to engage, you can use it to disengage, you can use it to fluke your enemy. There are just so many, yeah, exactly, right? So much utility, and that is why the Matilda is so strong in this latest patch. It's beautiful to see, and it's actually played as a mid laner. Sin is the one using the Matilda.
Mobility will not cross onto anyone's paths for now. Alter Ego with a 4-man rotation top side. Let's say Tebuki trying to defend and as well as clear. Oh, the baptism does not connect though. Tebuki will soak in summon damage to the backside. Nino, take a look at this. Zin in trouble. Samo will be the first one to fall alongside Zin. A good response from Alter Ego.
And that was barely a successful play for Alter Ego. Everyone was so low, but eventually that's just their style, right? High risk, absolutely high reward. Almost a turret taken out, and on the other side, Pi might be in trouble because of it.
2v1. Raging Storm was popped for defense. Turtle here is gonna be has spawned. So Alter Ego now will look for the second nuke. Good Way of Dragon, but it seems like Udil will be okay.
Definitely will here. Already circling around the next neutral objective. Barely even needs that rotation coming in from Udil. Another free turtle for Alter Ego, propelling them to 2,000 gold lead in the first 5 minutes of the game. I do believe that, I understand that turret was taken out on the bottom side, but Pi was able to buy so much time, waste rotations from Aura Fire, and they lose left and right, being out-rotated and out-macroed.
Let's take a look at the gold differences by UBS Gold though. You can see that in the mid lane, Udil is just quite significantly ahead. Aran, benefiting from the early kill, definitely is doing better. But Nino, this gold lane is where the difference is just quite contrasting, man. Almost 1,000 gold difference. If they participate in the next skirmish, there's going to be a lot of damage available for Nino on a very high power spike Bruno. And now Kabuki gets zoned away by Sunny Boy, but they are able to actually keep him out of reach.
Right now, they will commit to the bottom lane. Take a look at the reinforcement here. Zin and Aran also rotating towards the bottom lane. Samo gets stunned by the baptism and pulled as well. Nino will find the kill with the worldie. Alter Ego Esports, they're in sync.
Oh man, and Aura Fire there in shambles. Samo gets taken down. You can see already Sin quite low here. I don't think that they can defend this turret. As Aran goes in for Sally Boy.
Not just yet. Oh my goodness.
The damage,
Nino.
man.
Exactly what? 2 items here. Has Claws and Berserker. And that was the damage. Whoa. Sally Boy moves on towards Zin, who is quite low. The mid lane will be the target, and they will get it. Alter Ego Esports claims yet another structure.
Again, being out macro. Not necessarily Alter Ego playing over-aggressive for the kills, but their focus is very objective-centered. It's a different Alter Ego that we're seeing right now.
There's definitely a brute force playstyle from Alter Ego right here. They don't care if they don't really have the shock factor. They're not hiding in the jungle. All they're doing is just barreling through with 5 members, knowing that right now, until later on in the game, they can just outlast and outdamage every single member from the set of Aura Fire. That's also one of the difficulties of playing an assassin. And now Van is stuck in the tough spot in the jungle of Alter Ego.
Cheeky Van, he stole the purple, but caught in the process. Thankfully, he has an escape route there, not just to recall, and now he is already on his purple. But Nino, wow. Compensation, talk about compensation, he gets a turret.
You can even say that Aran was... No, wait, what?
Whoa. Oh, that interaction. The Way of Dragon was pulled back by Udil, and now Samo is in trouble. 1 HP, good guiding wind to cover. No casualties for now, but goodness, Alter Ego Esports, man. They're clumping up. They're doing the 4-1 rotation or formation here.
They're leaving Pride to its own devices, and he's doing a great job pressuring, man. Even though he's behind, the fact that he has more movement speed in his kit on the Khalid, as well as the escape tool, quote-unquote, with the Raging Sandstorm, makes it very difficult for Aura Fire with their limited of spammable crowd control to try and get that pick off. If they want to try and take him out, it's going to require like 3 members. And Pai will be very happy to trade his life for something more significant on the map, especially in this early game.
And at this point, right, Nino already picking up another item, a Malefic Roar, on top of all that raw damage he has. That's definitely going to play a factor in this next upcoming fight.
See, another round popped. Good Jet Kundo. The flicker, Raging Sandstorm does not connect. Van though, isolated here in the top lane, trying to find an escape. Did it last time, but this time it was 5 members on him. 3 technically. This time Van though will not be able to escape as Nino will kill him with hit the balls.
1 ball is all it took, man. To the head Bounce. That's
Point.
it. He's gone. And Alter Ego, again, 4,000 gold lead on top of everything that's going on. You can see the turrets just falling down like flies left and right with the siege potential from the Bruno. There's got to be a way to stop it. But how?
You gotta make use of their crowd control, but that's the problem when you rely too much on crowd control. RRQ has fallen victim to it before, but the three purifies on the side of Alter Ego is just denying Aura any kind of playmaking. Even if Sama wants to make a play right now, he has no idea who is available without the purify.
So tough. And he misses that opportunity. They get a little bit of damage in that turret in the bottom side, but at the end, they were unable to take it down.
They have to try and make use of the damage, I feel like. The crowd control really isn't working out, so their best bet is to try and rely on Van and Kabuki, maybe doing some damage. This is the downside of playing a mid-lane Matilda, right? You're more sustainable, you have more utility, but at the same time, you're losing out on a lot of damage. And that is a problem that Alter Ego is not facing. They have sustainability and utility on the Faramis, but they can still do a respectable amount of damage. Paido, whoa!
Cheeky pick off. There, good execution from Aura Fire, relieving off pressure. Vandal, awkward angling here, looking for a cheeky kill as well. Selly Boy caught. Nino is in the backside now. Oh, he's free hitting. Selly Boy though will secure that kill. Circling Ego will not be able to do anything as Alter Ego. They're on the manhunt. Even though they lost a member, it does not matter. Take a look at the Lord now, marching bottom lane. Basert will be the target. Shield Unity to shield or to zone out the members of Aura Fire. Oh. Take a look at Nino. Free hitting. It's just unstoppable. And with that, Alter Ego close the game.
What in the world was
11
that
minutes?
damage? That was quick. We'll double check on the duration of that game, but
11-11.
11, perfect number, 11-11. But
make a wish, Arashi.
Well, you know what I'm wishing for. I think most people have an idea.
Love you too.
What?
What? Well, first point for Alter Ego, and that was brutal, man. It was pure brute force. There was nothing subtle about it. There wasn't any finesse. There wasn't any strategic value. We have more damage. We have more bodies to stack. It's a frontal assault, and they have broken down
Violation.
the Flaming Dragons.
I'm still gobsmacked by that damage, bro. And before it ended, he went in with an additional Wind Talker as well. So attack speed crit. Oh, that's what you get when you get a Bruno to snowball, man. What in the world was that damage?
That was a performance by Alter Ego, man. Their draft, their execution. This guy on your screen is Santos, the manager. Alter Ego.
He must be overjoyed, man. It's a step in the right direction.
Let's hope not, though, right? They need to chill, though.
They do, right? If they get overzealous,
their job not done.
Yeah, Aura can definitely pull off a surprise maneuver still. So they gotta maintain the high morale, but at the same time, calm it down and channel it in the right direction.
Because when Alter Ego gets too pumped up and passionate, that's when things go south for them. So let's hope they stay composed. They do still have one more game in order for them to step forward in the right direction. But man, I don't know what happened there for Aura Fire. Did you think it was a performance diff? Did you think it was a draft diff? We'll ask you first, Goni.
I think what happened with Aura Fire is, again, they weren't just able to completely handle this man in that mid towards the late. Nino, he was practically free hitting. No one was able to lock him down. Even though there's a Chow. One answer, Purify. GG.
Well, with 3 purifiers, that's just crazy.
Exactly.
He is the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. 0 deaths, 88% kill participation. And he was just brutal on this Bruno, man. He's matching the Bruno pose as well here in the player of the game screen asset.
They look similar.
Do they?
Yeah.
I wonder how Nino would look with blonde hair.
Put Nino on glasses. Ask Kyrie where he went to the salon, right? Get a little bit of yellow in there or blonde in there.
To get the undercut look going on.
Yo.
Well, Nino has always been a great goal laner, but I mean, with that lineup, you're talking about what was the problem there? Well, for Aura, I was confused already in the draft because the Matilda, I feel like they were just tunneling so much on the Matilda, and in the end, they looked at the composition and they were like, you know what, we require something else here, so they go for the Cho. But the Matilda then doesn't do as much damage, so the Joy can supplement that damage, but only a limited amount. And against such tanky, such sustainable heroes with so much utility, the Nether Realm, the healing as well, there's no way that Van could have a significant impact on this Joy.
What was the change to the Matilda?
Well,
is it because of the item, or were there actual changes towards the hero and her skills?
The ultimate, yes. There's
the circling eagle now is a bit more dynamic. We saw it being able to be used for disengage and engage, and now when it lands, it's not only a knockback, it's also a knock up, and it can hit multiple people.
So it's AoE, basically. That's a change to the circling eagle. And with that being said, is she not better utility, better as a roamer instead of a mid laner?
That's why I'm a little bit of a I was confused. Maybe midway through the draft they need CC. They thought they need CC, and that's why they drafted a Chow. But then again, simple response: Purify. 3 members of Alter Ego opted for Purify, and that Chow could not deal the crowd control effectively.
I feel like they like damage as well. Even if they're able to get reliable pickups, right? Reliable stuns onto anyone. Well, who is supposed to deal out that damage? In that late game, we saw that Pi could be one-shot, but that's with 3 members, like we mentioned earlier. There's no way throughout the whole game, your plan was just to send 3 people to try and to try and go for pickoffs, while Alter Ego is just taking everything everywhere at the same time.
And even from the itemization here, it's very, very, very contrast, man. Nino, almost full items. Meanwhile, Aerithel just 3.
Hey, sorry. Arashi lied.
You lied, Arashi?
He said 11-11.
It's not 11-11, Arashi.
What
in the world?
Well, the timer kept going after
Are
the
you a
game
liar
ended.
now?
Oh, no, I'm not.
Arashi.
How can the analyst be lying, man? That's so misleading.
I mean, it's 11:09.
It's 11:09 though.
So it's 911, but the other way this time.
It is 911.
We're seeing a lot of 911s actually today. That is a bit eerie, to be completely honest with you. Let's take a look at the emblems right here. Now you can see Sin. He went for the Festival of Blood, the Agility, and the Impure Rage. So he's just going for pure utility. So you have to wonder, what's the idea? Get Kabuki snowballing and then let him have all the mobility to try and nuke everyone down? That got completely countered by the Faramis. But even before that, having the Khalid, having the Baxia, these are all heroes that can just tank an absurd amount of damage.
Festival of Blood Matilda.
FOB.
Very interesting.
Wants to spell vamp.
No, but like, wouldn't you go for more damage if you were mid laner? Instead of sustain?
Or if it was a roam, he could have gone for the... What's it called? Nature's empower... The movement speed buff.
Wilderness.
The wilderness...
Wilderness.
Is it just wilderness? Well, the wilderness emblem that allows him to roam more often. That could have maybe swing the balance in the gold lane, because Kabuki was getting completely beat down by the balls, man. Nino just did not care.
861, a GPM on Nino on the Bruno. He was facilitated from that early game. I mean, that lane is already a very hard lane to win for Kabuki. And on top of the fact that we saw Rasi just babysitting, and the fact that Alter Ego kept rotating towards the top side as well to back Nino up on several occasions, I don't blame Kabuki. It must have been a very difficult lane for him.
And by the way, the itemization choice as well for the Matilda and the Rafa, there's a bit of a difference here, because we saw that Rasi went for the Enchanted Talisman straight into the Flask of the Oasis.
Yeah.
And whereas for Matilda, with how forward she plays, you require some kind of tankiness as well. So you're a bit slower on the power spike before you can build that Flask of the Oasis as well. So I think that also plays into the fact that's also one of the reasons why Alter Ego were just so dominant so early on.
That makes sense.
Power spike difference. The Bruno, the Rafaela. Because again, Bruno spike so early off of one item compared to Irithel that requires like about 3 core items. So these are all factors that allows Alter Ego to just brute force like that.
Which is why I'm so confused with the Matilda and then the Chopic. I would have thought they'd go for something else, a mid laner, right? We were talking about that in the drafts, but then it was the last pick Cho, which means that that Matilda is forced into the mid lane position.
That was, I think they were trying to curveball it. Matilda pick.
But there's not enough damage in the early game.
But then again, that opens up another weakness, right, in their composition, which I feel like, Alter Ego handled it perfectly. So again, a very good adaptation from the draft from side of Alter Ego does not bite the bluff that I feel like Aura Fire is trying to look for, right, with the Cho and as well as Matilda pick. But they Seichiro, they know what they're trying to do. Bruno and as well as Rafaela, that's already a nasty combination, which I feel like they executed perfectly from early towards even the late. Like free hitting, Nino was untouched.
I think they're gonna ban the Matilda in the second game. Like if you can't use it, span it out.
I do not agree. I do not disagree.
Well, maybe they're gonna try and let Alter Ego try their hand at it and fail as well. That could be a bit of a gamble.
What's Matilda's win rate so far? I'm wondering.
I believe Beloyski did pretty okay with her.
Yeah, Beloyski did really great.
That's about it though. It's
Once.
always been banned and hasn't been doing so well aside from that, I believe.
When was that? Yesterday, right?
Yes.
I believe it was yesterday.
Did Matilda get picked again after that? I don't think
Sample is very low.
Matilda first game Geek lost, and then they won the third game. Third game.
Yes. Still very low sample, still very low win rate as well here. Rashi, what do you think about the Matilda? Is it that hot?
I think there's a lot of value to it, but at the same time, you have to figure out exactly what you want to take advantage of, right? Because right now everyone's saying that there's potential. There's more crowd control, lower cooldowns, etc., etc. Well, now, unlike other heroes, it really hasn't been tested, and people have not been able to really gauge the limits of this hero yet. So maybe in scrims, but what is this?
Yeah, dude! They're handing out free snacks, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys want to come over to the arena to enjoy the scenery, the atmosphere of MPL ID right now, you guys should. Because look, the free snacks! They're running out!
You're missing out if you're not here. It's Wilderness Blessing, by the way.
I think you should run now.
Blessing. What?
You should run now. Get some snacks.
Yeah. It's too late, man. You see how fast those snacks disappeared?
So
that's what you can get when you come to the venue, man.
You're slow, Rashi.
Freebies. Excuse me?
We love Innomart Poinku. We love being a member, and we also love Point Coffee, right? Because you guys can get a discount if you use your Innomart Poinku app.
Check it out.
Check what out, Donnie?
The Innomart Poinku app.
Why?
Poinku app. So you can check and see the collab. And also enter the code Jajan Kopi PC.
And then what do they get?
Of course, a discount, dude. 30% of discounts on matcha latte, caramel macchiato, and lemon tea.
All right.
Where's our Point Coffee, Donnie?
You know what? Here you go. This is for you.
That ain't coffee.
Rashi, it's because you're slow, you don't get one, okay?
Ha! Joke's on you, bro. You're talking about this?
That's not coffee, though, to be fair. So I was right.
It is. It is not coffee.
What is it?
It's lychee tea.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys can't drink coffee like me, you guys can opt for non-coffee options. There's matcha lattes, there's lemon tea, there's lychee tea, there's brewed tea. There's a lot of tea going on. So, you know, if you're a coffee person or a tea person, they got you. It's all G.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Point Coffee.
Be legendary.
Be legendary. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was, again, the first game. Alter Ego and Aura Fire here. Looking at the situation, Aura Fire, many adjustments that they need to do here in the second game.
They could use a bit more coffee, maybe, because they need to be sharper with these drafts and executions, man. It's you know, Alter Ego has been improving so much, and for a while, people were kind of scared because they were on a win streak. So even though they're all the way down here, doesn't mean that they're a team that you can just overlook. You have to try and find something that works right here, because if you look at the game recap, Kabuki was still the impact player for the side of Aura, but what could he possibly do against a fed Bruno and a Khalid and Baxia that just run straight at you? Even though you're an Irithel, man, you still struggle to deal with the kind of aggression.
Deal with it, man. And with this total damage. Whoa, okay. 34,000 well,
That's not the damage I'm looking at. I'm looking at the difference between the mid laners that we were talking about, right?
Yeah,
Matilda
significance.
and the Faramis.
Wow.
20,000 difference in damage. What was their plan in the early game? Did they want to just give over that early game? Try to find some power in the mid to force a late game, wait till Irithel pops up? Or what?
To be fair, if it really worked out and they had two roamers that can supplement the Irithel in the early game and Kabuki starts snowballing, it's harder to take down an Irithel that's being supported by both a Matilda as well as, you know, having some more crowd control from the Cho.
Sure.
And that makes it so that you can be aggressive, but you have defensive options as well. And they were, to be fair, they won the first fight that they participated in, but they just weren't calculative of that power spike coming from Alter Ego. That should change.
We'll see if it does change. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that last time that both these teams met, it was a 2-0 in favor of Alter Ego. It's going to be deja vu once again here. Or will Alter Ego be able to allow Aura Fire to force a game number 3? Both teams have opted to stay on the same sides. Aura Fire go for the Fanny, Terizla, and Valentina. Nothing much has changed from their side. Alter Ego again with the Fredrin and the Paquito. And now the question is, if Alter Ego go for an Angela ban, Aura, do they still want to commit onto a Matilda first pick?
That's a big question, right? I mean, I feel like Alter Ego, yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They should replicate what they did draft-wise, especially if we're talking about the first phase. They should replicate it, and let's see here. Aura Fire here, what will they go for? Commit to a Matilda again? Or will they shake things up? Edith is still available.
Maybe not Joy either, right?
The Joy. It's one of those rare assassins that do really well in the late game as well with items. But for Aura, it's the same plan so far. Same bans as well, by the way, from the side of Alter Ego.
Yeah, exactly the same. Like we mentioned earlier on before. It's looking like it, right? If Alter Ego pick up yet another Baxia and Rafaela, definitely the same thing. But I do expect some changes coming in from Aura Fire. I think Joy could be opted differently. Maybe they go for the Edith first to prioritize that, or maybe even secure a hero for Van, go for something different, Lancelot. Or if Alter Ego don't go for the Baxi again, they can actually take it for themselves. But no, it's the exact same picks in from Alter Ego. Let's hope something changes for Aura Fire in the first phase.
Something should change, man. Maybe the last pick, right, won't be a Cho. Because I feel like even if you're gonna try and bank on the execution, if you go with the same, the same draft, it's only a matter of time. So for Aura, change into a Martis is definitely a welcome one. But will the Matilda still be in the mid lane? Now it's a bit of a flex situation. They've shown Alter Ego a possibility that they can't ignore completely in the drafting phase.
But luckily we do see changes, right? I think Martis has a little bit more say into the game, a lot more safer as well for Van. And that's what made Aura Fire so strong earlier on in the season. The fact that Van had a lot more say in the neutral objectives, the fact that his retribution was so on point, he was very... You could rely on him. He was a very reliable jungler. But given heroes that are a little bit more difficult to execute without any support system from the other members, that takes away that prowess that Aura Fire had. And with Martis, I do believe that they do have a better chance. And Alter Ego will go for the exact same route again. And Bruno, the last pick here in the first phase.
The Bruno pick once again. We'll see if Nino will be able to find the same kind of success on this pick. But for Aura, now you're starting to wonder what the game plan is. Get Martis snowballing, supplement his aggression with the guiding wind with a Serpent Eagle. That's a possibility, but in order to do that, they need to make sure that they have good amount of crowd control, good amount of catch and damage to trade back as well. Because otherwise, we've seen this before. Alter Ego with the Rafaela, they can very easily just move in and out of danger zones and just leave Aura with nothing.
Maybe here, and again, Alter Ego here with their composition, what I feel like is still lacking, or perhaps in the second phase that they can improve upon, is that range, right? So perhaps with the mid lane later on, they need a hero or they need a mage that can deal damage from range. So I will not be surprised if a Gord might come up for the side of Alter Ego.
I don't think that's... Oh, for Alter Ego.
For Alter Ego.
Okay, we'll see. Because if that's the plan that they were going for, then eliminating Eve would be a step in the right direction for sure. Let's see the last ban here coming through. Is it going to be a Lilia ban, denying it away from Aura? Oh, they take away the Kadita. So definitely it could be a setup for Gord. Good potential.
Or Gord, or maybe they can go with something a bit more flexible, like the Novaria, right? With a bit more extra value, with a bit more long-range slows to really help out with this early game chase situation. There's a lot of options here, but for Aura, they're going to ban out Khalid as well. So once again, we're left wondering what's going to happen in the EXP lane. In the previous game, Aura banned away the Edith and the Uranus and the Esmeralda. So now both those options are available if Alter Ego wants to try and counter this Matilda with the Esmeralda.
I don't mind the Esmeralda here for Pi. If not the Esme, what's a good physical hero in the EXP? Again, Yuzong.
Yuzong, Xborg, Terizla. Oh, Terizla's banned.
Out.
Khalid. Yeah. Oh, Khalid's banned.
It is available.
Oh. They are looking for range. They were looking for range, but not the Gord. It's a Novaria.
I think it's a lot more safer as well in comparison to the Gord because of the circling eagle coming in from the Matilda. And this is what I really wanted to mention. I really did believe that Aura Fire would go for Farsa. Not because of the value, but more so because it's reflective of how they like to play. And that's a big pick-in for Sin, a comfortable hero as well.
Well, now we'll have to see, man. Aura is forced to expose their final pick before Alter Ego. So there's a chance that Alter Ego can match this up and get a dominant matchup in the EXP lane and then go from there with the box chain play with the Novaria as well.
Oh!
It's gonna be a Badang out of nowhere. What will be the matchup that Alter Ego gives to Pi to deal with this around Badang?
This is the third Badang we've seen this season, right?
The Badang.
Aran picked it up first.
Yeah.
And then we saw another Badang, and this is going to be the second time that Aran plays the Badang. It's a little bit of information as to how he likes to play the Badang. So that's definitely something that Alter Ego can capitalize over, but this is cool, right? Because you would think that with the Farsa pickup, Alter Ego would go for something like the Yuzong. But facts are, Yuzong and Badang in lane, it favors Badang more.
I mean, yes, Aran on the Badang again. This Badang beat Onyx. This is the Badang that the Aran that beat Onyx in the leg 1, I believe, or leg 2. One of the games, but that Yuzong pick still comes through.
They still go for it.
They still go for it.
Okay. There are several scenarios, right? It's definitely a skill matchup. We saw that the Yuzong was able to win that matchup against the Badang in a previous series. I need to refresh my memory on who exactly played this Badang earlier on. But in theory, and according to the Badang expert himself, Diablo, the handsome devil, he says that in lane, Badang should win.
Here's an important point though. He says that the Badang wins because in an all-in, right? When the Yuzong does its Furious Dive
so
for
level
extra
4.
Damage, then the Yuzong cannot escape from the full combo. So before the combo is available, there's a window here for Pi to just come out strong and maybe with a cheeky gank, get an advantage and take out, just take over the lane.
And here it is, the final say, the final statement from Aura Fire. It's nothing but poetic, with Aran coming out with his signature hero, Badang, as we enter the Land of Dawn for this matchup between Aura Fire, the Dragons, against the Three-Faced Mask for possibly the last game of both of these teams.
Let's see, indeed. Alter Ego and Aura Fire here. Spell check. Nothing out of the ordinary except Novaria Sprint.
Well, going up against the Martis in particular, right? There's going to be a lot of situations where the Martis will try and run you down, chase you down. And with the sprint, you can be a bit more slippery to catch on the Novaria as opposed to a Flicker, especially against all these high mobility fighters and an Irrital, mind you. Looking at the emblems though, it's going to be the Wilderness Blessing for Udil once again. He'll be trying to impact the rest of the lanes from that mid lane, considering that the early game wave clear, look at that, from Udil is just so reliable.
Okay, first minute in. Seems like bottom lane now Zen and Kabuki will try to move on towards Nino. Does not have enough damage to take him down just yet. Van sniffing out Nino, but Nino will recall in time.
It feels a lot more balanced here in game number 2, with Aura Fire being able to trade some blows against Alter Ego's early game aggression. It is thanks to that mid progression that they have that they can utilize, but in the top lane...
Pi immobilized multiple times already. Take a look at the trade. Pi and Aran, Silly Boy now disrupting the 1v1. No, respect the 1v1, Silly Boy. First blood for Alter Ego.
Oh, that was so fun to watch, that 1v1. Why did Sally Boy have to come and ruin it? It's so unfortunate. He thought it was going to be a 1v1. Like gentlemen, you know?
Everything is fair in love and war. And there, with the level 4 power spike, I guess that they were just predicting that's going to be the case, but Nino!
Oh, good set up, and Zen now diving under the turret, flickers out of the way, but take a look at the neutral objective take! It will fall to the hands of Sally Boy, taking Van for the bonus as well. Alter Ego Esports, wow. Total kill, 2-4-1.
They gain a little bit more here in that particular situation that Aura Fire were able to build in that early game. It's completely taken back, and now Alter Ego have a little bit of a lead. When we take a look at the talents prediction, okay. So, Papulo's not alone anymore. He has Owl for Aura Fire.
Owl has switched sides. We'll have to see, man. Aura is a bit on a... They're a bit behind right now due to that sequence of events. Alter Ego securing a lead in the EXP lane, getting the Turtle as well as the jungler at the same time. I feel like that gank on the EXP lane was intentional, man. They know that Badang, after a painstaking level 1 to 3, will be trying to go for an all-in at level 4, and that's where they try and punish. But Samo now, able to escape with that mobility. And Alter Ego, they're just staying default here, not doing anything too crazy until they have a bigger lead. So low though.
Whoa.
What? What?
That's a snipe from Udil with the Astral Recall.
Oh my, Aura Fire, another member gets taken down. And now, Alter Ego, they're going for more here in the bottom lane.
Then, Mortal Coil is on cooldown and will not engage more, just to clear in that gold lane. Zen setting up in that mid bush, let's see. No commitments whatsoever, Zen. Wow, that's 2 skills of Udil already chunked. Zen to almost a half HP earlier.
Uh-oh.
Baptism connecting on towards Samo. Samo forces to use the Circling Eagle to escape. Looking for the juke as well. And it seems like Alter Ego still wasn't able to take Samo down.
Perfect timing though, right? Because 5 seconds left until the next neutral objective spawns. You're forcing Samo to go back. And I think Aran knows it. Remember, Sally Boy is a little bit ahead in terms of EXP. He should be at level 8 soon. And if he does get that level 8 before Van, he is going to have a little bit more of an advantage to play around with. Until then, it's a 50-50. Everyone gets resetted, and it's now an engage from Samo HD.
Circling Eagle on towards Turtle. Too premature, I might say, right? No fall damage whatsoever in the Turtle Pit now, secured by Alter Ego. Zen though will find the Turtle with the Feather Airstrike. Good call there. Risky play, it paid off. Aura Fire, they disengage, does not want business.
Wow, even with the Black Dragon form being used there, Alter Ego were unable to pressure Aura Fire away. And in signature style, that was going to pick a great steal, but Aran
with the passive that Yuzong has, he will be solo kill. Take a look at Samo. After the circling eagle, no time whatsoever, gets taken out. Silly Boy crashing on towards Van now. Rassi and Nino, perfect place to deal damage towards Van. But this time, it won't be enough.
2-for-0 trade in favor of Alter Ego in the 6th minute of the game as they're looking for more. Kabuki is getting sandwiched in the bottom lane. Do they get the pick?
Say 3-4-1, 3v1, sprint popped. But it seems like the turret will be the #1 agenda for the side of Alter Ego Esports. Economy-wise, 1,500 gold lead here. Alter Ego Esports. It seems like the circling eagle will not be committed more. It's just for a bluff play.
That was dangerous, man. You can see that Nino, this is the great counter you have against all these mobile and annoying heroes. If you have damage, like on a Beatrix or a Bruno, you just destroy them, and it doesn't matter how fast they're moving or how much they're circling around you. Alter Ego right now are on track to repeating their success in game number 1, by just completely dominating the early game. But man, that EXP lane was also very brutal at this point. Look at the gold difference, it's only 500, but Pi has been doing amazing things on that Yutong.
Van escapes with the Cyclone Eye. It seems like Sally Boy and Van will invade the purple buff. But there's a solo, there's a kill on towards Pi in the top lane. Van who still secures the purple buff. Alter Ego now looking for a re-engage though, knowing that Van is quite low, but Iran will claim this first structure for Aura Fire.
This game is much, much closer than game number 1. And Iran, we're finally seeing that flavor of Iran that we were so used to. He's focused on the objectives. He gets the kills with the rotations coming in from Sin. And that's what made Aura Fire so scary. That far lane presence coming in from Iran. And he's finally able to capitalize over it. Look at that gold lead coming from Alter Ego. Instantly shift back. That was a 1k, almost 2k gold lead that Alter Ego were able to build for the first 7 minutes of the game. Instantly traded back by Aura Fire. This is as close as ever.
And in a way, Alter Ego has a bit more to lose in the late game because they do have more fighters, technically. But for Aura Fire, they themselves have a Martis, so as you mentioned, Eterna, it's a bit of the same situation, but our Alter Ego, they have more to play with for the late game neutral objective take, unless Pi gets destroyed, just like that.
3-0 KDA already for the first 8 minutes of the game. He's getting choked down by Aura Fire. Not a great game for him so far. And it's so awesome to see Aura Fire just strike back. You think that even though they don't have any more chances coming into the playoffs, they're just gonna, wing it, but they're taking out everything. They're pulling all of their stomps out.
See here, Nino, quite low. Oh, Van doesn't find the decimation. The Feather Airstrike misses as well. Kabuki, though, knows at the target. Finds Nino in the back line and now looking for a Whittle. Rossi will die in the process, but it seems like Zen will die from Rossi's passive. Kabuki and Samo, 2 men on the mission, finds a kill in the top lane as well. It's a 1-4-3 Aura Fire. The Dragon is answering back.
Their fire is still ignited here in the 8th minute, almost 9th minute of the game as they strike back. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, 15 seconds left for that next Lord to spawn. And Aura Fire, they have the man advantage, the gold lead. They have the anchors and the roots locked in this game.
A great play by Aura Fire to just take control of the game before the neutral objective comes up. Now with the neutral objective up though, they have pressure in the top side, but they have to be wary of the Black Dragon form that Alter Ego can use to zone away the backline and separate them in the middle of a big fight. With the minions already hitting on the tower top side, you can expect Alter Ego to force the play.
Oh, Astral Re-Echo finds 4. Silly Boy though, wow! The damage he's received will be taken down. Still a bit too much. Van finds the Lord. Pi zones Kabuki in the front line with no help and gets taken out. 2 men from side of Alter Ego will be taken down. The Lord for Aura Fire. Take a look at Iran. Cheeky angle that he has placed. Will he commit though? Seems like no. Will not commit for now.
With no more pressure on their shoulders, we're finally getting Iran back. He was the one to be able to take Sally Boy down before the neutral objective. As Samo goes in very aggressively into the back line.
Oh, the damage from Nino, yeah. Enough to make Samo retreat.
Run.
Sally Boy will receive a lot of damage with the Feather Airstrike. He will survive though, but the purple buff will be secured for Aura. Alter Ego defends with 5 now. Top side will and should be the target here. Will they defend this tier 2? It seems like no. They will just sacrifice it.
Oh no, 4,000 gold lead here for Aura Fire. Alter Ego, they need to make something happen and they need to make it quick. What do they do?
They have to try and find a way to shut down Kabuki, man. Now it's a turntables. 3-0 and 3-4 to Aerithal, doing a lot of damage, being very mobile at the same time. And like you mentioned, Eterna, the Farsa pick is just so valuable for them right now. They won't be able to get the base turrets, it seems, but now Alter Ego are the ones forced to look for a more decisive fight, a more valuable fight where they can actually get their hands on the back line and deal with the healing at the same time.
Oh, Samo?
Samo overcommitting. Flickers out of the way. The base passive in that mid lane will be triggered though. Alter Ego, they're still behind. They aren't on the defense, but A-okay. First Lord, no base turrets cracked.
Still though, Aran being back is... It's a huge pin. A thorn on Alter Ego's side right now. Every time they go for an objective, they need to think about housekeeping. Aran is constantly pushing those far lanes when they go for the neutral objective dances. And Alter Ego, they're losing control slowly but surely. And that's how they lost so many turrets. Aran.
Yeah, Aran is just doing the Aran effect. We haven't seen it in a very long time. But now Alter Ego, they have some knowledge here, but they did not spot out Aran.
Oh.
Fortunately, the fight will not break out right there. But now for Aura, even during an objective take where you can see Pi struggling to just stay relevant and zone away Kabuki and Sin in the middle of a fight, Aura Fire can still decisively take out the neutral objectives.
The only thing I feel like here for Alter Ego, their high ground is, I feel like okay. Right, with Bruno Navaria as well, it's gonna be very tough for Aura Fire to find that window to really commit and expose the base of Alter Ego. Lord is up though, and Alter Ego is in nowhere near to securing that Lord. Now Samo distracting, trying to find resource. Petrified committed by Pi does not mount to anything. And with that, Aura Fire has a space to commit and get the second Lord.
Just on the back of Samo HD alone, being able to trigger so many resources, an important resource from Pi, which was what's the skill again?
Petrify.
The Petrify was all it took, man. There's no kill pressure coming in from the Yuzong without that Petrify. And Alter Ego, they couldn't close the distance. They couldn't go for a counter engage, a steal. That Lord's gonna be marching in favor of Aura Fire, and they're at an 8,300 gold lead. When was the last time we saw this from Aura Fire?
I think it's a bit too long for anyone to even remember. But now with an 8k gold lead, the last thing they want to do is make a mistake, so they gotta play this calculatively and make sure at least the core members don't really get taken out. Alter Ego will be relying on Udo for a lot of the clearing here, but Samo HT is trying to do something against that.
Their airstrike will zone some members of Alter Ego. Lord needs to be taken care of. They did. Base turret top lane. It's gonna be the target. Will they get it though? Seems like good catch! Around with the fist crack, finds 3! And with that, Rossi and Silly Boy is off the map. Pi is gonna be next as Alter Ego will not be able to defend this one. The mid minions are crashing, and Aura Fire will say hello to game 3.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another game of the series. Aura Fire, against all odds, against all predictions on the board, are able to put Alter Ego into a corner, back them into a corner, asking them, yo, AE, how much you want the playoffs?
Showing again that, hey, what's stronger, man? Alter Ego or the Aran effect? And for game number 2, that Badang came out of nowhere, knocks them all out. Great execution, great adjustments from Aura as well to completely shut down the game plan of Alter Ego, carrying us to a best of 3 full series.
Goodness me, what a day it has been. Match 1, full best of 3. Match 2, again, full best of 3. Boy, I'm loving it. Aura Fire, if only they were able to stay that consistent with that type of performance. They will, and they should have more odds into securing that playoff spot. But let's see here. Let's see. Aura Fire, you're grinning. Eterna, what do you have in mind?
No. I'm just trying to decide who stood out to me the most.
Oh, you're right.
Because Aran had impact. Sin had impact. I believe Samo had impact. Even Van has been staying very consistent. Who would you choose that stood out the most?
Every single person you name right there definitely contributed and had moments in that game. So I was thinking about it myself, but I think eventually I have to put my money on Sin. Because he was the pressure in the early game. He was what allows Aura to just fight and just ignore Nino, right? The Bruno damage was still very much relevant, but Nino was completely zoned out again and again from the Feather Airstrike. I guess a close second would be Aran, but he is going to be the player of the game. By the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G on that Badang, man. Where else do you see it?
The first crack from this guy was impeccable.
Impeccable. Yeah, and I finally to see him back, man. And maybe that's all it took. No pressure. Maybe that's the whole thing, that the whole arc that we saw from Aran this season was he came in, a little bit of pressure, but he was still very confident with his own abilities. And then we saw his performance the first time he came in and the instant Aran effect with Aura Fire getting wins consecutively. And then, I don't know what it was. Was it trash talking from all the other players? Was it trash talking from the public? But something changed inside Aran. Something flipped. Something clicked. And then that light that we saw in his eyes, that light that shines so bright, the fire that is in Aura Fire, it was gone.
Dimmed.
And then maybe because there's no more pressure, he's finally back.
I need game 3 though.
We do need game 3.
Well, before we get to game 3, let's take a look at the highlights for game 2.
Gotcha, Rashi.
Initially, it was the EXP lane swinging in favor of Pi in the early game, as we were talking about in the matchup, as per the tips coming in from Sir Diablo. But afterwards, man, Pi was doing so well, but in the middle of the big team fights, right? Eventually, all three will start faltering, man. Every single time there was a proper 5v5, they were losing out. And there was mistakes like this where a single member gets picked off. This was the turning point, though, in my opinion, where the gold lead really swung full distance for Aura Fire.
Yeah, it was a 2-perimeter fight, and this is where I feel like also where Van collecting the Lord, Pi isolated by himself. And of course, there you go. Aura will punish that. Oh, that fist crack play.
Man, actually, I might want to change my vote.
Why?
I think Samo might have deserved it, honestly.
Ooh, okay.
Looking back on these team fights, the impact that he was able to do with the guiding win, he was able to
enable.
Not just enable, but split the entire team fight into 2 different factions. Because that's what you said was the role of Pi, right? With the Black Dragon form, he's able to split the team fights into 2. But when he does, all Samo needs to do is guiding win back to provide support to his backliners, and then it gets split. Pi goes down first, and then they eventually are able to take Alter Ego down one by one with additional movement speed to bob and weave outside of these team fights because of the Matilda.
You know what I think? Yeah, I agree with you, but give the Matilda to Samo now. All right, don't give it to Xin. Game 3, if they do stay in the blue side, pick up the Matilda. If not banned out, then yeah, give it to Samo.
Well, for the side of Alter Ego, they also lack a bit of engage, right? The only real way they can chase down the Erythel is going to be the Baxia and the Yudong just running straight at him. And Kabuki can kite back very easily. In contrast to game number 1, where there's a Khalid, right? There's a Faramis that can really pull you back and be a big source of trouble. Along with that, there's just not enough damage. Eventually, the healing and the shielding coming in from Samo HT on the Matilda was just so much that even though with a Dominance Ice, a Baxia, by the way, a natural regen shielding counter, Alter Ego just weren't able to do enough damage. Nino gets zoned out, Pi falls off, and I think Udil just did not have enough items. Maybe with a bit more, he will be able to do more damage, chunk down the members of Aura Fire low before the fight even begins. But in this scenario, he was just not relevant enough.
Man, what could be different? Because seeing again the emblems here for Nino, not really. There's no difference, right? But the performance by Nino on this Bruno game 1, game 2, it's like night and day.
Wait, you think Nino underperformed?
I think he was struggling to free hit in a sense, or his position wasn't on point in a sense.
I think it was forced that way, no?
Yeah, definitely. With Oran in the shadows, with Van running at him, with the circling eagle being a factor, and of course the feather airstrike. We used to call this the bird combo, no? The Farsa and the Matilda.
I don't remember calling anything a bird combo.
Really?
No.
I think
it's Farsa wings by wings.
Is it a season 7 thing? Are you trying to exclude me here?
No. I think it's I think Arashi. Arashi. Now I can say this is the bird combo.
You like birds, huh?
Arashi. You like birds?
I've patented the term the bird combo.
By man.
It works really well here for Aura Fire, man. The long range, as you mentioned, Eterna was a factor in game number 1. They fixed that immediately. They got better execution on the Matilda, so every single thing we were criticizing in game 1, we were being pretty harsh there, was all fixed up by Aura, showing again that this team, they always had this potential to really adapt and improve on the fly. It's just a shame that now it's happening in a game that won't really change their fate, but like we said, they're trying to bite Alter Ego and take him down with them.
TBC.
What was that? To be continued.
The bird combo.
The bird combo.
Wow. That's a first for you.
Yeah. I'm proud of myself.
Congratulate Eterna, TBC.
What do you think, Mirko? TBC? Yeah?
TBC.
No?
Tuberculosis?
100 per 100. 100 per 10 even.
Maybe not that.
The TBC.
Why, Rashi? Why?
Why? You gotta make it so dark. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the conclusion, which is much anticipated. Remember, if Aura Fire win this, Alter Ego is completely out of the playoffs. Their journey ends right now, today.
Oh my god.
So, with that much pressure and that intensity and the risk being that high, we are going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after for just a bit. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
Stay tuned.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadap semua dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back from that short break. We're down to another best of 3. Here it is. It's Alter Ego being able to win that first game, or a Fire with a comeback. And we're down to another best of 1. And I cannot stress enough how stressful it is in the arena. We had a chance to talk to the Alter Ego fans, we had a chance to talk to the Aura Fire fans, and everyone is under immense stress.
Going crazy.
They're going crazy.
Literally.
And I feel the same way. Like, I empathize with it, right? Because, man, Alter Ego, because it wasn't as clean 2-0, they might not get full value on the standings. But you guys can get full value if you guys use OVO. So don't forget to check it out, because if you guys want to buy some data packages, it's super easy. Whether or not it's for watching games or playing with all your friends, OVO has got you covered. And if you guys collaborated with Telkomsel, you guys can get a special promo with a cashback of up to 10,000 OVO points, which later on you can trade in for something else. So much values in these transactions. So don't forget to check it out. If you want more information on that, go ahead and scan the QR code down below. Arashi.
Arashi Hoshi is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I mean, seeing the adjustment that Aura Fire did in Game 2, that was a very, very great adaptation, great adjustments. They were able to grab that point.
Yeah, they were. Like, you guys can grab some food or even some transportation onto the venue. Whether it be grab car or grab bike, you guys can get a 90% discount if you use a promo code at grb.to/MPL throughout the event. So don't forget, man, throughout the event, you better get most of the value before it expires.
Wow, this is a very, very interesting situation that we're in against. 1-1, Aura
It's
Fire.
not interesting, it's intense.
Intense. Interesting and intense.
It's definitely not interesting anymore, man.
It is not? Is it
No,
not?
this is
it not?
Alter Ego's tournament lives. If they lose this for the first time in forever, they might not make it to the playoffs.
Wow, how interesting.
Well, again,
Why do I bother here?
You can say it's intense as well,
very
right?
But it's not.
Is it
Interesting
not?
is like an underwhelming word to describe the situation. How precarious it is for Alter Ego right
So it's
now.
intense.
Yeah, okay.
Why am I here? Miracle, save me. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and
Immensely
girls,
important.
let's head into the drafting phase of the final game of both of these teams. Not only for this match, but for the entirety of the regular season. This is going to be the last performance we see from Aura Fire, as well as the last performance we'll see from Alter Ego. What are the closing statements do they want to make? What is the lasting effect that they want to make here? As both of these teams are on the exact same side. Aura Fire, blue, Alter Ego, red, and then the bands, completely the same.
Well, looking at the situation again, it's going to be very similar from the bands from game 1 and 2. So expect, there you go, that change. The Matilda, it seems like it is a nuisance if it's in the hands of Samo. This time Alter Ego will definitely ban that out. But take a look at the first pick, Aura Fire. Irrital first pick.
Well, Irrital first pick, but it's countered immediately by the Angela. Pick up the same response that we saw in game 1, kind of, right? You can take the Angela, right? But we'll also take away the Irrital and the Martis, two heroes that synergize really, really well with this hero. So now for Alter Ego, I think it's going to be all tankier frontliners. The Baxia is in the building, but they're going to go and get that Bruno before it gets banned out with the slim selection of gold lane heroes.
Man, these bans are coming in super fast, as well as the picks. Feels like both of these teams know exactly what they're doing here. And I do believe that one of the main reasons why Aura Fire won game number 2 was that range and the damage coming in from that Farsa in the early game, giving them a little bit more advantage and a little bit more room to work with. So Alter Ego, go ahead and ban that away. Syndrome, he's a really good player, but I do believe his power heroes are quite limited. He's found most success on the Farsa, and with the Farsa being taken away, what options does he have left?
Without the Farsa long range, Novaria comes to mind, but it's not exactly the same kind of zoning potential that we saw from the Feather Airstrike. It's not going to be either of those. The Yeve can still work well here. Aura are the ones in possession of the Rafaela, so the Yeve technically can provide the long-range artillery, provide utility that cannot be cancelled. And on top of things, the Yeve is a bit more flexible in the build path, so technically the lack of a tankier roamer could be subverted with that as well. But of course, damage is much more preferable, especially if they want to try and attain dominance over Alter Ego like they did in game number 2.
Again, I mean, Alter Ego also here. When will I play? There's a fun fact here, Variety. The last time he played in MPL ID, it was during Season 8, exactly 735 days ago, when he was in Aura Fire facing BTR Alpha that day, losing with a score of 2-0, and since then, he has yet to play an MPL game.
Is that 2 years?
It's 365 plus 365 or is around that, yes.
So it's been 2 years that he hasn't played. He goes to a completely different team, and yet he doesn't play again.
It's kind of ironic, man. Like, his name is Variety, but his team hasn't been experimenting with so much variety. Well, Alter Ego, though, they're going to ban away this Badang. So for finally forcing out a Badang pick, that is definitely a bit of a flex for Oran. But now, are they still going to save that final pick for the EXP, secure a better matchup? Because the Yuzong against the Badang earlier was brutal.
Yuzong is also taken out of the board, so that severely limits the EXP lane. Yeah. What do we have left? X-Borg, Uranus, Esmeralda. That's definitely something that Aura Fire can consider against Alter Ego here. And vice versa.
Exactly here. So what will they go for here? Will it be the Esmeralda to, again, just having the high mobility hero, but instead it will be the Lapu adding more crowd control, immune as well in their composition.
I wonder why both teams are just hiding their mid laners, man. It's gonna be Novaria revealed by Aura, along with the Benedetta. So once again, super aggressive, a lot of threats, a lot of slows for the catch-up. Alter Ego, they seem to be lacking in a bit of crowd control. They have tankiness, they have damage. I think crowd control to stop this Benedetta, stop this Martis and the Irrital from doing whatever they want in the middle of a team fight. That could be exactly what they need.
This is the debut of Benedetta for Iran, right?
It is. Yeah, it is.
Oh, lordy lord. I wonder how he's going to perform on this Benedetta. We do know that the Benedetta has increasingly good clear against the Lapu Lapu, but at level 4, if he's able to get in those combinations onto the Benedetta, that should be an all-in for Lapu Lapu, right? But again, Benedetta has so much mobility. And with the Faramis pickup coming in from Alter Ego, this bodes for a seriously strong team fight composition.
Good AoE, good crowd control as well. The Nether Realm will be a bit of a bother for Aura to deal with, but I think it all hinges on how fast the tempo is. If it's a slow, steady grind towards the late game, I think Alter Ego has the tools available to make it difficult. Double utility, and the Faramis can also do damage, so a lot more of an all-rounder. Whereas for Aura, I think they need to try and snowball. With a Benedetta and a Martis, dude, if they don't really get ahead in the early game, they can't really fight moving backwards either.
It's all gonna come down to how aggressive they can get in the early game. Remember, Alter Ego with the Boxia, he should be able to roam around a lot quicker to those side lanes. But that's exactly what the Raphael and the Martis combination can do as well. It's gonna come back down to the execution in the game. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have all been waiting for. Will Alter Ego go down with Aura Fire? Or will they be able to continue into this tournament here at MPL ID Season 12? Let's welcome both of the teams and let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for the final dance from the Red Dragons and the Three-Faced Masks.
Potentially the last game for both teams in Season 12. For Aura Fire is absolute, but let's see Alter Ego. Can they make it? Again, rotation-wise, oh, good pull. Samo now low HP, forced to use the flicker pre-turtle.
No flicker on the Rafaela. Not the biggest of issues, but you can see a bit of a difference in game plan here. Alter Ego putting a lot of attention earlier on onto the EXP lane. Seems like Aran will still be able to do well on this Benedetta though. He is running the Petrify, so logically you assume that he's going to try and participate in these team fights and land massive combos instead of just splitting. Talent predictions by Samsung though, same like the previous game. We'll have to see if we do see a repeat.
1.5 minute in, Aura now cancelled the Shield Unity. Neutral objective still 20 seconds, but take a look at Angela here. He might be caught if he's not careful, but good route that he's taken, a safer route.
Definitely a much safer route here. With Kabuki and Nino trading in hits, you can see that Kabuki is falling a little bit behind in terms of that wave clear as compared to the Bruno. But Aura Fire already some emphasis here in the top side. But other than that, both of these teams have yet to engage. They're going to be focused on the next neutral objective that has already spawned. And to note, Tellyboy is at level 4 and Van is as well. So it's a 50-50 until this happens.
Udil almost gets solo killed by Iran. And Petrify was popped. Udil wasn't level 4 yet. Now, with this, Iran and friends are looking for an engage. He's low. Final blow pops. Take a look at the passive. Alter Ego still holding on though.
Oh, that was a 4v3 situation initially. But even without the Martis, Van was still able to get that buff right in before this. And I do believe that this is going to be a neutral objective given to Aura Fire.
The early pressure paid off for Aura Fire. And Alter Ego, despite having the oppressive, notorious Boxia Angela combo, they are unable to use it to its full potential. Now with that out of the way, Alter Ego will try and go for some more pickups right here because the mobility from the Boxia right now is being completely wasted. Sully Boy has not been able to gank reliably at all for the past like 2 minutes.
Oh, good Astral Echo. spot still, but they will not commit. Udel, good positioning here, providing vision, but he senses something up. Aura Fire with a quick setup for 4. Udel retreats in time.
Aura Fire now still with a little bit of a gold lead. 1,000 and counting. They're centering focus onto the bottom lane now, looking to punish Nino on the Bruno. So far, unable to get it just yet with the lack of crowd control that they actually have in their composition. All they can bank on is range and their pure damage.
Later on, though, without a Farsa, like we mentioned, the Novaria can definitely do some damage, poke pre-engagement, but later on, Nino will have a lot more space to operate in this game, so there's definitely a bit of an urgency situation right here, because the Bruno can burst down the Irrital a lot faster.
Well, let's see here. Both teams here going for the gold lane rotation. Nino already a quarter HP. Good heal there from Rasi to make him sustain a little bit more.
Aura Fire needs way more time in order to be able to bank on the damage that you mentioned. Do you not think, Arashi? I mean, right now, Kabuki sure has a little bit of damage going through, forced to use his ultimate, but Sin doing absolutely no damage whatsoever, needs a little bit more items to steamroll through that. We do have a game fact here by Grab. This game is going to determine the fate of Alter Ego. If Alter Ego loses, it will be in the first time in Alter Ego's history that Alter Ego does not advance to the playoffs. This is something we've discussed earlier on, but Selly Boy here.
Baptism popped. Samo now looking for the disengage. Vando jumps in alone. Udil might be the prompt target. Netherrealm in time. The silence connects though, but Udil will fall. First blood, forward side of Aura. Nino gets taken down, and that's Alter Ego without the damage dealer. What will they do here as Aura still hovering around the turtle? And it seems like they will take the turtle without retreat. Let's see Iran slicing and dashing, but it seems like the damage will be enough here from the side of Alter Ego to take him down. And Alter Ego now gets the lead though. Alter Ego, they've managed to somehow equalized.
But they don't go in for the turtle contest despite Van being unavailable in this particular team fight. Celebrate was taken low enough. Arana did enough damage along with Sin to reset this entire situation, and now it looks like Aura Fire has the better setup.
Distribution battle. Let's see. Will it be a drive-through? It will still fall to the hands of Van. In trade of Samo, though, now Van caught in a 3-man rotation. Seems like the damage should be enough, and there he goes. It's a 2-for-1, but they got the turtle.
They're trading objectives right here for kills, and Oran does what he does best, pushing away, trying to find pressure on the other side of the map before any kind of punish can come his way. Alter Ego, though, has done a great job right here, fighting against a Martis and a Benedetta, and somehow not getting completely destroyed. It's partially due to the combo, the Angela and the Baxia, but the execution from Alter Ego so far is pretty good.
Oh dear!
Oh my god! The calculation was not on point there. Wouldn't even pop the flicker, and he still gets taken out.
Oh man, that's a really good pick in for Aura Fire. And if we take a look at the gold differences, that is gone. I really wanted to see the differences between the gold lane. Did you get a chance to catch it?
Nope.
Nope. All right.
Way too fast.
Okay, we'll see it later on when we see the items. It should pop up real soon, but so far it looks like Kabuki is not falling behind. He's actually ahead in terms of EXP, so we can assume that is it Bruno falling behind? Kabuki has that item as well, Berserker Fury. I wonder how far things are going for the team. Bruno has the Has Claws. Iritel has a Has Claws in the Berserker Fury, so it's Kabuki who actually was able to win that lane.
He's still ahead of the curve, but that's also due to these fights where he's been able to actually get some value. In one of those fights, Nino was taken down quite early, so that's probably why there's a bit of a discrepancy. Now though, again, with the Baxia and Tao, they're going to try and make a play, but Aran is way too slippery on this Benedetta. This might not really amount to much.
Well, let's see though. Final blow forced. Pine in the mid. 3v1. Baptism connects, but it seems like with the bravest fighter, he's able to sustain that damage. No casualties on the board though. Take a look at top side. Kabuki will be able to zone Rasi away to take that structure. Van now in a bit of a pickle. Good Astral Echo. Spotting 3. Samo and Aran looking for an angle here to perhaps open up, engage. Nino. Whoa! No red tree, no problem. Alter Ego still claims the turtle there.
Flashbacks of the former Nino self. The Turtle Slayer. There were so many moments where Nino was actually able to get the turtle, the neutral objectives, and even the Lord, but that was on a Beatrix. We're seeing that former self come through just a little bit here as we take a look finally at the in-game equipment. Now we can talk about it.
Only a 400 gold advantage for Kabuki, but the bulk of his core items are completed. One more item left here just to ensure that he has a healthy damage output, but Alter Ego, they pull the trigger.
Shield Unity does not connect on towards anyone. Take a look at Van here. Looking for a cheeky angle. Sally Boy soaks in the damage. Van shows himself, but will not commit. Seems like the structure in the bot lane will be the prio, but no. Aura Fire says we'll hold on to that.
Doesn't look like they want to risk it.
What's difficult right now is the fact that Van on the Martis has the blade armor. So in a long drawn out fight, Nino is going to have a whole lot more difficult of a time compared to Kabuki, who is not dealing with that damage reflection on the side of Alter Ego.
Okay, 45 seconds on the first Lord. Again, they're rotating towards bottom. Bruno here is the first one to occupy that lane. So let's see here, the response from sort of our Aura Fire. Yeah, no fight whatsoever. 3-4-4 total kills here.
And all the while, Iran just doing what he does best, man. Pushing in that top side, causing issues in for Alter Ego. But this time, Alter Ego has the Angela, who should be able to split, but needs to be very careful in that 1v1 against Iran, who is building up into that damage. Barassi should be able to come into the team fights a lot quicker compared to the Benedetta. And that's exactly what they're trying to go for here, with Van taken quite low.
That's a good disengage there. The top lane, take a look. Oh, it's a solo kill perhaps. Rossi taking damage, runs under the turret. Final blow to escape, but then again, his agenda, his main agenda is to take the inner. He got it.
This is prime Iran effect at play, man. He is split pushing like a madman. And the Angela can't really deal with it. Of course, she can clear, but with the Petrify in hand, it's a lot of dangers that Alter Ego is facing, and they're gonna rush down this Lord, trying to make sure that there's no macro interference from Aura Fire.
Yeah, good zone. Van now low HP. Take a look at the Nether Realm there. Samo gets taken out completely. Sally Boy with the Lord take, and Iran now stunned. The final blow canceled out, and Rossi will secure that kill. Odil 1 HP manages to recall Van now. Will he want to re-engage? The answer is no. Samo and Iran there taken out, plus Alter Ego. They got the Lord.
And Kabuki was looking in for a flank, but was barely doing any damage onto the members of Alter Ego. That plan completely failed out for Aura Fire, and Alter Ego have the benefit here.
Massive benefit. Having a Lord means that the split push won't be as effective. It's part of how you're going to deal with split pushers, right? You force them into a 5v5 and go on an objective that they can't let go. Earlier, that was the Lord, and now with the waves pushing in by default, Alter Ego, they can force Aura Fire into a 5v5. The exact scenario that Aura Fire are trying to avoid using the split push, the Iran effect.
Let's see the siege. Let's see. Tier 2 in the top lane will be the target. Lord is still the first Lord, so no charges. Van trying to be sandbag in the front lane. Top though. Damage isn't really there. Silly Boy was helped by the hard guard as well. But yeah, no base turret here touched. Only the tier 2 top lane. Now the purple. Will they commit on a fight? Retreat battle.
Oh, Sin gets it!
Oh my god, Sin gets the purple.
He's able to steal it away. What a lucky shot.
It's a lot of damage on that Astral Sphere too, man. But all things considered, having a Lord, not getting even the first mid lane turret, man, you're seeing the effect that Iran has by cutting these waves, being uncatchable as well due to the lack of crowd control from Alter Ego, having a more team fight oriented composition. So this is going to be the story of the game until later on. The stronger the Lord becomes, the more difficult it is for Iran to try and have the same effect, and that will be the key for Alter Ego to win, right? Stall the game out, save as much structures as possible until they can use the Lord to completely turn back the advantage from Aura Fire.
I look at things in a little different way here. If you drag this game on long enough, does Aura Fire not have the advantage here? wouldn't that be in favor of Aura Fire? You have the Irrital, you have Sin on the Novaria. Kabuki just secured that Malefic Roar. And perhaps we're banking on that damage, that penetration as well, to have a little bit more of an impact in this team fight. And do you see that item come through for Sin? Divine Glaive.
Divine Glaive on Novaria. It's a big problem for the frontliners. But I feel like in the late game, having a Bruno is solid, and having a Faramis also means that your team fighting is a lot more solid, to be honest. But depending on how it plays out, right? I think the main thing is that Van is going to fall off on the Martis, and that's always a concern whenever you have a jungle Martis. How powerful can you get in the early game, and how much value can you get before it gets to that late game where you start to fall off? Same thing can be said about the Benedetta.
I think the Benedetta is still being really annoying here for the neutral objective setup, forcing Pai to actually control that wave in the top side. And it's causing Alter Ego a little bit of distress when it comes down to this setup here. Aran already going back to the bottom lane. His mobility is super insane here, forcing Angela into the bottom lane, forcing to do the housekeeping. Aran now pushing in that mid lane as well. And the Lord is almost taken out.
Oh, careful, hard guard will find the back line. And Samo will be the main target here. Astral Recall finds 5, but Samo will be taken out first. With that, it's a 5v4. Aura Fire, are they going to risk it here? Getting the take, the control towards the Lord? Seems like no. Aran is already in the bottom lane. That says a lot in the mid. That's 3-4-4. So yeah, I mean, Aran will claim the structure though, bottom lane. But Alter Ego, in compensation, they most likely will secure and commit the Lord. Pai jumps in on towards Raven's Spider here, Van Mortal Coil, but it seems like it will be met by Selly Boy, who secures the kill. Kabuki looking for a kill, looking for a trade. Aran jumps in with the final blow. That's a risky move, but it did not pay off. Nino finds the kill.
Sporadic fights breaking out right here for both these teams, but 2 members down from Aura Fire, and that's a massive miscalculation. Nino survives, the Lord gets secured as well. Sin tried to went for the steal, but it won't be allowed. Now with the stronger Lord at their disposal, they're gonna try and equalize the structural differences. Can Aura Fire defend? They have good high ground, they have a lot of AoE they can use to clear out these waves. Will Alter Ego force a fight?
What in the world was that? That was such a risky play coming in from Aran. Selly Boy now using his brunt force to be aggressive into the jungle, but look at the damage coming from Kabuki. He needs to be careful at this point, especially now Kabuki opts for another item, DHS.
DHS and Kabuki make sure that Selly Boy and Pai will have to respect his damage. With the Lord crashing on the top side, those Selly Boy zones everyone away.
Oh, let's see. Selly Boy, Puissance, and the hard guard. Lord now will be taken care of. Udil forced to use the flicker. Oh my goodness, the damage will be enough. Kabuki with the calculation there. Intelligent play finds the pickoff.
And now Kabuki is finally online. Alter Ego, they need to respect that damage. They can't go for aggressive plays like that, or you'll get punished. Udil being the first one to receive the wake-up call that they severely needed here in the 17th minute of the game. And this is what I was concerned about for Alter Ego. I understand there is definitely value in the Nether Realm coming in from Udil in these team fights, but as long as they can wait it out in long drawn team fights, Aura Fire should be able to out-damage Alter Ego in those particular situations.
Well, as Nino and Rossi make a big combo, right? Nino can go in aggressively, start doing a lot of damage, and then just stay immortal technically with the help of the hard guard. Udil also has the passive of the Faramis to work with here. He can really bait out a kill, trade 1-for-1, and respawn faster. So Alter Ego definitely have more quote-unquote tools, but based on raw damage, I think I have to agree. Novaria, Benedetta, and the Irithel as well. There's way more damage available for Aura Fire in a full, proper, just a fully committed team fight.
Good orange buff take here by Alter Ego. 40 seconds on towards the next floor here. It seems like they will weather the storm. Both Aura and Alter Ego not looking for a crazy fight. But then again, if the opponent overextends, they need to be there to punish. There you go, Kabuki almost there. Forcing, shooing Odil away.
That's such a 50-50 play, right? Sure, aggression is good from Kabuki. He was able to get that pick onto Udil earlier on in the top lane near the base of Aura Fire, but in certain situations, if Alter Ego can adjust and adapt to that kind of playstyle, they should be able to capitalize over that aggression. And that would lead to Aura Fire's defeat here in the third game.
Definitely. For Alter Ego, it's still a simple situation though. Play for the Lord, and with the base tower taken on the top side for Aura Fire, it's gonna be a bit more of an easy macro situation for Alter Ego. With the Blade Armor finish for Selly Boy, you have to wonder who is going to be benefiting from the hard guard in this fight. Because it could be Selly Boy, or it could be Nino.
Again, Lord Danziker, top lane, has been 80% in favor of Aura Fire this whole time. Let's see though, will the base turret in the top lane be more affected or not? 3,000 gold lead though in economy is in the hands of Alter Ego. Though we are going to the minutes of where the economy will become relevant. Let's see. Actual recall popped. Puissance from Selly Boy here, looking for the right engage, plus the hard guard. Oh, Selly Boy low, Nether Realms triggered. The Lord isn't resetted. There you go, the reset. Alter Ego can, again, weather the storm and wait it out now.
Bob and weave, but they don't have the Netherrealm just yet to utilize, nor the hard guard. And that's information for Aura Fire here in the 19th minute of the game. We're hitting to 20, we're entering the late game. And up until this point, still the Benedetta a constant presence in that top lane. Samo gets to, but is there follow-up?
Kabuki stunned in the back lane with a major popped as well. Alter Ego has no enough firepower, but Selly Boy! He was caught there. He has no resource to escape. Take a look at top lane. Aran again, this time going up against minions. It paid off.
That's an inhibitor turret taken down by Aran. All the while this was happening. The dominance fight between both of these teams. And in the end, Aura Fire are able to capitalize over the Lord. They're winning it out in the macro game.
That's a tragic blunder from Alter Ego, man. They used everything, even the Netherrealm, but they were just indecisive. They didn't know if they're gonna go forward or backwards to try and catch Aran or the rest of Aura Fire. Whereas they could have very easily just went for the Lord instead. I mean, it's gonna be a 50-50, but I feel like at that point, with the hard guard popped and with Aura Fire moving away from the situation, even if the Aura Fire went for a 50-50, they could have gotten death timers on the board. But instead, they lose a base tower for nothing. Now they lose the Lord, guaranteed, and they're forced to defend against the longer range coming in from Aura Fire.
Yep, the last tier 2 from the side of Alter Ego will be taken out. Base turret bottom lane, half HP. Lord, healthy Lord, mind you, is marching top lane. Let's see the defense though. Alter Ego now holding on, clearing the mid lane turret. Aran looking for a nasty angle. Does not quite find it just yet. Lord should be taken care of. The base exposed though. Minions jumping in, crashing in the front side. It is going to be Nino taken out. That is the signal. Aura Fire will then close at the dreams of Alter Ego. It's alive for now still. Selly Boy low, looking for an escape route, does not get it. Alter Ego looking for the clear, still Aura hovering around low HP. Looking for an engage, looking for an opening. Aran, let's say no final blow. Pi receiving damage. Nino, 30 seconds on the clock. Pi loses immortality. The base quite wide open here. Van looking for the end, and there you go. The dream of Alter Ego will be shut down.
If we go down, then we go down together. For the first time in history, ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego do not make it to the playoffs.
The masks are shattered, man. It is over. Despite everything they did, despite all the improvements, Aura has just ended the run for Alter Ego in a very exciting best of 3 series. And it ends up being the last performance we'll see in the season for both these teams.
Aura Fire, definitely the villains of this story. Whichever this way, this game, a result went, it would have made no difference for Aura Fire.
No.
But they took it into their own hands. They took it away from Alter Ego. And you can see just the agony on everyone's faces. Udil, Sally Boy, Rossi, Nino. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it this season. With the up and down performance from Alter Ego, with so much banking on them for this particular match.
I did not expect this ending, ladies and gentlemen. Aura Fire with the upset. They were relentless, and Alter Ego falls victim of a dragon assault.
Dragons, man, they won't let you go down without a fight. And fight Aura did. Everyone was counting them out, saying that they're at the bottom, it's over. Stay there, just keep losing games. You'll achieve nothing more this season. But they have just proven everybody wrong. And now let's see if we can hear something more from them.
We would like to thank both of these teams for their participants. For these two teams, these two giants in MPL ID Season 12. As we open the stage for their final goodbye and their final say for MPL ID Season 12.
Dari 3 tim yang tidak bisa melanjutkan perjalanan mereka di playoff, hari ini kita sudah mendapatkan 2 tim yang memang sudah benar-benar nggak ada harapan untuk masuk ke babak playoff. Perjalanan mereka terhenti. Tapi MPL Arena, mari beri tepuk tangan untuk perjuangan dari Alter Ego dan juga Aura Fire. Alter Ego, apakah ada yang ingin mau disampaikan kepada semua? Ini adalah momen untuk kalian, ini adalah penutupan untuk Alter Ego.
Yang jelas, gua perwakilan dari Alter Ego selaku pelatih. Terima kasih terutama buat Alter Champs yang selalu dukung kita tiap minggunya, tiap match. Nggak ada nyerahnya, meskipun kita lagi di bawah atau di atas, tetap kalian selalu datang buat dukung. Terima kasih banyak. Maaf udah mengecewakan kalian terhadap semua fans Alter Ego.
Cukup? Ada yang ingin?
Cukup. Nggak ada, Bude.
Nggak ada. Wah, nyaris saja akan ada harapan, tapi terhenti oleh Aura Fire. Dan Aura, ini adalah match penutupan kalian juga. Perjalanan kalian terhenti di sini di season 12 pula. Alevi, ada yang mau disampaikan?
Halo, tes. Halo semua, selamat malam. Gua sebagai wakil dari Aura ingin berterima kasih terutama untuk para Aura Fam. Masih ada kan? Terima kasih banyak untuk selalu mendukung kita. Terima kasih banget karena kalian sudah dukung kita. Padahal kita 1 tahun full nggak lolos playoff. Tapi mulai hari ini gue bersama para bibit-bibit muda yang sangat berpotensi, sangat punya potensi masa depan yang tinggi. Tapi memang mereka masih haus akan pengalaman dan jam terbang. Jadi season depan kami akan kembali jauh lebih kuat. Kami mohon dukungannya. Terima kasih. Dan juga buat Alter Ego, good game.
Good game. Good game well played. Dan kedua tim memang memberikan yang terbaik. Sampai titik darah penghabisan. Di match penutupan ini pun mereka benar-benar all out, all in. Maka dari itu di sini di MPL semuanya.
Bude, sorry. Aran katanya mau ngomong.
Boleh Aran, boleh.
Sirpai, sorry banget nih. Bukan gue dendam sama lo, tapi kalau gua nggak lolos, lu nggak boleh lolos juga sih.
Bukannya dendam, tapi kalau dia nggak lolos, kamu juga nggak boleh lolos katanya Sirpai. Mau dijawab? Dia nggak dendam katanya nggak?
Makasih, itu aja sih. Nggak bisa bales gua, sorry dah.
Masih terguncang sepertinya ya, karena semuanya benar-benar terguncang di sini. Tapi perjuangan mereka sekali lagi, Bude boleh lihat bahwa perjuangan dari minggu pertama sampai minggu ke-8 nggak ada yang mau kalah, nggak ada yang yang mau terhenti perjalanannya. Maka dari itu dari MPL sudah mempersiapkan ada yang istimewa untuk dipersembahkan kepada tim Aura dan juga Alter Ego.
Thank you buat teman-teman super fans yang sudah mewarnai MPL season 12 ini. Mungkin belum waktunya, tapi kita masih ada season berikutnya, so see you soon.
Thank you untuk semua audiens yang sudah nonton di MPL Arena. Thank you juga yang sudah bantu meramaikan, yang sudah mengikuti vibes juga. Semoga bisa bertambah sukasnya sampai nanti. See you.
Bro, terima kasih buat semua audiens, semua penonton dan semua superfans yang terlibat di MPL ini. Mungkin kita harus berpisah dulu, tapi tenang, jadi season depan kita pasti akan bikin sebuah acara yang lebih ramai, lebih enak buat kalian datang juga, dan sudah pasti lebih banyak aktivitas buat kalian semua. So, jangan bersedih, tetap nonton ramekan MPL sekarang dan seterusnya. Terima kasih.
Apa guys, buat kalian yang sudah hadir dan mendukung di MPL di season 12 ini, tetap semangat, semoga kita bisa ketemu lagi di season depan, di season selanjutnya dengan performa tim yang semakin bagus juga, dengan performa tim favorit kalian yang juga semakin meningkat. Pokoknya tetap dukung MPL di season 13 di season selanjutnya, dan oke, see you.
Dan itulah dia, semuanya juga tahu betul bagaimana kalian berjuang di MPL, dan semua kru dan juga yang melihat dukungan kalian tuh, mereka pun turut mendukung kalian semua di MPL. Pak Levi, ada yang mungkin mau disampaikan lagi?
Paling untuk tim official MPL, kru dan semuanya yang sudah menyelenggarakan turnamen sehebat ini dan semewah ini, terima kasih. Semoga kita semua tetap konsisten. Semoga industri e-sports terutama Mobile Legends semakin tinggi lagi, makin besar lagi, dan makin sukses lagi. Itu aja.
See you di season 13 ya.
Pasti.
Makin berapi ya.
Pasti.
Aura Fire, apinya akan makin besar season 13. Amin. Tapi Udil,
Terima kasih banyak untuk Outer Champ semua yang udah ngedukung. Mohon maaf atas segala performa yang terjadi di season ini. Dan dari gua sampai ketemu lagi di lain waktu.
sampai jumpa di lain waktu. Tentu saja kita menantikan comeback stronger dari Alter Ego. Dan ini adalah momen terakhir mereka dari Alter Ego dan juga Aura Fire. Ini adalah persembahan untuk kedua tim ini. Untuk kalian semua. Semua super fans dan juga MPL. Alter Ego dan juga Aura Fire. Terima kasih atas perjuangan kalian dan caster, silahkan.
It's always agony when we get to this point of the regular season, man. And it's even worse because this season in particular, we're gonna have to say goodbye to 3 different teams.
Ouch.
And 2 of them is Alter Ego and Aura Fire, who is going to accompany them in the red zone, not making it into the playoffs. That is definitely the question. We still have options in Dewa, Bigatron, and Evos.
Evos, right? One more slot here to be
One more
filled
slot.
in the red zone. Who will it be? Still, a big question mark.
Yeah, it's only going to be answered tomorrow, to the final day. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G, Aran. He even made a short statement earlier on in the interview. He said, you know, Udil Pai, I have no beef against you, but if I can't make it to the playoffs, neither can you. And he did exactly that.
Ouch.
With his debut, Benedetta, all he needed to do was dash a few times and take away, steal Alter Ego's dreams for the playoffs here this season.
You just completely cut it down. Take a look at the highlights right here. It all began in the early game where Alter Ego, they were relying on this Baxia Angela combo, and it definitely was working out just not as cleanly as they would like it to actually work out. But overall, it was still a successful game plan from Alter Ego, and they were having control so reliably in the mid to late game. But the longer the game goes, the more this man becomes a big nuisance, man. At every moment, look at the map. Aran is always doing something. Even when the fight is barely over, might be on this play right here. When the play is barely over, he just leaves and decides, okay, if we're not fighting here, I have stuff to do. I gotta go back and do my own thing. And you have to wonder, right? Where the heck has this Aran been? We've been always asking about the Aran effect. Can it make a comeback? Can it be used again? Here they showed it against Alter Ego in a very competitive match. But yeah, it's too little, too late.
The comeback, man, was all structured there. Silly Boy caught. And after that, it was just Alter Ego scattered. Aura Fire just making all the right play, making all the right moves. Even here, just hovering around their base. Man, it was a little bit too much at the end of the day. The minions was favoring the side of Aura Fire, and there you go.
I mean, pressure might have played a role in there too, man. The fact that Alter Ego had so much to lose, and Aura Fire are just vibing. If you take a look at the items at this point, it's just such a late game. You can see the fleeting time built by Udil, try and maximize the utility he can provide for his team. And Pai already has the blade armor, and so does Selly Boy, so they have everything they could have done to try and stave off the damage coming in from Kabuki's Irithel. Unfortunately, I really felt like it came down to that one team fight, where they used everything, it looked kind of good, but then they didn't get anything, they backed away, they lost the base turret, and they also lost the Lord afterwards because they backed away from it. That one decision, that one indecisive moment from Alter Ego really turned everything around.
And it was so weird, right? Because usually when we see Aran do his thing with the minions, you'd see like adaptations coming in from the opposing team. Either they go for a mirror, or they actually put all their resources to go for that pickoff first, or just anything. But there was no adaptation at all from the side of Alter Ego. They completely just tunnel vision onto the objective. And then the macro plays started to become an advantage that Aura Fire could utilize, with Aran just being a constant nuisance, a constant pressure in those side lanes. And Alter Ego, they just kept losing turrets one by one until it was equal. Like earlier on, Alter Ego, they had a bit of a gold lead going on for them.
It shows again that you can't really be greedy in your drafting phase. Alter Ego right here has all the damage, all the tankiness, all the utility. But what they don't have here, in their very solid teamfight composition, is an engage, right? Without an engage, whenever Aran is doing his thing, you can't really force the rest of his team to engage you in a fight and wipe them out, or get the Lord decisively. I think that's a bit of the moral of the story right here. And of course, that's a very painful lesson for Alter Ego, but we have high expectations going into Season 13. But for now, their journey is over in the season. And man, to think that they're gonna have nothing going on all the way, because even for MPLI, it's only the top 6 teams.
Exactly.
So these guys are gonna be just blank.
Loki on a hiatus competitively, right?
Exactly, for what, about half a year?
Around. That's crazy.
It's crazy, it's bittersweet, it's agony, it's...
I haven't moved on yet.
Sadness, man. I hate to see it, but this is a tournament. This is MPL ID. We get victors, we get losers. And unfortunately, we have to send Aura Fire and Alter Ego home today. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we do still have an upcoming match ahead of us, which will help us get to the right direction, give us a little bit more information and insight as to how and who will be accompanying these two teams in the red zone. Because the next matchup, it's going to be Onyx versus EVOS Legends. And we can't stress enough how much EVOS Legends need this win if they don't want the same destiny as the teams we said goodbye to earlier. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break. We'll see you after for the third and final match. See you later. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLBB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Grasp onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at the penetration. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal wiped out. Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Aku ya, kalau menurut aku, kalau di awal week itu kan AE kan sempet kalah lost streak gitu kan. Tapi menurut aku itu sebenarnya kayak itu tuh aku baca katanya kayak kan netizen kan kayak banyak yang minta AE rombak roster. Dan dari AE juga kayaknya sih dari pengamatan aku ya, dari penglihatan aku mereka udah coba dengan datengin romer baru. Nah, tapi mungkin kayak dari mungkin chemistry atau mungkin ternyata kurang cocok nih gitu kan. Terus misal abis itu balik ke roster yang awal gitu. Nah, tapi menurut aku kalau dibilang performa Celi Boy turun, ya mungkin sempet tuh awal dibilang kayak retrinya nggak ini, retrinya bla. Cuman sepenglihatan aku makin lama makin inti, kayak kelihatan tim yang sekarang udah lumayan ada chemistry-nya gitu. Cuman ya namanya balik lagi ya, namanya pro player ya pasti ada bad play dan ada good play-nya juga ya. Jadi kita kayak nggak bisa ngejudge dari luarnya aja kayaknya. Cuman aku yakin pasti di belakang timnya gitu pasti ada diskusi lain sih. Jadi ya itu menurut aku gitu. Sok bijak banget aku. Bukan aku pengen nyenggol Bang Pia rasanya lucu. Nyenggol apa tuh? Mau kalau boleh tahu.
Kan tadi Pier ada bilang mau masalah rumor baru. Kayaknya gak cocok gitu rumor barunya, maksudnya Bang Pier.
Aku sebenarnya kayak nggak terlalu ngamatin banget. Aku ngeliatinnya Onyx doang sih, soalnya kayak maksudnya buat tahu kan Onyx menang gak hari ini, Onyx kalah gak ini. Aku merhatiinnya Onyx doang. Cuman ya dari penglihatan aku kayak misal nih kan awal-awal tuh ya kayak pada bilang rombak roster. Nah datanglah romer baru kan. Terus kayak mungkin kayak setelah dicoba, maksudnya bukan salah romer barunya juga, maksudnya ternyata kurang cocok ya udah pas dibalikin ya mungkin mereka sekarang menemukan chemistry-nya. Jadi ya udah menurut aku kayak gitu. Kayak gitu. Tentang top 3 klasemen dan low 3 klasemen. Baiklah. Gimana Bang Pior? Menurut Bang Pior, top 3 dan low 3.
Top 3 Onyx, RRQ, AE, top Algik, Onyx, Algik, terus top bukan Gik, soto merah. Onyx, RRQ, Gik, terus kalau yang
Jangan salting Bang Pion.
Mau Pion ya.
Maaf. Terus
Gak apa-apa.
Terus kalian top bawah sesuai urutan sekarang kayaknya deh AE, Evo sama Aura.
Oke, tapi bukannya AE top 3.
Itu tadi salah.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all miss, we won't miss, we all miss, we
Tapi gak ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali ini.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah, karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah, bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang kayak mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Dari dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? WCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah. Ya kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolyus setuju banget nih. Kolyus kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya, tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang, ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orangnya itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu. Kedua, kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti. Kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka. Makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure, ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya. Mau tim A, B, C, D ya. Itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama. Dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam mobile itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolyus mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB. Kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia. Kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Ex-Laner mungkin, Edward.
Edward?
Edward, satu. Terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer kayak
Yawi.
Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah, kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina, kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina, bener, P-Wise. Karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku. Karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas. Dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya. Jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu, God lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari TikToker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa, kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya?
Aman.
Kalau udah aman, sebentar lagi kita bakal masuk ke Land of Down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para TikTokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup baik. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Diko ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Diko, kepencet anjir. Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman, Dok.
Kepencet, guys. Sorry, guys, kepencet.
Rame banget,
kita juga
kenapa dah?
mau nggak boleh.
Kenapa nih rame banget?
Sekarang ya, pada sekarang gabung lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita dong sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu masih hanya jebol. Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Psychots dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih, Kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Terjuara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Ke flicker dia, Bang.
Keren.
5-0.
Gokil.
Wah, Zip berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita, coach.
Iya, kompak banget Bang kita, Bang. Chemistry kita nih, Bang. Gimana, Bang? Mau main MDL kita, Bang?
Langsung
main lah.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the rematch of the grand finals of MPL ID Season 11. Here we are, Onyx versus EVOS Legends, who share very different fates this time around. Onyx with one more match. Win or lose, they're still gonna have the upper bracket slot, but for EVOS Legends, it's a very different story. They need this win to be able to make it to the playoffs and run away from the shared destiny of Alter Ego and Aura Fire. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our sponsors before we begin, because MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports, Blee Blee, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. If you guys want to catch us on our official broadcast, you can on Maxstream, Teferi Sports, as well as video. Our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And MPL ID Season 12 is supported by Pebe SE. Now here we are. The White Tigers and the Yellow Porcupines, they rumble in the jungle is what they call it between both of these teams for their final showdown. And for Onyx in particular, the last match. How are we feeling about that, Gani?
You know what? Seeing them perform this season, I expected not less. It's same, even they have explored more lineups, which I'm intrigued here. Going up against EVOS, which lineup will they bring out?
That's always the question, man. They've been changing it so often. Even all the way to week 7, you still see some changes that we just don't really feel make a lot of sense. But of course, the teams themselves understand what they have to do, what they have at their disposal to guarantee this victory. Now in today's match, no fate is going to be sealed directly. The fate of both these teams depends on, you know, how the other battles are going, which is a very unique situation.
It's definitely different. In the past MPL IDs, we're already mostly sure as how things are going to go, but this season in particular, it's really reminiscent to 2 seasons ago, where it comes down to the last final moments. But even then, it only involved 1 or 2 teams. Here, we're seeing 4 different teams battle it out to come out alive, to continue their tournament lives, to continue their journey here at MPL ID Season 12. And for these two teams in particular, we mentioned about the situation they're in, we mentioned about their predicament they're in, but we also need to talk about what's been going on with both of these teams in the past as we take a look at the past 5 history matches that they had.
That is a very discouraging stat, but it's an elite mission that's hard to win. If Evos are able to win 2-0, they will secure the playoff spot. So a lot on the line here for the White Tigers. If they can defeat the Sky King, this is a problem here. History has said that it's impossible, but we've been surprised already. Today, maybe a miracle will happen for Evos.
Well, out of 14 games, Evos Legends, they managed to win 1, and that was back in Season 11. Let's welcome those still with their quartet MDL, the White Tigers of Indonesia. It's Evos Legends.
The White Tigers make it up on stage, not just with the 4 MDL quartet, but with a veteran amidst their ranks. It's Brands, Mr. Bombastic,
and a good
Mr.
one.
Fantastic.
Ooh. Well, his performance definitely needs to be bombastic if he wishes to overthrow the Sky Kings and secure the playoff spot by today, instead of waiting for fate to decide for them. Up against them today, it's the defending champions with the new member.
The Yellow Porcupines plus Albert. It is the Sky Kings. Let's welcome Team Onyx.
Onyx once again opting for a different lineup to their winning 1. It's Albert. He was able to perform in the past. Let's see if he can pull out the same tricks again here against Evos Legends, who are notoriously doing much better than last time around.
Well, Ronnie, you notice Keyboy had the shoes on, man. He's taking it serious.
Oh, he's wearing the
danger.
shoes?
He is.
Oh, the White Tigers need to be careful, man.
Let's see if the coaches can give them the tools that is necessary to actually find success in the Land of Dawn. Coach Age going up against Coach Yeb. Backed up by Adi and Techstump. What kind of chess match, what kind of surprising picks have they cooked up, especially with the changes, with what we've seen from the new patch?
I expect something crazy in for Onyx. I mean, at this point, they have nothing to lose anyway, right?
True.
So, might as well do what you like to do.
Put Yeb in the roster.
Put Yeb in the roster?
Whoa.
Okay, I think that's a little too crazy, but I was talking about experimental picks that Onyx are notoriously known for. But let's take a look at the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy A series for the White Tigers.
Van Kadira and get quite winning the damage trade against Sans. If the mid lane is squashed in this matchup, now there's no CW on the gold lane that Onyx can fall back on. A lot of the aggression is going to come from this mid lane and the roamer. So if Pride can get ahead somehow, some way, it's going to be a big factor for this game. Along with that, Flex pick the Arlet, exploit Veldora's hero pool. He's new, he's flexible. There's a lot of ways that Evos can try and mind game Onyx. That it should be something that they can attempt to do.
I feel like, yeah, even post-patch, Kadira is still an expensive hero if you're going up against Onyx, because based on the last match, it turned out that Kadira wasn't banned or wasn't even picked.
There are a lot of exceptions when it comes to Onyx. You would normally say Joy Jungle is not efficient, it doesn't work. But for Onyx, they make it work. For Kadira, despite the nerfs coming into her after the last patch, for Onyx, I do believe that's yet another exception. But what do the keys to victory tell us?
Says that Albert has to play a strong lane as a preventive measure against Brands and the babysit strat that Evos likes to use. Because Brands is what Sans is to Onyx, Brands is technically to Evos, right? He is the main spearhead, the main source of damage, and to a degree, the captain of the team as well. So I think if Albert gets a strong pick that can bully Brands in the lane, that's going to be so beneficial to shut him down. Along with that, force Sutsujin to go Assassins versus Kyrie. Because with the utility junglers, there's a bit more margin of error. There's more leniency in the execution for Sutsujin. On an Assassin, you mess up once, you fail the timing, that's game over.
I think that's a little bit difficult to do, right? I mean, Sutsujin has a very wide hero pool in those utility junglers. Grok, Martis, Fredrin, Baxia, Paquito. We've even seen the Dyroth, even the Alpha. How are you expected to force that onto him?
Yeah, I mean, that is a tough... I mean, I know. Yeah, I think it's very hard to force Tsujin on towards an assassin. Yeah, I mean, sample size-wise, he hasn't really been playing those assassins, especially this season. So yeah, maybe, just maybe though, if he pulls off an assassin, I think Kyrie will get the better of him. So yeah, I don't see an assassin pick here for Tsujin. To be quite honest.
A bit too idealistic, but maybe in the drafting phase, Onyx can kind of bait him into a no-brainer, right? You set the composition up so that Tsujin has to feel like he's missing out if he doesn't pick an assassin. Even then, I do feel like Evos are going to play a bit more conservative, considering that, again, the tip of their spear is the marksman and the gold lane. They're probably going to play around that. And in the current patch, there have been a few options we've explored, but mainly it's always the Airtel, the Brody, the Bruno. I want to see something special, man, something extra. Maybe like a Melissa or something.
I mean, last time we did see the Ixia coming in.
Oh, yes.
From Onyx. It was CW, it wasn't Albert, but, you know, surprises can happen. But, you know, Albert has a little bit of a predictable hero pool in the gold lane, no? If it's not Iritel, it's Brody. Have we ever seen a Bruno come out from him?
Like one was Claude, right?
And Harith.
Okay.
So we'll see if that arises today. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase of game number 1. As we already see very peculiar drafts coming through from Onyx. Look at the bands. Baxia, Yuzong.
Very specific, right?
That's not necessarily common. Why the Yuzong ban here?
And sure. Can we sniff an Ixia pick from Onyx?
I mean, if we do, that's going to be crazy, man. I do want to see it. But I believe we've seen Vildora play this Yuzong as well, and it was quite the impressive performance. So maybe it's a preemptive measure right here. But as case in point to what you guys were talking about, the Kadira gets banned away. Somehow, some way, in the hands of Onyx, it just seems stronger than usual. More damage somehow.
Again, it's also a flex pick, right? If you're put into Onyx, the mid and the roam can be given that Kadira, but there's a message for Evos from the captain Boots, the good guy Boots. When you play, don't feel pressure because you're currently at the red zone. Just play as usual. You guys are good. Message again from good guy Boots.
I mean, that does make sense. We saw that Alter Ego played under pressure and it didn't work out for them. So he's trying to relay on the same message onto Evos. You know, win or lose, don't feel pressured, enjoy the game, do your best, but don't faint under that immense weight on your shoulders. So we'll close it out with an Angela ban from the side of Onyx from Evos. They take away the Matilda, and Onyx go ahead and take away the Fredrin from Evos Legends.
Fredrin, such a flexible pick. You can do damage, you can take damage, you can regen, and in Onyx you can go to the EXP lane. That's one of the bigger factors right here. For Evos, what do they want to secure? The Angela is banned out. Do they want to get that Irithel? The also powerful Irithel for brands? Turns out it's going to be the Valentina, which we haven't seen in a long time, so it's a bit of a gamble, I would feel, because there was a nerf in the patch notes for Valentina.
Evos are sticking true to what they best know, right? Picking up the Valentina here, maybe for, of course, for Krite, but that Irithel again, you saw this one coming to Rashi. It's for bronze.
I think they're still sticking to their power heroes, right? Sure, we haven't seen Valentina too often, but it really depends on the pilot. We saw the Valentina earlier on was able to become a menace. If not, it was banned out. So I do believe that these teams still see the value of the Valentina pickup. And Irithel, like you mentioned, going to be picked up in by Evos Legends. Creative and a power pick here for brands. And Onyx go for a Novaria flex here. It's all about flex for Onyx in the first phase. Who's it gonna go to? And Bruno.
This seems to be the new trend, man. Whenever someone picks up the Irithel, the Bruno follows very shortly after. You do not want to lose out on one of these picks. It's like a modern day, what was it back then? Beatrix and Claude, right? It's always traded out. This seems to be the new formula. But for Onyx now, knowing that the Bruno is a bit more vulnerable, a bit more short range, maybe Evos will start crafting something with a bit more catch potential.
Like the Edith, maybe, right?
Potentially.
Edith, usually pre-patch or even after the patch. Yesterday, right? Edith was such a popular pick, and there you go. It will be the hero that will close out the first phase. See, second phase here. Evos, they have the chance to target Boots, maybe? Charizla ban?
Shut him down.
We'll see if you do that, though.
Because lately, Boots has been popping off.
Right.
A very different layer to Boots. Usually, he's on heroes that are enough to buy time, are enough to disrupt the backline. But this time, we've seen a different layer of Boots, a different version of Boots, a Boots that we saw back in Season 8, going for aggression, looking for the kills. So, in order to tackle that, it's pick your poison at this point. He has so many heroes that he can utilize.
Not to mention he can go on the Fredrin still, so he has a chance to waste these bans from the side of Evo's Legends. Of course, Kyrie himself hasn't picked up a hero yet, so some of these bans are still very understandable. The Akai banned away from the hands of Susujin. It is stronger now after the patch, more damage, more tankiness, more utility in the slow department as well. So, Onyx, knowing that they have vulnerable targets, will not allow that to pass, as opposed to the Joy in the sides of the Evos.
So they're both targeting the jungle at this point, right? Baxia taken out, Akai, Joy. What's left? Martis? Fredrin possibly can be still in the jungle position depending on how Onyx flex this. So it actually gives Evos a little bit of a headache. Not really sure where the Novaria is going, not really sure where the the Fredrin is going, but Evos Legends, they're gonna sniff out a Hayabusa pick for Onyx, and they're gonna ban it away, realizing that they need to protect that Irithel in the back line.
An intelligent play there, right? I mean, they still asking the question of where this Fredrin will go, and yeah, I mean, that's natural. Going up against Onyx, I think they can pull off a Novaria jungle if they want to, right? Onyx.
Well, what?
Novaria jungle if they want to.
If they want.
The Grok, yeah. I was almost about to say Grok jungle is a viable option here for Evos Legends. But there you go, the insta ban from the side of Onyx Evos Legends, though. With this, what do they have left?
Martis.
Yeah, I think they might be baiting the Martis, right? Get Susujin on the Martis and then get a composition that can just kite away from it. The Rafaela is still available if Onyx wants to explore that option. And with the Rafaela, if it is gonna be that the Martis and Edith and an Irithel, they're gonna be way too short range to catch up to the members of Onyx.
There you go. If it was a bait, Evos Legends take the bait. They pick up the Martis for Sutsujin in that jungle. And Onyx, they're gonna respond now with either a jungle or a roam or a mage.
You know what I expect?
How confusing is that?
I predict Angela for keyboard in this game.
It's banned though.
Is that not enough cover
okay,
though?
True. It's banned from Onyx. Never mind.
I think if it's not banned, they will definitely go for it, man. Having the Angela hard guarding a Martis and an Irithel, we saw that earlier today. It's just devastating.
Whoa.
Florid though.
I thought, yeah, support and the Khalid earlier as well for Boots. We saw this, but this is, I believe, a debut for Keyboy on that Florin.
Wow. It's a new Florin, man, with the increased, the more reliable crowd control. Because now you don't have to farm stacks on the blue anymore. And the healing was buffed as well, I believe. I am curious to see if he's gonna go magic damage or full tankiness. But this is a scary high regen comp from the side of Onyx.
Very aggressive as well, as you can expect in the lane for Boots as well on the Khalid. Again, I told you, right? A different flavor of Boots, and we're getting it again with him picking up the Khalid. Expect aggression, expect damage, expect some fangs coming out from Boots. And Evos Legends, they're gonna respond with a healer themselves. They go for the Rafaela.
Okay. Florin and Rafaela, what do you think about this head-to-head roam matchup here, Rashid? Do you have any? Who does it side if you have to analyze?
It depends. If you're looking at pure sustainability, I think the Florin definitely takes the cake. Able to buff one of the teammates as well with the blue, right? The flower, the bud is what it used to be called. And for Rafaela, against this composition, right, with this movement speed, with the mobility from the Martis, from the Irithel, I think it's utility versus sustain. That is the name of the game between these two roamers.
But in the long run, I definitely do believe that there is a little bit of an advantage onto Florin. Just the fact that they don't really have to clump up to get that full potential of the healing, whereas for Rafaela, you need to be in vicinity around her in order to gain the effects of the movement speed or even the healing. And that's definitely something that Onyx can capitalize over in the team fights. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 1 between the Yellow Porcupines and the White Tigers. Welcome to the Rumble in the Jungle.
Rumble in the jungle indeed. And looking at the spells, nothing out of the ordinary, but Van Strong, take a look already early. Flicker there. And it seems like he was able to juke that stun coming. Oh, Boots, my goodness! Get that 200 gold, Boots. You deserve it.
Again, right? Always Boots in the early game is so aggressive nowadays. Being able to take that first blood, just holding on to his style and as well as setting the tempo for his team, giving EVO's Legends a little bit of a jump scare in the first few seconds of the game.
He even gets back to the lane in time to actually benefit off the XP bonus from the cart. Sans now in the mid lane though, taking a lot of pressure, but it's a Novaria. Great wave clear, great security, and the mobility is so severely underrated, man. The fact that you get a movement speed boost and you can move through walls, it's definitely something that you can take advantage of, and Sans definitely will. EVO's trying to use their early game pressure right here. The Edith, the Martis, the crowd control that they can use to catch one of the members of Onyx. But Onyx is just playing it very calm and collected, avoiding most of these engagements.
That's the plus side of the Novaria in the early game. The negative side of the Novaria in the early game is that damage is very lackluster, right? And Sans is a type of mid laner who is very aggressive, so it's not there just yet. They need to play it a little bit more passively than compared to if Sans was on something like a Kagdita for sure. But still, other than that, they're understanding their composition, they're playing it safe, and yet they're still able to set up for the neutral objective quicker than EVO's Legends. So Tsujin level 4, we can see that Kairi is also level 4, 50-50. There are 4 members dancing around, but here we go!
Oh, that's a sneaky rotation. Keyboy gets taken out, but in the bottom lane is actually Bronze. The trade here for Onyx. It's a 1-for-1, but then again, compensation. EVO's Legends looks to get the first new on the board. And it seems like, yeah, Onyx will have no answer to that. But what I'm saying is sneaky rotation because Novaria, after clear, even though Turtle is up, he went bot side. That what is caught Brands off guard.
They don't get it though.
Albert here stuck in the midst. Everything given on the board and Van Strong claims the kill. That's a slight miscalculation there by Albert and friends.
They didn't get the purple buff, they don't get much and even get punished for it. Looking at the emblems though, you can see aggression from the side of Onyx, man. 3 assassin emblems on the Bruno and the Novaria as well as the Khalid. Brute is trying to be a bit of a split push menace though. Going for, once again, the very aggressive emblems, whereas for EVO's, it's the same thing. The Wilderness Blessing here being used with agility to ensure that they can out-rotate. And considering the result of the, the movement from the turtle to the purple buff, you can't really argue with the results.
No, you can't. But the results of the Talos prediction here, Papulung alone here for EVO's Legends. It's looking like they're going to prioritize mobility, speed, and rotations. Van, can he speed himself away from that situation? He uses that flicker to do so, but that is a resource spent.
Onyx, they're not really overextending. They just posture up aggressively, and what they can take, they take. If there's counters, if there's cover coming in from the other members, they just simply walk back and wait for a better chance. This decisiveness is what makes it so scary, right? EVO's Legends have that extra bit of movement speed to rotate with the Wilderness Blessing, but Onyx always seems to be in better position, right? They seem to be in the right place at the right time, and that's due to how decisive they are at leaving things or approaching new objectives.
It's always the calm before the storm for the Yellow Porcupines here. You're not really sure what's going on. Is Evo's Legends holding on to the gold because they've been out-rotating Onyx and they've been outplaying Onyx? Or is it something that Onyx is letting them do? It keeps you guessing with Onyx.
Exactly, it keeps you guessing, but Evo's Legends now in control. Kyrie finds it onto Tsujin here. Good recall by Sans. Opens up to Brands here. Ooh, viewing angle, but taking at the turtle. Tsujin grabs it. Kyrie stuck and gets taken out. Good fight by Evo's Legends, getting the neutral objective and getting the kill.
They were able to give Kyrie such a hard time in that pit, and Tsujin was a level above, so that's going to be an easy turtle in for Evo's Legends in the 5th minute of the game.
Full credit to Vildora though, crowd controlling Kyrie right there. Kyrie thought that he outplayed it, right? Slid away with the dash from the Fredrin, but the flicker from Vildora catches him off guard, and the onwards ensures that he cannot retribution to contest Tsujin. So again, in the early game, with Sans being on a late game mage sort of, this is what you expect, right? A bit of a passive Onyx, but they're still very competitively contesting a lot of these other objectives, so it keeps you wondering what are they gonna try and do, right? Are they gonna try and risk it, or are they gonna like back off? You have no idea.
See? Oh, a Flicker Sandstorm followed up by Boots. Flicker Sandstorm. Well, not Flicker Sandstorm, defensive as well. Evo's Legends, they haven't find success in that rotation, but they will find Kyrie there in mid-rotation. Will they commit top side here? Is that worth it? Seems like, yeah, Boots will let go of that first structure.
They want it bad. They don't want to waste that rotation, and so they're going to be able to take it into their own hands. And Evo's Legends propel themselves to a 2,300 gold lead. Onyx so far hasn't been able to get any trades back, and that puts Evo's Legends in quite a good position here.
It's a smart move for Evo's Legends, man. Knowing that Boots is itemizing and emblemizing, for lack of a better word, for a 1v1 situation. By sending more people there, it just denies his mobility, his roam potential, and his laning phase as well. Now losing the turret already, Evos can try and take this chance to maybe trade one more turret to equalize and, you know, get more control that way that they can use to ambush the members of Onyx.
Evo's Legends, they're building up, they're shaping up to get the perfect turtle scenario here in their first game. And it seems like with the 5-man rotating, take a look at the Raging Sandstorm onto its 5! But the ball of damage isn't clear. Khalid will be taken, not while Veldora gets taken as well. It's a trade. Tsujin gets taken as well as take a look at Albert. His balls are just free hitting every members of Evo's Legends. Kibo will secure that one, but Albert finds the triple.
That's almost a wiped out. Only Brands left standing for the side of Evo's Legends. And you would think that that's impossible. They were behind 2,000 gold lead. Evo's Legends had 1 foot in the door already, with Tsujin being 2 levels above Kyrie. Sure, they don't get the neutral objectives, but again, Onyx doing what they do best. To hell with the objectives. We'll go for the team fights and we're gonna win it.
It's a 5-man Sandstorm, man, and on top of that, look at Albert. Untouched, virtually the whole fight. He was full HP. All Evo's Legends, they were trying to go for a fight, trying to trade back the aggression, but the one member that does the most reliable DPS was left unchecked, and he got a triple kill, a hat-trick there in that team fight.
How do the Yellow Porcupines always find the opportunities to do that? What I really wanted to say before that entire team fight begun was the fact that they have 2 side lanes who severely need Snowball, right? Khalid is a very strong laner, but he needs the Snowball, he needs those items, he needs that leverage over his partner, and the same thing can be said for Bruno. And I thought because how Evo's Legends were controlling the map, getting better picks on the board, getting the neutral objectives, that Onyx were letting go of those 2 side lanes, and yet here we are, and that gold lead for Evo's Legends has completely gone, only left with 300 to their name.
I believe that if in that fight, let's say Albert gets pressured and he can't really move forward and do damage, they're just going to leave him. They're going to leave that fight, give it up, and that's what I was talking about when I said that they're decisive. See right here, the turret was going to go down, they knew they couldn't defend it, they move back, and they don't risk it and, you know, bank on a 50-50 that they maybe be able to or they won't. They back away, And by default, when Albert wasn't checked, when they know that they have the factors that they require to win that team fight, even though they are 2k gold behind, they will just go in without a doubt. I do wonder who's making the calls right here, but it's very precise and very, very impressive.
All 10 members here, spell-wise active, right? So let's see, they're looking for a fight indeed. Keyboy caught, no fall of damage. Astral Recall will open Veldora and Sutsujin. Banstrong and Brands finds another angle, and take a look at the critical by Brands. Finds Keyboy, no problem. Now Veldora will tank, flickers out of the way. 15,000 HP on that Lord. Let's see, it's a 4v4, 4v5 rather. Evolve Legends repositioning, looking for another angle. Onyx spreads out. Boots here, hot. Seems like the Lord now, 10,000 HP. Oh, take a look at the damage by Albert. One ball there on towards Cry, but Sutsujin will secure the Lord, no problem. Evolve Legends, they disengage.
There should have been no way for Onyx to contest that Lord. Right? I mean, Sutsujin level 13 as compared to Kyrie, who's still stuck at 11. What Onyx could have hoped for was to win the team fight, but before it even begun, Keyboy was taken out from the damage coming in from Brands. Why did they stay?
I think they believed that there was a chance that Kyrie can make a miracle steal, that Sans can land a huge Astrosphere, and somehow, some way, just steal that Lord away. But as I was saying, man, they were down one member. They stayed, and you can say that they overstayed technically. But what did they lose exactly, right? Evo's Legends went for the aggressive play, and yet Onyx, with the 4 remaining members, aren't really in any real danger. Looking at the items though, Sans' damage is definitely ramping up right here with the Lightning Truncheon as well. Considering all squishies are on the side of Evo's Legends, this could be a big problem for them.
Tier 1, oh good Sans! And their ball of the team members are under the turret. Take a look at Banstrong here trying to survive, trying to give holy healing as well. Will not survive for long though. Veldora caught as well as Cry jumps in just to take his life. 3 members down, traded for Boots.
Oh man, Brutes! Again, a beautiful engage. That flicker sandstorm hit exactly the right people, and the trade became in favor of Onyx, turning that. No!
Oh, that's a mistake! Oh my goodness, rarely do we see Sans making a mistake, but when he does, Brands is there to punish him.
Where is he at on items? Why is he dealing so much?
Well, he was 3-1. He's 4-1 now. And Onyx, they were just a bit too lax. They even lost a turret in the top side, by the way, so that's not exactly the ideal circumstance that they want to be in. Can we see if the core items for Brands is completed by now, but it is definitely more than enough to just gun down the backline members.
Haas Claws, Berserker Fury, Wind of Nature, and the Dragon Spear.
Alright, even with the GDS now, more mobility. Looking at the player's gold by UBS Gold, he is still on top there, even above Albert. Followed closely by Sutsujin and Veldora, so Evos definitely still has the momentum right here. It's all about execution and how they play out the next team fight.
The silent monster, man, Brands, out of nowhere. You know, in the lane, it was Albert who had more gold the last time we checked the player's gold difference. And Brands, being the silent killer he is, comes out of nowhere, has a 412 KDA, deals that much damage, and they start to punish the mistakes and the overzealousness from the Yellow Porcupines. We don't see that all too often, but this definitely could be a game where Onyx finally have to say goodbye. Sorry, we lost that game.
Whoa, okay, let's say, right?
I mean, it was only Evos, right?
2,500 gold lead now in hand for the White Tigers. Let's see. Seems like this time though, okay, far lane, neutral, right? No lane, no team is in favor of the far lane. Though. Oh, take a look at the solo kill here, potentially, and there you go, the solo kill by Brands. Almost an off-camera kill, but Brands with the calculation now. It's a 5v4 without Sans, no Astral Echo to spot and give Onyx the vision. Again, a free Lord here for this White Tiger.
Massive play by Brands right there. Understanding the dynamic, knowing that Sans is no longer on a immune or mobility hero like a Kadira. Punished that completely with the heavy crossbow. That'll be the end of it. Onyx will now be forced to defend once again, but now. The difference is that EVOS has seen how they can possibly engage and get a winning team fight despite being behind. So now Onyx has to get even more creative as we take a look at some of the items right here. See Halberd done for Boots, lowering the regeneration, giving more damage as well. Blade of Despair as well, so if he lands a massive Raging Sandstorm onto EVOS Legends, that could be a massive problem.
Brands is so fed though.
Yeah.
1,500 gold
Full
lead.
items.
Full items. He has penetration now. In addition to everything we mentioned earlier here, he has a Malefic Roar. Onyx, they need to find a solution for Brands, and they need to find it fast. But with so much mobility, and there you go.
Crowd control connects on towards Kyrie now. Let's say good appraisals route, but it will not be enough to take Veldora down. Raising Sandstorm on towards the back lines. Reboots though, so King damage will be taken out by Brands. And for now, Bright will not be able to survive. Brands will fall as well as Albert claims the double. Will he find the hat trick? He will. Looking for the Maniac. Good spot there. And it seems like Vantron will have enough space to escape.
1-for-3 trade in favor of the Yellow Porcupines as they lost 2 inhibitor turrets. But EVOS Legends fall like flies. They were able to take Brands down amidst all that chaos.
They might even be able to get a base turret out of that, man. How is that even possible? 4k gold behind, and they're still able to pull up a performance like that. 4v2 in the base turret here. EVOS might be careful. They don't want to lose more members and have irregular death timers.
Oh, Van Strong. Wow. 5% HP left there. And EVOS Legends, they were on the offense a minute ago. Sure, it wasn't really defense. It's not really defense now, but they just lost a base turret after the quote-unquote offense.
It's insane. Just the discipline that Onyx have. They understand that finally we can utilize the damage coming in from Sans with the Clock of Destiny, the Lightning Treasure being built, but here we go. Okay. He also has the Ice Queen Wand, Arashi. So what is he lacking here for Sans to deal even more damage than he already is doing?
Penetration comes to mind, but against this team, maybe he's gonna aim for the backline only and not really go for the frontliners. That's a bit of wishful thinking though. Usually they just go for a bit more like a Divine Glaive or Holy Crystal. And just like that, it's gonna be consistent poke again and again because the Astrosphere is just not an ultimate. So with 2 base turrets down here, EVOS Legends have a chance to do a macro play, but their gold lead has just evaporated, man. Now it's gonna be an equal fight, and I don't think they have that good of a solution for Albert. Right? Whenever he gets full reign in the team fight, to just keep kicking those balls in, he's just gonna take over the fight. He's 8-1, man, after a weak early game.
Big guys, oh, take a look at Keyboy there. Almost got the Bloom help here now, but Veldora now flickers out of the way. Still survives. The snipe there from Sans wasn't able to take him down just yet. EVOS Legends moving, Brands showing. Take a look at the damage that he will give, forcing Sans to use the flicker. Strong, quite low. Has a holy healing. Onyx trying to reclaim the Lord here, as the Lord here is still has not been resetted. So both teams here, they want to commit to this, or even Onyx here forcing EVOS Legends to commit to this. Let's say EVOS Legends clumping up Sutsujin quite low. Kyrie jumps in, he misses, all good onward, and Kyrie, will he be taken out? He will! That's a mistake, Boots jumps in, finds Sutsujin as well. That's a good trade, jungle for jungle. EVOS moving in, no retribution. Who will grab the Lord? Let's say both teams taking risk. Albert finds a kill, finds a double as well, and the Lord will fall to Kright. Anticlimactic, let's say EVOS Legends, they lose another member in bronze. Kright. That's a wiped out for the Onyx.
Team Onyx, they successfully go for a wiped out, but in the final moments, it was Kright to steal away the Lord. Is it going to be enough to buy the White Tigers time to defend this one? Sutsujin, 6 seconds. But Onyx, they're knocking on the doorstep.
They have
Albert, 1 minute left.
They have Albert, they will try to end the game with the Bloom as well. And Onyx, man. The Yellow Porcupines, they strike first.
The Pros have denied the White Tigers their feast. The first score goes to Onyx. And what was that, man? As Eternal keeps mentioning, the calm before the storm. Blink and you'll miss it. You get the Lord, but at what cost? A devastating wipeout. And such a dynamic end to the game.
A valiant effort by Krite, man, at the last second of the game.
Was it enough though?
Unfortunately, it didn't spawn fast enough. If it did, it might have bought them a bit more time for Sutsujin to come back and try to clear those lanes. It was only like a minion, and it was only on like 1 HP basically to defend it. That's all they needed.
Which is why they used Albert to tank the damage, so that they have the minion available. Not to mention with the new patch, with the changes, right? The fact that like now mages do more damage to structures with their magical damage, that definitely played a part in securing that win as well. Knowing all those factors in the heat of the moment, that is what makes Onyx so special, man. That was crazy.
Truly was.
I can't believe it.
I was so hyped for Brands as well.
He was doing so good.
I was like, dude, Brands he's farming up a storm. He's coming back. And then like you do this like a few seconds and then you wake up and you're like, what? Onyx won? What happened?
Yeah. You watched the game, 12 minutes in, you went to the toilet, go 3 minutes, back, watch. Whoa.
Whoa indeed. And whoa is what I felt when I saw Albert play on the Bruno, man. Player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G was Albert, Mr. Albop. 1114 KDA, 810 GPM, and an 88% KP. How? What? In the world? You know, explain, Mr. Analyst.
He is just very good at, I don't know if it's because he's played so many roles, right? We've seen him in the jungle, of course. We've seen him in the mid lane, and now in the gold lane. In the interview with Onyx previously, he did mention that, okay, this is the role I like. This is the role I enjoy. This is where I belong. And he's showing it right now. In that game, we're going to see some highlights later on, but his distance management, how he's able to actually stay out of danger, barely, by a hair's width, man. It was so good. Usually Brunos get zoned away due to the shorter range, right? And the Irithel has an advantage due to the mobility. But in this game, it almost feels like Brands is the one with the disadvantage.
Oh, man. Onyx is being Onyx, and Albert, he understands that it's a front-to-back comp. As long as nobody can touch me, I can free hit, and that is why he gained 2 hat-tricks in this game. Even
3.
Maniac, right? 3?
Was it 3? I swear there were like more moments there. But
more, right. 11 kills. Let's see. Let's visually give you, again, the conclusion or the...
Yeah, the confirmation right here. Well, in the early game, it was difficult, right? With all the crowd control, with all the prio picks, but this is the first fight that really went Onyx's way. Look at Albert, man. Untouched. Everyone's focusing on Kyrie. This is the problem with Onyx, right? You focus everything on one person, everyone else takes over. Look at how far they were tunneling to try and secure the kill onto Kyrie. They didn't get Kyrie, and they got like almost wiped out instead. Here is another big turn with the Flicker Radiant Sandstorm from Boots. Just gets them a bit of an advantage, despite the fact that they were behind. This shouldn't be possible. And Albert at this point, I believe, had the win of nature, made the outplay happen.
You know, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, Arashi Gani, I think this warrants for a title shift.
Title shift?
Mm-hmm.
How so?
Elaborate.
We said that Aura Fire were the Indonesian Hydras. I think we gotta give that to Onyx now.
They're porcupines though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, here, this fight was so good. It was so decisive. The fact that Onyx already lost Kyrie. You might remember, initially they already lost Kyrie first. But then they said, you know, the lore's too low. If you back away now, EVOS Legends gets it for free. How about we leave it up in the air, and if EVOS want to take it, we're gonna make them pay for it. And they paid for it dearly, man. Getting wiped out right there. Like I said, in the grimmest of situations, Onyx just finds a way to exit with success. I have no
can't
idea how
even
this
call
is
it.
possible.
I can't even call it a grim situation.
But losing the jungler when you're playing for the Lord?
Well, it might be like just intentional. Like this whole thing.
Onyx likes challenge. I see what you
You
mean.
get what I
see
mean?
what you
It's
mean.
like
it's like, you know what?
It sure feels that way.
you see like a 5k, 8k deficit for Onyx, and you're like, You get nervous. Is this intentional? Do they want to just let everything go and that's fine?
Seems like it, right?
It's like,
you know what? Like okay,
What?
going up against Evons at equilibrium economy, it's a little bit too comfortable. That's a little bit too convenient. Let's give them 3k gold lead, 5k gold lead to challenge ourselves.
I honestly think that's possible. You know what I mean? At this point.
I'm blanking out, man.
And why I wanted the title change, I understand, Hydras, Dragons, whatever. But it's more suitable for Onyx because like Arashi mentioned in the highlights, you focus too much on Kyrie, you cut that head off, and others appear, 3 more appears. I think it's more fitting for Onyx now.
Thank you.
You're not Onyx.
Yeah, who the hell do you think you are?
Wake up.
Well,
touch some grass.
Seems like Goni is just out of it, man. We might have to take a small break right here.
I think we do.
To recalibrate. That was a crazy game.
Yeah, so let's take you to the break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you in just a few. Stay tuned.
See ya.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini.
Oh my! Oh my!
Whoa! Went straight into the hair cam.
That's an opening.
Hey, Shevin!
CITB?
Where is he? Shevin!
Oh my! Look at that hair! It's marvelous. It's perfect. It's glorious.
It's glorious, man.
It's gilded.
Okay, I mean, Head and Shoulders, ladies and gentlemen, if you want perfect hair like that, or if you prefer Arashi's hair because you're a guy.
How about Albert's hair, man?
Albert's hair, oh yeah.
I want Kyrie's hair.
I want Bruno's hair, dude.
But Albert's hair has form, you know?
Are you saying that Kyrie's hair doesn't have form?
Well, it's less. He's on his villain arc, right?
What do you
He has that emo look going on.
That's a lot of form.
That is.
That's
ladies and gentlemen.
knees. Head.
Interesting.
How does the song go?
Head, shoulders, knees. and
There you
toes.
go. Head. Why did I start with knees?
That's true. Well, let's get our head and shoulders back into the game, though, for what is potentially the final game of the day. But of course, Evos, they have seen Onyx. They can make adjustments. I feel like they were a bit too pressured in that first game, so they were clumping up together a bit too much, allowing Onyx to get some nasty wombo combos off. That can be avoided in game number 2.
What are you thinking about?
Think about Evos, man.
Okay. Which part?
They got a 5. They got. It's fair to say they got a comfortable lead.
Yes.
5K.
Around, right? It's comfortable. They got structures. They got map control. They got Lord twice. They destroyed the base structure of Onyx 2 base turrets. But they weren't able to maintain because of the mechanics.
The mechanics. I mean, for Onyx, man, those mechanics are just crazy. Like I said, even when Kyrie is stun locked, right? It does seem like everyone else knows exactly what to do. Like there's a contingency plan for the contingency plan, right? When Kyrie gets like we were talking about earlier, when Kyrie gets taken out, everyone just knows what to do. Okay, stay next to the Lord, don't let it reset, right? Keep Albert out of danger, and just destroy everyone. So I do wonder, like, how many contingency plans do they have for each scenario? Because they seem to all know it by heart. Which is why we're talking about the fact that Onyx doesn't really shot call, right? No one really has the main say. Everyone seems to know what they're doing non-verbally.
Because like in a normal scenario, when you lose your jungler in a Lord or a Turtle dance, you would automatically make the call to, let's get out, SOS.
Exactly.
Abort
mission, man.
Yeah, to back out or maybe risk for the Lord, right? But
so it doesn't make sense.
I haven't seen a team just go like, all right, hey, let's see what happens. They just stood there and said like, okay, let's see what you're gonna do, Evos. We have no jungler. Do you want to risk it? Do you want to back away too? Like, how are they still in control?
Absolutely does not make sense. All theories that we have, our knowledge in the game, completely just sat on by Onyx at this point. So we'll see what happens in game number 2 as we enter the drafting phase. You can see that Evo's Legends have actually opted to go for first pick, putting Onyx in their comfortable
side. Ooh, that's if Shefflin was here, it's called a ballsy move. But let's see here, Onyx last
We miss you,
man.
Shefflin.
CITB, Shefflin in the back, not in the building currently, but okay, let's see here. Last man, forward side of Onyx.
Are you gonna...
Matilda?
Matilda is left open. I wonder if Onyx are trying to attempt, like, they're trying to just pick against it.
They will.
All right, leave Matilda open. They can predict that Evos will take it. So finally, we can see what does Onyx have in the bag as a Matilda counter, because it seems to be so feared right now in MPL ID.
Do you remember the Matilda counter from when Matilda was meta?
Jawhead?
Was it Jawhead?
Was it the time of Jawhead? I don't quite remember, to be honest. But generally, the Esmeralda does come to mind.
Because of the shielding.
But I don't think we've seen other Esmeraldas go up against the Matilda, so maybe this is a prime chance, right? Boots can play a mean Esmeralda.
Let's see. I mean, Onyx has a scenario. They must have a scenario where Matilda was going to be picked by Evos. So what will they go for here? Definitely they will secure Bruno.
Or Irithel.
Oh,
neither.
Whoa.
What?
Curveballs after curveballs. What can you expect from the #1 team?
Thank you.
In perhaps the world, we'll see at M5 at this point, right?
Exactly. Oh, whoa.
Sounds
Grand
a
finals
little-
first.
I mean, you even said.
No, I was downplaying it.
Yeah, whatever. He's playing the good guy now. When we're on air. But backstage, he's like, you know what? Onyx not even thinking about grand finals. He's thinking about what they're gonna use at M5. We'll see. Next two picks coming in from Evo's Legends. I heard the Irithel as well as the Boxia. So they're banking on that early game, giving the Boxia a little bit more flexibility in rotations with the Matilda as well, hoping and claiming to get that early game running for them. For Onyx, last pick.
Considering the gold laner has been shown, usually it means that it's going to be matched by a Bruno. Unless Onyx once again wants to throw us the curviest of curveballs and pick something like, I don't know.
Paquito?
Oh, you're right, Paquito is available. If they want to avoid all these team fights. But against the Boxia, they already had a bit of a disadvantage due to Fredrin getting the regeneration cut down a bit. So that could be the solution, right? They felt that Kyrie was a bit too tanky.
Whoa.
And, oh no, hang on.
Wow.
Oh no.
Wow, right?
Is this Jungle Joy?
Should be.
Against the Boxia though. That is a bit risky. The Valentina can maybe provide some support, but I think the roamers must also know what to do right here to save the Joy from Boxia invades in the early game.
Do you think it's too far-fetched to say that Onyx could pick up something like the Minotaur?
I don't think it's far-fetched at all. Even as we all know, Keyboy has a wide and deep hero pool as well. He pulled off Florin, and this season he pulled off an Angela as well. So I believe Minotaur is within his playbook.
Because it does make sense, right? I mean, Evo's Legends right now, they have so much dive with the Matilda and the Boxia.
When the question becomes, who are they protecting? Right? So far, it's Valentina, Joy, and Fredrin. They might even just completely go all in, go for something crazy here. They don't really need to protect someone in the back just yet.
All right. We'll see. In the second phase of the banning phase, Bruno gets taken out. So that's no longer an option for Albert here.
Yeah.
And the Khalid as well. So what does Onyx plan on putting in the gold lane? Are we going to see like a Claude?
Beatrix?
Carry?
I don't like the Beatrix here going up against his composition though. Is my concern.
Well, Onyx will better with the Paquito as well. Leaving us wondering about the gold lane. Against the Boxia, the carry comes to mind, but that seems to be an exclusively RRQ thing. No other team has really picked it up so far. And against this team, that's a bit dangerous, right? Carry against Irithel in the laning phase, it's gonna be hella brutal.
Other than that, you have so much mobility coming in from the Matilda, the dive. That's going to be detrimental to the survival of carry. It's a tough decision here. Evo's Legends, what do they go for? Do they take away the Brody maybe for that early game insurance, just giving Irithel a better time?
Brody. Maybe, but I don't know. I'm thinking about a crazy pick for Onyx, but let's see here. It's going to be the Kaja though, so they are trying to limit the roam position, considering, yeah, maybe without Kaja, we don't have to use Purify.
If you're thinking about crazy, could it be like a major fighter in the gold lane, dude? We haven't seen it in so long, but that used to be a thing. I'm just saying, if you're talking about crazy, that is what comes to mind.
Albert?
He was playing a mid laner.
Paquito's banned out. There
it's
you
gonna
go,
be Brody.
Brody, right?
So they curveball the curveball. We're expecting something crazy. Turns out it's a Brody that rhymes bars.
So what's the purpose of EVO's Legends banning out the Kaja here? It can't just be purely to respect Keyboy, right? Because Keyboy still has so many other heroes. Do EVO's Legends want to pick up something like the Franco?
Maybe an assassin, right? People concerned about the suppression coming in, or someone with more mobility to try and abuse the guiding wind as well.
For Sotsujin, he's only played the Lance.
It's probably going to be on the Baxia as well, by the way, so...
I think they want to commit to a mobile marksman, far mage. There you go, the Farsa, right? Which somehow is vulnerable towards Kaja as well. There you go. Good AoE, good burst. They have physical burst. They have two members that can tank. So
they have TBC too. The bird combo.
The bird combo.
You know what I just noticed about the bird combo?
What?
The Farsa doesn't even need to use Flicker to move her Feather Airstrike. She can Flicker with the Guiding Wind from Matilda.
Really?
Yeah.
Mid-channel?
Yes.
Oh, that's news to me.
There you go.
Wow, okay.
TBC, my guy.
TBC.
TBC.
It's a lot of abbreviation.
Response though to TBC. Do they have the cure?
They need a hero for Keyboy, and I see Cho here. No, they can.
Franco?
The Cho, the Cho. But then again, there's a Purify spell that can just negate the grab control that Cho has. But yeah, they still go for it.
It looks quite tough here for Onyx.
It's like an opposite kind of deal right here, man. Like, now Onyx are the ones that have to be careful. The combo is in the hands of EVOs, so Onyx have to find different ways. And if they fall behind, they cannot rely on the one-more combo to give them a bit of an edge in the middle of a big team fight.
I'm thinking, right? EVO's Legends, Matilda can purify, Irithel can purify, Farsa can purify.
And the answer is... 2 out of 3.
Okay, so the Matilda doesn't opt for purify, but everyone else does. And that does kind of negate the pressure that Keyboy has, unless they time it right and their information is on point. It's gonna come down to the execution here. Final thoughts.
Well, they can do a lot of things, but if Kyrie starts snowballing in this matchup, Farsa and Irithel, good luck, man.
Good luck indeed. As we enter the Land of Dawn once again for game number 2 for the Rumble in the Jungle. Onyx already has the first game in their pocket. They're looking for a 2-0, and EVO's Legends severely need the win if they want to continue their playoff run. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the emblems and the spells earlier on, with already some aggression coming in from EVO's Legends in the early game.
So all flickers on the side of Onyx. They want to make sure that they don't get caught in the penalty zone. That could be disastrous for them. But look at this clear speed difference, man. This Baxia is going to be rolling, just farming all over the place. And Kyrie in the early game has to be a bit more careful. Loses the Litho, but won't be disturbed in his purple buff.
Well, it seems like here, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the last match for Onyx. Will they pull off a sweep? Okay. Keyboy forced a retray there. Forced Sutsujin. But the timing is okay. So no crazy engages here. No crazy openings for the fight. Still, no first blood in the first minute.
Whoa, that's a lot of wet boots, Arashi.
It's a lot. As EVO's always does, the Wilderness Blessing, man. 4 with the agility. Even the Irithel. What's the idea here? To move faster in the jungle, to get more sources of income? It's definitely a interesting approach. Maybe more kiting in Lord fights. That could also be a reason for brands to go for that emblem.
Do you not think that's peculiar, though? Does brands just not want to have any benefits or slight advantages in the lane? Because that movement speed only happens in river and jungle.
Right, so maybe he wants to rotate a bit more. In the laning phase, it's definitely a bit more of some wasted potential, but he seems to be doing just fine against the Brody.
It's a 4v4 now in the Turtle Pit. Take a look at they jump in onto Sutsujin, but Sutsujin claims the first turtle. Now good penalties on Veldora though. Will try to tank. Boots jumps in. Bezos Wrath does not connect onto the right members, as Boots now will be punished. First blood for the White Tigers.
Very aggressive by Boots, and he gets taken down. Keyboy in a no man's land as well here. Can he get away?
Still holding on to their flicker. Good timing, but the damage will fall through. Another kill for Van Strong.
That's a 2-0 already in favor for EVO's Legends in the first 2 minutes of the game. A 2,000 gold lead. And now EVO's Legends, they're steamrolling onto Onyx. As we take a look at the talents prediction as well. Papulung once again, the lone wolf here. We can hear the chants, Papulung anti-Onyx from the Onyx fans there in the venue. But here it is, another clash for the Lethal.
Retribution now, Sutsujin caught in a quite in a situation, but the Buissons to save his life. Now Keyboy jumps in, but the damage will fall. Correct. This time we'll have the extra 180 gold.
Wow, aggression from EVO's Legends here again and again. This Baksha is definitely something that Onyx aren't really finding a solution for. It's a great place from Boots though. I was about to question, by the way, that in the previous fight, he flickered for the Appraiser's Wrath onto Krite, but Krite didn't take any damage. I was wondering if I saw correctly, but as I was thinking, Albert now gets aggressed on. Careful. But look at the movement, man. Look at the mobility.
Guiding Wind is so annoying. With Matilda coming back into the meta, that's just the beauty of having it on your team. Guiding in, going out, re-engaging, disengaging, juking around the walls. That's just everything that the Matilda has in her arsenal. And at this point, there's been a lot of miscalculations from the side of Onyx as due to that mobility.
Okay, let's see here again. The second neutral objective. EVO's Legends, they do not want to rush this. They opt for a reset. But Boots and Keyboy, they're in the vicinity as well. Veldora, though, not showing. There you go, the penalty zone, because he saw Sands. The commitment. Take a look at the Way of Dragon connecting onto his one member, but Sands will fall. Good retry. Kyrie finds the neutral objective out of nowhere.
That's a 1-for-1 trade. Who is it worth it for?
All things considered, I think it's worth it for Onyx. EVO's Legends lost a bit of their gold lead in that engagement. About 400 gold, I believe. Right? It was a 2k gold lead earlier. But with the sequence of events, Onyx has equalized ever so slightly. And they're still waiting for chances to make plays around the map. But overall, they're just playing very reactively to EVO's Legends.
The impressive thing that I do want to note, oh wait a minute, in the gold lane, a lot of action coming through.
So 1v1 not for long though. Van Strong is there. Keyboy, no commitment on towards the Way of Dragon just yet here. You just want to seek info, just want to provide cover if the marksman needs it.
All right, back to that previous point. Is despite the 2k lead that the White Tigers have actually gained for themselves, Kyrie is still able to alleviate the discrepancy in EXP between him and Sutsujin. That's something that we don't see too often.
He's finding gold where he shouldn't be, right? Sutsujin is trying to pressure as much as possible, but he is going into Sutsujin's jungle. He's avoiding the rotations as much as possible. And look at the gold. It keeps going to 2k and then 1.5. 2k and then 1.5 again. So Onyx they're just somehow finding ways to get more gold than EVOs. And it seems to periodically keep happening.
And we can see that starting to show. Again, like you mentioned, 1.8k gold lead for EVO's Legends, but it's not climbing any further away. As we're entering the mid-game, are there certain power spikes that we need to be on the look for from both of the teams?
I think Onyx has a lot of the mid-game power spikes. For EVOs, a lot of the power spike is early game and late game, right? For the Iritel, for the Farsa, for the Terizla as well, for instance. But for Onyx, in the mid-game, the Valentina, the Brody, and the Joy. Every one of these heroes are just deadly in the mid-game, only if they're on curve though. So they are still behind, but Onyx always finds a way, man.
Let's see, Kyrie looks for a contest. The taunt, Kyrie finds the turtle. Take a look at the backside here, Brandt's targeted. Eldora though, good penalty zone, but torn apart memory, opens prematurely and Albert falls. Take a look at the penalty zone by Sans, doesn't really connect, but Kyrie falls as well. Good engage by Veldora, now it's a 3v5. No good situation now, good taunt though. Good terrify, and Sans gets taken out as well as Veldora claims a double. The White Tigers, they're showing their fangs.
7-0, Arashi.
Not the score you were expecting, but EVO's Legends, they make sure that they punish Onyx for that play. It's almost like they predicted that Onyx are going to go for a steal instead. So they saved a lot of things just to ensure that it will not come for free as Sutsujin slides over the wall. Bit of a mistake there. Looking at the items here, Kyrie has the Starlium Scythe, is doing a bit more true damage. And Albert has the Malefic Roar already on top of the Heptaseas. So the Squishier members are definitely in danger. But considering that there is a Guiding Wind, there's the shielding coming in from Vanstrong, that might not even be relevant to the team fights.
Oh man, and now Brands, he's bruising through all the turrets here in the bottom lane. Onyx get a little bit of a trade back because of the wave manipulation in the top side, so there is a little bit of compensation in for Onyx. But here we go, Guiding Wind.
Oh, Circling Eagle as well. Brands will destroy the turret, and it seems like with that turret taken out, EVO's Legends understood the assignment and backs away.
We saw earlier in game number 1, it was a 5k gold lead, and EVO's Legends are literally building to the same
Pattern.
lead, same pattern. What was 1k, 2k, now 4k. But in this particular situation, do they really have an answer back with Albert being on a Brody?
There's still burst damage. I mean, the Brody still does a lot of damage, even in a prolonged team fight, if he stays alive long enough. There's also Kyrie to talk about, and of course Sans on the Valentina. Depending on how creative he gets, there's still moments to be found here for Onyx, but it's going to be very difficult, especially because EVO now has learned from their mistakes. Look at the positioning, right? Everyone's spreading out to ensure that Onyx can't get anything too valuable, too massive to guarantee success with a 4k gold deficit.
Conceal play, Keyboy finds Kreitz. Kreitz still holding on towards that Purify, but he actually popped and burnt it. Vanstrong and Brands here looking for a bluff play as well. No casualties for now. That's info. Keyboy, okay, whips the Whale Dragon, but take a look at the commitment there. Vanstrong, Veldora, everyone in the bag to find and kill Keyboy. Boots low. They managed to zone the yellow Porcupines out of the Lord pick. And there you go, EVO's Legends with the first Lord in hand.
And not to mention, Vanstrong has just finished the Flask of the Oasis. Now he's going to be even more obnoxious in saving his teammates, giving them, remember, a bit more of a shield whenever his allies get below 30% HP. So for Onyx, if pickoffs are the way to go for them, this is looking even more difficult as time goes on.
Oh man. Brands, look at his gold. He's so ahead. 700 in comparison to Albert, but Albert is following closely behind. And it doesn't look like Keyboy has found the perfect engage because of the Matilda. As EVO's Legends, they're going in for the bruise in the mid lane.
Feather airstrike, take a look at that. Burst, boots down, and Keyboy might be next. Albert though, quite low, survived. 200-point memory popped. And it seems like now, EVO's Legends, they will continue with the assault. Base turret in the bottom lane will be the target. This time, because it's still the first Lord, Onyx will be able to handle that. Kyrie stuck in the front. Airborne is there. Tsutsujin jabs in and Kyrie taken out. Onyx again. Good response. Albert with a torn apart memory manages to find Tsutsujin.
That's still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of EVO's Legends. They're looking for more.
They're going in again. Penalty zone, Feather airstrike combo. Sans flickers out of the way. It's Veldora now stuck in the front side. Still able to sandbag and still able to guide and be safe. Okay.
Wow, man, like, the Prisoner Wrath did 0 damage there. I wonder if the Flash of the Oasis just popped on multiple members at once? Because that passive with the shielding, that has a 40-second cooldown on each member. It's the cooldown is for each individual, not for the user of the item. So I'm wondering if that's the case right here, because that's the second Appraiser's Wrath from Boots that did no damage at all. That's definitely not a good look for Onyx. They're able to get kills, but only onto Tsutsujin, which is not that big of a loss, considering the circumstances.
And that's why I felt like EVO's Legends saw that opening and continued to push the pedal, and in the end they were able to get an inhibitor turret. That's super huge value, and for EVO's Legends they look for more.
PZ jumps in and Kyrie, 0 chance to get away. And EVO's Legends, they're building a very, very scary lead here. 7,000 gold lead in hand, 12 minutes in.
7K, man. This is a lot different to game number 1. With 5K, there are still chances for it to turn back around, but 7K with 5 members up. Kyrie not on the table. It looks like EVO's Legends are looking for the end.
Oh, yikes. Big yikes. Sans taken out of the board. 3 members defending now. Kyrie will join in 5 seconds. As the Lord spawns, EVO's Legends, again, discipline. Let's take the neutral objective and get away.
EVO's very intelligently goes for it as well. Will there be a contest though at 7K gold deficit? Look at Boost getting chunked down. 3 hits, half HP. That's your frontliner. That's the Lord taken by EVO's Legends as well. 8K gold lead. This might be the end for Onyx, honestly. If they can come back from this, I have no words.
So they're not as OP as we thought.
Also seems like they're experimenting a fair bit, man. Like if you look at the
Limit
draft,
testing.
they could be limit testing. That's a fair argument to make. Like you mentioned in the beginning of the match, this isn't a match that's critical. They're not really fighting for their survival in the playoffs. Now with the Lord coming in, can EVO's Legends seal the deal in decisive fashion? It all will rely on Grants.
Oh, Flicker PZ finds 3, and with the help of that circling eagle, it will dismantle the formation as the base wide open. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 3.
Welcome to Game 3. EVO's Legends, the White Tigers strike back. They are angry, they are triggered, and they want to win it all. And like I mentioned, we're gonna see a full 9 games today. Full best of 3s, 3 matches in a row.
Oh man, going the full distance right here, but what a interesting match here between EVO's and Onyx. The Tigers showing that even in the depths of the red zone, they can still match up and be a real threat to the Porcupines.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Oh, wait, sorry.
Soon. Next season. Next year.
Oh my goodness, what a way to end the day. It was 2-1 match 1. 2-1 match 2 wouldn't be complete if match 3 isn't a full best of 3.
Yeah, the audience are getting their full money's worth. Everyone's having a great time right here. And they're still excited for the next game, even though it's pretty late in the night today.
It's not late, Arashi. Is
almost
it past your curfew?
Not past my curfew, but it is pretty late. It's what?
What time's your curfew?
I don't have a curfew.
Liar.
I'm a
We
grown
know your
man.
parents, Arashi.
I'm a man.
We know your parents.
I don't have curfews. I do what I want.
I think it's around 9.
Yeah.
Do you reckon it's around 9? What time is it now?
It's 10. What do you mean? If the curfew is at 9, how will they be able to work in MPL, bro? We don't finish before 9. That's not the general rule of thumb.
I don't know. It's okay, Rashi, calm down. We still love you. But anyway, you're reminding me of a certain Lemon character.
A certain what?
You know the Lemon character? Lemon grab.
Unacceptable!
Oh my god.
But anyway.
I love that reference. But yes, moving on from Lemon.
People just love Lemon Grab, man.
Wow.
His name's Lemon Grab, right?
I think so.
Not lemongrass?
No, that's what you need to touch outside. Grass. Jeez.
Yeah, but roasted. The PZ, man, from Veldora in that
PZ.
game.
The Pez?
The penalty zone.
The Pez.
The PZ. Changed the game, I feel like, right? X Factor, it was what? The engage tool that EVO's Legends has and exploited. And there you go, he will be the POTG. Wow.
What a Samsung Galaxy A series. What is this pose though? Caught me off guard. You know, we've seen people like fold their arms, you know, do the guts pose, like, yeah. And then there's this guy like, I did it, guys. I did it.
I see more of a hehe.
Hehe XD.
Okay, yeah.
What?
Well, he went with the roaming emblems, and yet he was still able to just crush in the EXP lane. You have to wonder if Boots was just, you know, sacrificed in that EXP, man. Fredrin against a Terizla, and it's not a good time at all. And considering it was up the whole time, I don't know. I feel like maybe there would have been a better shot for Onyx if they went with the jungle Fredrin and took the Terizla instead.
You know what? Yeah, I think
They couldn't, right?
I mean, it's a weird draft. Why they opt for a Valentina this early? I would have suspected a Bruno. Fredrin, I don't mind. But with Valentina, I don't see the power in Valentina picked up early.
Yeah, because usually it's a situational kind of pick.
That's how the meta shifted, though.
Look at this, though. You saw that Appraiser's Wrath? It did 0 damage to Krite. That's just peculiar, man. But afterwards, again, Onyx just did not have any playmaking tools. You don't have the early game advantage. No combos to try and execute better. They were able to steal the turtle here, but at what cost? The chase coming in from Evo's Legends, the mobility from the Irithel, the Baxia, as well as the Matilda. It's way too much. And slowly but surely, they fall. They get zoned away from their turrets even. That's where Veldora just went out of control, man. Just smashed.
I think the Matilda, man, like other than the the PZ going in great for the team fights, the follow-up coming in for the Matilda with the Circling Eagle was the cherry on top. A lot of knockups. You can see that Onyx were kind of disoriented in the team fights. I would believe that that should be the big change for game number 3. Either ban, take it away for yourself, or something of that sort. And Evo's Legends, actually, with the shift in order in the drafting phase, was actually able to get the value out of it.
For sure, which is very rare going against Coach Yip, right? Again, it's a 12-1 total kill and a 14-minute game here, Rashi.
Yeah, and speaking of Coach Yeb and the drafting phase, the Matilda was just left open. And no real... We thought that they were gonna let go of the Matilda and then counter it somehow, some way. We thought maybe the Esmeralda would make an appearance, but turns out, no. Onyx just tried to execute Evo's Legends, and it just didn't work out. They were just too tanky, they did too much damage, and this time they have a lot more cash to work with. It's the penalty zone, like you guys were talking about, as well as that Circling Eagle. Several times. The fact that now you can use it and disengage, right? You can spin around, but not really commit and connect to your initial target, makes it very flexible and very difficult to get a read on, right? Several times Onyx were posturing to counter that Circling Eagle, and you see the Vanzone just slid out, no problem.
In addition to that, I wanted to talk about the gold lane matchup here. In theory, does Irithel win lane or does Brody win the lane?
This is a bit of a skill matchup, but I do feel like in all lanes, the Irithel still has an advantage. Brody will win when it comes to trading and all that, and also in setting up for a potential gank. And in this game, we don't see any of that, right? There wasn't really a lot of ganks on the side lanes.
Exactly.
So the mid lane wasn't working, the jungle wasn't exactly in an advantageous position. The side lanes are also not winning.
Exactly.
So this is a very rare situation that we almost never see Onyx in.
Losing all 3 lanes.
Exactly. That's why we're questioning it. Like, what was the idea? So we're theorizing here on what could be the reason behind all this.
You know what I think? The name of the game is stay away from Valentina. Don't draft Valentina. Game 1 was Evo's Legends picking up Valentina.
Okay.
On the blue side, on the red side rather, they lost. Second game Onyx, they drafted a Valentina on the red side as well, and they lost. So yeah, Valentina, don't pick it up.
Why do you think that is?
What do I think that is? It's because I don't see I don't understand how Valentina works in this patch. I feel like it's now after the patch. It's an overrated hero.
So the nerf succeeded.
I think so. It hurt her that much.
I think at best you have to say that Valentina is situational.
Right? Made it work though.
Before, right? Without good ultimates, your kit in its own is already effective. But now it feels like if you don't have good ultimates to steal away, you're just halfway towards useless.
Yeah, this game you have the Feather Airstrike, the penalty zone to work with. Isn't that enough ult to define Valentina in this game?
Well, it's also picked first, though, right? So I think the argument we are making here, sort of, is the fact that the Valentina could work, but there's no reason to pick it first, right?
Because there are other valuable heroes that you need to prioritize.
Like, for instance, the Irithel, right? The Baxia. These are second and third picks for
Bruno.
Evos. The Bruno, right? Before it got banned away. That could really work as well. So, Valentina, we'll have to see. Sans is adept at playing this hero, but maybe it's a different time. Because Onyx, the great Onyx, with 0 turret damage. When's the last time you've seen this happen, man?
Is that 0 or is that infinity?
Probably 0, but
Copium again.
Brands, though, is the rich guy and the carry. 48,000. That must be a huge ego boost for EVO's Legends, man. It seems like they've cracked the code, but there's one more game to go. And this is where it gets interesting, right?
Very.
Like long-term Onyx, the longer the game goes, the match goes, Onyx just get even more difficult to deal with. Seems to be the rule here. So I think EVOs have to focus up. They can't really feel complacent with only one game in the best of 3.
So Onyx aren't as OP as we thought.
I'm sorry then.
They lost to Evos.
Why are you apologizing?
Yeah, why are you apologizing again?
Because he pointed that out.
They need to touch grass
He
again.
just goes, I am Onyx. Onyx is me. I'm literally him. That's Goni.
Get well soon.
Yeah, maybe he needs a break.
I think he does.
Maybe he needs yet another break, Eterna. I mean, it's been...
Yeah.
He just can't deal with the fact that Onyx just got wrecked. He's in denial, bro.
He's in denial. He got that copium. He thought
He's
0
got the
turret
cognitive
damages.
dissonance.
Infinity? Oh god, man. We do need to take a break because, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to a 1-1, back to a best of 1 between both of these teams. But we'll see the conclusion after this short break, so stay tuned.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Rumble in the Jungle, the final game of this best of 3 series, and the final game for Onyx as well. I'm pretty sure they want to go out with a bang, and going out with a bang, I don't think that means a 2-1 reverse sweep for Evil's Legends.
I mean, as an Onyx fan, I hope not. But if EVOS Legends, they are able to execute it properly, you know what? EVOS Legends, I'll take it. I'll take it.
You'll take it. Why is it you? Why are you the one taking it?
You said it. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm a fan of Onyx. That's why I'll take it.
Okay, so Gon is trying to show people he's a good sport. But if you're a good sport, you don't have to tell people that you're a good sport. So by default, we know Gon is true colors.
You're a bad sport.
As we go into game number 3, Ouchie, we'll see what Goni has to say about the draft.
Ooh, Kyrie looks like he has a serious face mode on. Look at that, look at that.
You're right, you're right.
Full focus, no jokes right now.
Well, I mean, credit to Pride as well, right? I mean, I want to give all of the members of EVOS credit because they did execute on towards a very, very disciplined team plan.
They did, they truly did, and they were able to snowball through it. 7K gold lead against Onyx. That's not something you see very often in this season. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the drafting phase of game numero 3. With EVOS Legends on first pick once again. That does mean that Onyx opted for second again.
Wow. This time they also banned away the Mathilda, so what do you think about this, Goni? Mathilda and Baxia, 2 heroes we saw in the lineup for EVOS in game number 2.
Well, let's see again. EVOS Legends, though, they do not change much as per the game of Game 2. They will stick and ban the Fanny, the Kadita. Edith, perhaps, should come next.
The Edith, huh? This early on, maybe. It's still a great flex pick. And if you're talking about regular Onyx, not Game 2 Onyx, usually flex pick is the way to go, right? That's how they maximize the flexibility of their own players to really get ahead in the drafting phase. For now though, Evo's one more ban, it's gonna be that it's Valentina, Goni. Whoa, we said it might not be as prio, but Evo says otherwise.
And it's so weird, right? Because they were actually able to win despite a Valentina game.
They lost on a Valentina game.
So this means that they're opting to let go of Edith.
I think they want Edith in that first pick.
Oh, Matilda's open too. Oh no, Matilda got banned.
Onyx banned Erythal.
That's kind of smart.
Bruno first pick?
Exactly. If you pick up the Bruno, we pick the Edith. You pick the Edith, we get the Bruno. Either way, Evo is forced into a very tough decision right here. And I do wonder, with the ban of the Valentina, I wonder if they had a different composition in mind, but because of the Valentina picked up first by Onyx, they changed it up. That is now still a possibility.
So we'll see what Evo's Legends opt for and what they deem to be more expensive. The Bruno, or do they go for the Edith? There's definitely a lot of playmaking potential in the Edith that Evo's Legends can definitely capitalize over. It's also flex for Evos. So they go for something completely different. They go for Angela. They're like, no casters, you know nothing. Jon Snow, Angela is going to be the way to go. That round.
That's dangerous now. Bars for Eternal, but Angela now, without the Erythal, the Martis is the one combo we've seen so far. Or the Baxia. Well, conveniently, Onyx has banned both. So are they going to try and fight this with a roamer of their own? Are they going to try and out-damage the healing? Several ways it can go right here, but generally forcing the burst damage just isn't the way to go, man. That Flash of the Oasis is just such a strong item right now. It just denies any kind of assassination potential.
They respond with a Novaria early. I expect a... Will they draft a Bruno? No. Another marksman though. They will draft Beatrix for Albert here.
Why did they leave Bruno open? I don't understand. Wouldn't Bruno be prio here with the Erythal being taken off the board already? Beatrix in a Bruno lane, assuming that Evo's Legends are going to pick it up. And what's the plan for Evos? They pick up the Angela. Who are they trying to combo it with? Baxia's been banned out. Erythal's gone as well.
Edith is still on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. And if they want to go for Martis, Suzujin is a quite well-known Martis player as well. For Onyx though, having the Beatrix means that they can control the wave a bit more. That always been a signature style of Onyx. Control the wave, control the game. And they have the double snipe threat. But turns out it's going to be an Akai for Evos.
And Bruno.
Akai, huh?
It's a Sutsujin favorite. It's true. You look at Akai and you automatically think about Sutsujin. He's used this hero over and over and over back in season 10.
Not just Akai.
I believe.
Every time I see a panda.
Okay, every time you see a panda, you think of Sutsujin. Okay, very interesting. I guess what Onyx are going for is the Novaria and the Beatrix combo. The Renner with the ultimate coming in from the Novaria does help the hitbox, so they're trying to go in for range, I believe. And Onyx top it all off with the X-Borg. And now Evo's Legends, they need an answer to dive into the backline. Sure, they have the Akai. There's definitely potential there. But I don't think that the Akai is enough. I think something like the Yuzong would be expensive, valuable for Evo's Legends. And Onyx know that. And so they ban it out.
I think an assassin will show up with Evos. If they're really desperate, they can flex away the Panda. But it doesn't seem like the way to go for Evos. So with two long-range squishy heroes like the Beatrix and the Novaria, the Pharsa once again comes to mind. But that also leaves the Pharsa vulnerable to a lot of different things. On that note, the Terizla is also still available for both these teams, and usually it's a bit too costly to just let go. It can fit in both these team comps, so I expect one of these teams to pick it up. You're right, X-Borg actually.
Unless it's X-Borg jungle. No, I'm kidding. I don't think.
We've seen it before.
It's a possibility. It's Onyx.
Someone played it, right? In the jungle. So that's
this season?
There was it was this season, yes. There was an X-Borg jungle this season. I don't remember who was playing it, but there was a thing. So maybe now it's only available for Evos, and Onyx, despite Veldora on the Terizla being such a problem in game number 2, they're still letting it open. Might get picked up here unless Onyx has some kind of counter.
Okay, it's gonna be the suppressions here banned out, signifying that a Joy is still out there, right? Is this what Evos is trying to do? Bait Onyx to pick Joy for themselves?
Joy EXP lane. Or Joy jungle.
Or Joy jungle, right? But against Akai, that head-to-head, I really dislike.
Yeah, it's a bit tougher, I think. I think a front to back is great, considering the setup right here with a great long-range marksman and a long-range mage. We don't really have to do anything.
Or Yve, right?
Or for Onyx?
For Evos.
I am the priestess of primal lightning.
It's possible. The Edith, though, was making an appearance. This is, I assume, in the roamer position. So still a very solid front-to-back situation. And with Evos already exposing the Akai, again, is this a bait and they're going to pick up an assassin? Because an assassin right here for Evos will be such a pain for Onyx to deal with.
Maybe, like Ling Hayabusa is on the board here for Sutsujin.
Or Tank Lancelot, you know?
Tank Hybrid Lancelot. That's an approach. Alright, so let's see here.
Wait, Sutsujin's used the Fanny before.
He has.
Do you think they'll pick up a Fanny here?
Banned out. It's banned out.
Oh man, it's banned out.
Fortunately for him.
It is going to be the Uranus and the Farsa. So it will confirm that the Akai will not be flexed. Jungle Akai.
Alright, Jungle Akai, and the Uranus can tank a lot of damage, but I think Onyx has enough DPS to really melt through his HP bar. A full one-shot might be a bit too idealistic though, unless something crazy comes up right here. Like a Dairoth jungle or something like that. You know, just to soften up the Akai and the Uranus.
Yeah, the Dairoth might work here. For that EXP though. Oh no, it's going to be the Lancelot. Lancelot here going up against Akai. That is a risky move here from the side of Onyx.
Lancelot into Akai, very interesting pickup, very interesting choice in for Onyx. It does give an answer to the backline threat from Evos in the Bruno and the Farsa, but other than that, in neutral objective takes, we do believe that Evos Legends should have a better time. But on the other side, who from the side of Evos is supposed to dive into Onyx's very dangerous backline, especially if it goes to the late game. Novari and Beatrix, their sadistic combos, that damage output is enough to take down a person with one single shot from both of them.
I think whether Sun is going to go for the more DPS-oriented build though, considering that there's a Uranus and a Kai, right? Maybe they'll leave the backline to Kyrie and focus on trying to melt down the frontliners instead. All of those are very valid approaches, and I feel like for Evos, engaging onto Onyx is going to be so difficult with the X-Brook and the Edith in play.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the land of Dawn to see and witness the best of one.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The last stand for Team Onyx. The last statement from Onyx in the regular season of MPL ID Season 12. With nothing to lose, no pressure on their shoulders whatsoever. Are they going to trash Evos Legends' dreams to make it to the playoffs?
Making a statement here with the Lancelot as well. A bit of a signature pick for Kyrie. Let's see, the keyboard on the Edith, there's a lot more engaged threat for Onyx. And looking at the emblems, it's the same similar story, man. The Wilderness Blessing and the Agility. Because Evos wants to walk around in the water. Keyboy makes the first move.
Good onward, but the flicker will not save his life. Keyboy will be the first one to fall. Good response by the White Tigers here, minute 1.
But Kyrie gets the Lethal Wanderer in the early game. Talent's prediction by the Samsung Galaxy A series still shows that Papulong going for Evos Legends, the Lone Wolf. However, he was right in game number 2. Let's see if it can be right for game number 3.
Well, Papulong being the contrarian, water is wet. What else is obvious right here? In the EXP lane though, Veldora gonna be struggling a bit with this against the X-Borg. The late game though is where I think things get interesting. Onyx has a lot more flexibility when it comes to how they execute. So EVO's Legends, I think they have a bit more advantage here in the early phase where they can use some of these hero powers to try and have more pressure.
That's definitely something that they should be able to capitalize over, but looking at the setup, look at Onyx already going all in.
Everything put on towards Sutsujin, and yet Kyrie still has the red tray. Take a look at Boots and Valor. They're going at it, but it seems like Boots will have enough space to get out.
And that early pressure that EVO's Legends built in the early game is now bouncing back and forth with Onyx picking up the turtle. It's different to what we saw from game number 1. It's also very different to what we saw in game number 2. Here in game number 3, a new story with Onyx being even more aggressive and more active around the map.
Like now, Veldora has a lot more responsibilities to tackle. He's one of the winning lanes for EVOs technically, and now with things being not as one-sided, he has to try and get something of value in the early game, unless Keyboy.
Primal Wrap here to escape. Good jump there on towards Kyrie, but Kyrie with the fluidity that he has will escape from that skill. So EVO's Legends here maintaining pressure though. Albert here, top lane. A-okay on the farm-wise.
Yeah, he's not having a problem whatsoever in the lane. It actually looks like Brands is struggling a little bit more. Getting a lot more damage put onto him. Losing a few minions there in the top side. Albert getting a little bit more, but this is the combo that we were talking about. The Beatrix and the Novaria, 85.7 win streak, but look at this.
Good pin! Right as well in the back lane, taken out. So Sutsujin's pin was futile. And take a look at this. Keyboy, Kyrie, and Sans moves in. Good retry to pin down Sans and taken out. Good hard guard now to 3v1 against Keyboy. Primal Wrath. Take a look at Albert, free hitting the back line. The Beru's fashion. Finding the kill, and there you go. Keyboy will be taken out though, but take a look at Kyrie and Brands. Going at it, Albert finds a kill, flicker aggressively, and Brands this time, no mana. Will he have enough space? The answer is no.
Oh, Albert!
Almost.
Oh, he's able to dash out in the final moment. And that was what was that trade? A 3-for-1?
I believe it was a 3-for-1.
Well, now it's a lot more value with Onyx being able to pick up the turtle on top of everything. And it's Brands' worst nightmare. Albert, 3-0-1 already in that lane. It's already very unequal there for the Bruno.
It's a very different playstyle compared to CW. Albert just being that much more aggressive, willing to flicker forwards to try and get a bit of a lead. Onyx though, that counter engage was so good. It began with Sans getting pinned down by the heavy spin, but Kyrie and Keyboy, I believe, were able to just engage on Krite and turn things around. It's stuff like that you have to watch out for when you're going up against Onyx. But Kyrie, with an uncharacteristic mistake right there, resets the jungle creep. This is a sign that the pressure is getting to the members of Onyx.
Ooh, is it?
Look at a gold lead though for Albert. 1,000 gold already. It's going to be so dangerous, and by proxy, Veldora needs to be careful as well, because now there is solid DPS coming towards him from the side of Onyx.
Sutsujin?
Okay, let's see, the first structure will fall. It seems like no, the pin will isolate Albert, and he will be taken out. Good shutdown by EVO's Legends. Will they continue to fight as, take a look at Kyrie in the minimap, looking for an engage. Does not commit. So it's a 1-for-0 for the White Tigers.
Beautiful flank by Sutsujin there to be able to punish the overextension of Albert and the trio. They weren't even able to get that turn on the top side, so it's full value for EVO's Legends here in the 6th minute of the game.
That was confusing because Albert had time to hit the turret and make sure and secure it for his team. But somehow he was waiting for something, and then he overstayed because he tried to secure it at the last minute. So a bit of hesitation seen from the playstyle of Onyx right here. That's not what you want to see as an Onyx fan. Bedgon is a bit concerned, but the turret falls regardless, so that won't be a problem as the turtle is the next play. Hard guard already expended.
Oh, heavy spin as well. Veldora though caught in the front side now, soaking damage. Boots now focusing on him, and he will be taken down. Good last insanity. Take a look at the backside. Kyrie versus 1v2. Oh, good retribution as Sutsujin falls as well. And Team Onyx, 2 3,000 gold lead. What?
3,000 gold lead, 3 in favor of none for Onyx. As they're dealing the pressure, they're dealing the aggression and damage onto Brands, forcing him to recall. And they get another thing in value in favor of them. The turret in the mid side, they're going for a little bit more here in the top side, but Veldora was quick on his feet to defend that one. 4,000 gold lead already. Things are looking different for Onyx.
Way different if you compare it to game number 2. Even to game number 1, there is no time here where EVO's Legends have some kind of control. Onyx has the better engagement, more damage output, and tankiness to a degree as well. EVO's Legends, they're the ones suffering from the lack of engage now. Every time they want to go for a fight, they need to rely on the heavy spin to start things off. And that's just not the way you want things to go when you're on an Akai. You need the heavy spin for so many other things.
Good pressure maintained by Onyx. Oh, the urban invade. Take a look at this. Keyboy and Albert synergizing well. Hard guard to save Sutsujin's life. He does not get the purple though. Onyx again here, looking for angles, looking for an opening, but never mind. Sutsujin gets the purple, so that was a good recovery from the side of EVO's Legends.
Fast hands from Sans as well as Kyrie. That should have been them chunked really low, and even Sans, a possibility of Keyboy as well getting taken out, honestly eliminated by the Feather Airstrike, but they were able to juke around it all the way. And here in the bottom lane, a 3v1 situation.
Last Insanity does not deal enough damage. Kyrie, though, will reinforce Boots in the bottom lane. Feather Airstrike to zone Boots away. And it seems like Onyx, well, Kyrie specifically does not find an opening there to engage. And Browns will defend the bot tier turret.
Wave clear, man. Wave clear going to be very important. EVO's Legends might lose that top side if they don't control it properly. And they're going in for a full commitment onto the Lord before they do any housekeeping.
The damage is ramping up from Sans right here, so the longer EVO stay in front of the Lord, the more prone they are to getting poked down, bursted down. With the hard guard used onto Brands already. Is this a mistake from EVO's?
Let's see. Boots though, soaking damage. Last Insanity here. Low-key forced. Boots now looking for an angle to escape, but good knock-up here by Keyboy. The backside. Veldora looking on for a kill on towards Boots. In the front side now. Take a look at Albert with the barrel there. Looking for a kill to any member of EVO's. Does not get it. EVO's Legends and Onyx, they fight, but no one dies.
But they've successfully zoned EVO's Legends away, and that's going to be a Lord given to the hands of Onyx in the 9th minute of the game. The turret is pushing in the mid side, but it's not going to be enough damage to take it down. Taken low, perhaps, but Onyx have been controlling it left, center, and right with a 7,000 gold lead. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the items.
Albert is a monster right now, flickering forward. Burning 2 flickers in the previous team fight. Already having the Malefic Roar on top of the Blade of Despair and now a Hunter Strike. This is devastating damage coming out of this Beatrix. Sans already with the core items as well with the Lightning Truncheon. Any squishy member needs to stay behind someone unless you get chunked to half HP just like that. And look at Veldora. He's not tanky enough to deal with this damage. And Onyx are taking full control, trying to invade the jungles as well.
Earlier on, we saw that Brands had the Haas Claws. He's working towards a particular item. What do you think it is?
Return?
The next item for Bruno after Haas Claws.
At this point, there's just too many things. He has to worry about the magic damage, the physical damage. I think Wind of Nature is a good bet against the Lancelot. But yeah, the Berserker for more damage. Also, if you need to be the sole damage output. However, there is the Conceal Play is used by Onyx right here.
Seems like the knockup here will be enough to distract movements of EVO's Legends, but there you go, the combination there. Sans picks up the kill. Now they will definitely look for more. The base turret passive in the mid lane has been triggered. Top lane will be the agenda here for the side of Onyx. EVO's Legends looking for the defense, is not able to get it. It seems like they will sacrifice the base turret top lane.
Wow, man, that is crazy. That's a little harder than it looks, by the way. Me and Mirko, we tried to pull off this combo in our own ranked games. Very difficult. Or maybe we just suck. But anyhow, Onyx, they're doing a great job maximizing the potential, and they're using it to siege so efficiently as well. The Renner can be used to take down turrets, and the damage of so far away.
Oh, AOE party as the last Insanity will look for Brands. And in the back lane though, with the help of our guard as well, Brands will sustain. Base turret mid and bot still alive here for EVOS Legends. But Onyx, take a look at the gold lead already, double digits.
Double digits, man. They're revenging. Is that even a word? Whatever. It's now a word for Onyx. Revenging, right? EVOS Legends were able to lead with a 7k gold lead in game number 2, and Onyx are like, you know what? Let's one-up you a little bit. Let's go for 10k. Let's go for perhaps even a little bit more. The whole map is red. They're controlling every single nook and cranny here of the map. And EVOS Legends, they're struggling to even open up vision for the team. They're scared for the pickoff from Onyx.
Wow. It's just too much damage. And for EVOS Legends, whoever face checks is already in danger. Vildora can be easily bursted down now with the Bennett's Rage from Albert, or maybe even an Astrosphere from Silence as well. Along with that, if Syzygen is the one in the front, then he's going to be forced to use a heavy spin to disengage from the situation. This leads to a free Lord, a 12k gold lead for Onyx at 13 minutes.
What happens if EVOS lose this 2-1? Do they still have the chance to playoffs?
They don't. Tomorrow will be the deciding factor, but in-game equipment before the offense and defense, Arashi.
There's already Lightning Truncheon with the Clock of Destiny for Krite on the side of Evo, so he can clear waves quite reliably. Angela with the Flash of the Oasis is great, but I think it's not nearly as efficient. And for Onyx, none of that healing business, it's all damage. Even the tankiest member on your team, Boots, going for a bit more defensive stats, ensuring that he can just stay in the front, undeterred.
Onyx gaining the mid lane turret. The bot lane now is left standing. EVOS Legends, they need to take care of this Lord here. Marching. Oh, exposing their base. Syzygen gets caught. And this is it. Last Insanity to secure Veldora's kill. As Onyx, the invincible this season, will close out their final match with a bang.
2-1 victory for the Yellow Porcupines, the Sky Kings, the defending champions, whatever you want to call them. This team will remain on top. And looking at the match history between EVOS and Onyx, EVOS have yet to crack the code, have yet to tarnish a perfect win streak for Onyx against them. Previous 5 matches, let's make it 6 today.
Whew. Man, that is insane. They really had EVOS expecting something else, but in the end, it's still a very dominant statement. They tell EVOS that we might be beasts in the jungle, but you are no match for the Porcupines. Sit down.
Sit down.
Thank you.
But man, like even their new merch reflects how deadly they are. It's low-key, it's not too loud. And yet...
complimenting them.
Excuse me?
Rashi take over.
Well, seems that the fans are overjoyed. Ugoni has just lost his wits with the joy of Onyx winning against EVOS, their rivals right here. Soon after, we're going to hear some words coming in during an interview. And I do wonder what they're going to say. Usually they're chill and calm, not a lot of words. But maybe now, they're going to add something, knowing that it's the last day.
Perhaps.
Sprinkle some spice on it.
Let's hope. For our sake. Your sake, maybe as well, if you guys like entertainment. But the fact is, that was Onyx's last match. EVOS Legends still has one more match ahead of them tomorrow against Bigatron. And before we go, we are going to hear the interview with the victors.
Malam minggu, malam yang indah untuk tim Onyx. Kemenangan lagi didapatkan oleh mereka. Di season ini hanya 3 kali aja mereka nggak bude interview dalam matchnya. Halo tim Onyx, match penutupan nggak terlalu lancar ya. Game 2 kenapa, Boots? Kenapa itu game kedua? Kalau ditanya menang udah pasti ya. Kenapa itu game kedua?
Ya game 2 ya EVOS-nya jago aja jadi kalah. Ya.
EVOS-nya jago.
Ya.
Ngelepas Matilda kah menjadi salah satu penyebab hero Matilda yang sekarang lagi happening?
Iya juga sih, itu hero aneh. Nggak ngerti.
Hero aneh?
Iya.
Kiboy nggak mau disuruh pakai Matilda?
Kasih musuh dulu baru nanti pakai.
Ngerasain dulu musuh pakai Matilda.
Susah sih.
Susah juga.
Iya, pincang saunya.
Susah ya. Jadi benar-benar hanya karena satu Matilda atau ada karena hal lain tuh untuk game kedua buat Kiboy?
Ya, yang pertama Matilda emang strong, baru Van strong juga jadi lebih strong.
Mantap, double strong kalau dari Kiboy dan juga untuk tim EVOS. Namun ini match penutupan kalian kayaknya gimana ya? Menang. Dan ada yang mau nyanyi nggak sih kayaknya? Kalau ditanya kekuatan, rahasia kekuatan.
Gilang katanya mau nyanyi, Gilang.
Oh, mau nyanyi ya Gilang ya?
Enggak. Bercanda, enggak.
Selebrasi nggak sih kalian udah jadi top klasemen, menang terus. Selebrasinya kalian apa nih untuk tim Onyx?
Apa nih, woi? Hah?
Mereka bisik-bisik.
Kata Coach Chef, kerja keras, minum keras.
Oh, es batu ya, es serut gitu. Pokoknya harus sehat. Yang penting ya untuk tim Onyx. Itu kata Coach Chef ya. Menarik dari tim Onyx. Mereka benar-benar solid sampai akhir minggu ini. Coba, ini kan masih yang barusan kalian lawan EVOS Legends. Mereka masih ada satu pertarungan lagi. Yang mungkin bisa jadi penentuan untuk mereka masuk ke playoff atau tidak. Atau banyak banget kemungkinan, bahkan ada kemungkinan tie break juga. Untuk match besok nih, ada tim BTR melawan EVOS. Menurut kalian sendiri ya, setelah kalian melawan dua-duanya juga, hasilnya akan seperti apa? Dan siapa yang akan menang?
Siapapun sih yang terbaik yang menang.
Siapapun yang terbaik ya? Serius? Prediksi gitu. Kalau Albert ngelihatnya,
Onyx aja yang menang, Onyx.
Udah menang.
Ya, Onyx aja pokoknya.
Onyx aja ya. Ada yang punya prediksi gak sih untuk match besok? Karena itu benar-benar nentuin.
Kairi katanya ada Kairi.
Kai, who gonna win?
Enggak.
BTR or EVOS Legends tomorrow?
Menurut gua EVOS menang 2-1.
EVOS menang 2-1 because you fight against them. And how do you see that we got two teams that cannot be compete? Alter Ego and Aura Fire. Are you surprised by their result? Yes.
Nggak tahu.
Kairi nggak mikirin tim lain. Kairi mikirin Onyx aja ya.
Ya.
Mikirin tim landak. Tapi kita pikirin bareng-bareng yuk. Siapakah player of the match dari game yang up, down, and up lagi? Albert? Pesepak bola handal ya. Siapakah player of the match untuk tim Onyx? Mari kita lihat bersama-sama. Widih. Bert. Semuanya bersorak untukmu. Udah nyaman belum sih ini tim barumu dan sampai week ke-8 ini? Udah. Kalau kesulitan dari tim Onyx berarti walaupun kamu baru masuk season ini apakah sudah terbentuk kuat juga?
Kayaknya udah.
Udah juga?
Ya udah.
Tapi rahasia Albert gitu Albert untuk progresmu sendiri biar chemistry nyambung apa Bert?
Ya itu biasa nonton horor, nonton psikopat.
Oh, jadi kamu ikutan sama mereka?
Ya kan satu tim.
Oke, mau nggak mau dipaksa kah?
Emang semuanya suka nonton sih.
Oh, semuanya suka ya, jadi tiada pemaksaan.
Ya.
Dan Bert, ngelihat kamu kayaknya di minggu ini semakin menggila juga dengan permainanmu itu. Apa yang ingin mungkin kamu ingin membuktikan omongan netizen kah? Atau ada, kamu kepengaruh nggak sih sama omongan-omongan di sosial media gitu, Bert?
Enggak.
Aman aja ya?
Ya aman aja, nggak peduli.
Aman aja. Tapi apa yang Albert paling pedulikan khususnya untuk di tim baru ini untuk playoff juga, Bert? Apa yang ingin mungkin Albert buktikan atau Albert peduliin juga?
Peduliin diri sendiri sama tim aja sih, biar main bagus aja.
Biar main bagus aja? Apa Bert? Ada lagi kah?
Udah itu aja.
Temen-temennya jahat ya? Gimana nih? Disuruh sendiri ngobrol. Yaudah Bert, kita podcast aja di sini yuk berdua yuk. Boleh ya?
Boleh.
Coba mending kamu kasih tau Bude sini, kasih tau Bude. Rahasia-rahasia mereka di YGH ngapain aja kayak gitu. Kasih tahu nih. Kasih tahu sesuatu.
Kata Giboy mandi bareng.
Oke.
Apalagi Boy? Makan bareng juga.
Makan bareng.
Tidur bareng.
Siapa di GH yang paling bikin ceria nih buat tim Onyx?
Boots.
Malah Boots. Siapa
Boots sama Gilang.
Oh, Boots sama Gilang berdua itu.
Ya.
Siapa yang paling suka berantem?
Nggak tahu.
Nggak mau kasih tahu ya.
Ya.
Siapa yang paling galak?
Kocep.
Itu. Oke, playoff di depan mata. Bird, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan untuk Sonic dan juga mungkin yang mau juga dukung kalian untuk babak playoff?
Ya, thank you buat semua yang udah dukung, Sonic juga. Terima kasih banyak. Ya, tunggu kita di playoff aja sih. Semoga kita bisa angkat piala. Amin.
Amin. Lagi dan lagi. Onyx mendapatkan kemenangnya. Hanya 3 kali aja mereka kalah dan maju dong. Happy gak sih kalian? Lega gak sih udah kelar regular season? Siapa? Oh, belum lega Boots? Boots belum lega?
Karena masih ada playoff.
Break 2 minggu, apa yang akan kalian lakukan di break ini?
Nonton horor.
Singkat, padat, jelas.
Ya.
Udah itu aja.
Psikopat juga.
Oke, pokoknya nonton yang bikin adrenalin ya. Harry, are you well with this team? Are you okay with this team? Is your mental health okay?
Udah kena mental.
Udah kena mental. But this is in this year, your birthday is really close with this MPL and other stuff. How do you feel about your birthday in this year, Kyrie?
I don't know, just normal day, but thank you to the fans that greeted me and gave me gifts. Thank you so much.
Kyrie bilang thank you yang udah semua ngucapin buat Kyrie ulang tahunnya dan juga khususnya yang ngasih gift juga. Pokoknya Kyrie mengucapkan terima kasih dan mereka masih akan ada playoff. Tentu saja buat kalian semua yang mau lihat mereka jangan lupa untuk beli tiketnya dan mungkin kita bakal langsung nge-breakdown seperti apa kemenangan mereka. Onyx lagi dan lagi. Mari kita bedah bersama para caster. Tepuk tangan untuk tim Onyx.
Wow.
Okay. You know, I was giving the fans a little bit of a stage. It was their final match, and the next time we'll see them, that'll be in 2 weeks. The playoffs.
Give them a stage, you can like turn around and tell them like, hey, say hi to the camera. Wave.
No. I have social anxiety. You can do it.
Same, hey.
But anyway, the player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G, it's Albert coming in, replacing CW in the gold lane. He has found a lot of success. 2 matches in a row.
90% KP.
Wow, that's actually pretty high for a gold laner.
That is high. 316. I almost said 9. A very good, stable performance throughout. Well, let's forget about game 2. Game 1, game 3. He was that impactful.
Well, in game 2, everyone was kind of falling off, sort of. But in this game, whenever the team is just doing so well, you can just tell Albert has that killer instinct still inside him, man. He's got that dog in him. Keeps going in aggressively. I don't think I saw a single defensive flicker throughout the whole game. He just went at it, blow for blow.
He did. Because I remember Albert was a gold laner again at some point, right? He played Kadita in the mid. No, this season.
Oh, this season. Gotcha.
And then they lost a few times. And then he was able to come back and give us 2 wins in a row for Onyx. That does show improvement, and that shows just how flexible he is as a player.
I completely agree, and you can see their chemistry, I might say, is also better here in Game 3. Take a look at this. Ooh,
yikes.
That was the combination, the nasty combo that Novaria and Beatrix can give you.
I call it sadistic before the match started. Sadistic combo.
And the fact they landed it on Krite, of all people, right? The guy who is supposed to clear the waves. It's crazy. Like, you always feel like it's a coincidence, kind of. But at the same time, there's no way it is. Right? It's just too difficult for it to be a coincidence. Looking at the item build differences here, Albert, of course, is on a roll. And so is Kyrie. almost with a full inventory slot against an opponent that has like what, 3 items max, more or less. That's just brutal, man. The 10k plus gold difference was definitely a big problem. And we talk about the slows, right? The fact that EVOS Legends went for the Angela and not the Rafaela means that Onyx can go back to the default strategy. Outmaneuver your opponents and slow them down. Ice Queen ones on both Sans and Boots, that was definitely a big problem. And that allows Albert and Kyrie to be a lot more aggressive and land these precision mechanic shots to ensure that, you know, the damage just lands on the right target at the right moment.
15k.
15k?
Yeah.
Was it gap?
Yeah.
I think that's a normal game for Onyx though. Really?
No, I'm flexing on my mathematical skills.
Oh, you counted that manually.
Yes.
Is what you can say. Oh my, yeah.
Quick maths.
Give it a round of applause.
Thank you.
Eterna
Thank
here.
you guys. I appreciate it.
And again, it was.
Okay, that's enough.
I feel like it's like a normal Onyx game here, right?
Well,
This game.
It's definitely more in line with the Onyx we've expected, right? Unlike game number 2, that was just weird, man. And considering the outcome of game 1 and 3, right? You can't help but feel like, you know, the statement that Onyx was experimenting, was trying things out, was even playing around in game 2. It sounds like copium, but at the same time, like, you see how stark the difference is, right? From game 1 and 3 compared to game 2. So I think Onyx is definitely just trying to put on a show for the audience.
I don't know, man.
We'll never know.
I think even a team as strong as Onyx cannot win with a losing draft.
Exactly. That's the point we were making.
Which begs the question, right? Which I feel like that, and I feel like Yeb is trying to challenge his members, his team to, what if I draft you like this? Seems like that.
So you can't accept that maybe Onyx just lost in the drafts.
I can accept it.
Well, it's rare, right? It's very rare.
We'll ask backstage later on.
We can.
To get some
ask
clarification
Coach
on
Yeb.
that. Get
But-
some enlightenment.
But if you're talking about making a statement, right? Putting on a show earlier on game 2 and then crushing game 3, look at the turret damage, man. They got the revenge.
The Infinity.
0. The Infinity, as Gunnar likes to put it. So Evos now are the ones with the perpetual 0 turret damage.
Perpetual
Zero. 0 turtle, 0 lord, 0 turret as well. Wow, that's a lot of zeros in one data. That is EVOS Legends and Onyx though for game 3.
Was the carry Boots? Did I see that correctly?
That's insanity.
The rich guy is Albert, but the carry was actually Boots. Like we said, man, reminiscent of Season 8. Peak Boots, where he can do anything. Right? Where if he gets a good matchup, it's just game over. Wow.
It does not surprise me as well. Did you not see the last insanity that he popped that game? He was everywhere. And anywhere.
It's everywhere and anywhere, man. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
He does not care.
That turned
And
Indian.
you know, the thing is, I wasn't trying to do that accent, but it came out that way, which is weird. But the thing was, I think a couple of seasons ago, we were talking, you can be included in this, but we were talking about who in Onyx would you replace if you had to replace one person. And my answer was Boots. What was your answer? I don't remember, either CW or Boots.
Wait, how many seasons ago was this?
As well.
I think the start of last season. But either way, with how Boots is performing,
Never mind.
never mind. I don't think he can be replaced. And okay, let's finally take a look at the standings here presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. Let's look at this real quick, right? 7-8 for Dell United. Rebellion Zion at 7-9, Evos at 6-9, Bigatron Alpha at 6-9. What does this mean? If Evos win tomorrow,
7-9.
they're at 7-9. Rebellion Zion has no more matches, so that should be a tiebreaker, right?
Huh. Depends on the points, though, right?
Wait,
Depends
Oh yeah, you're
on
right.
The points.
So, we don't see the aggregate points here.
No. It will show after the regular season.
Is Bigatron Alpha just confirmed to be out?
No. Tomorrow
If they
will,
win?
Oh, they're playing tomorrow.
against EVOS Legends.
Exactly. So if they win,
Do or die.
it's literally between Evos and Bigatron now.
Yikes.
Unless no, there's no way. There's no way.
No.
Rebellion Zion. Does that mean they're sure for playoffs?
Dewa United, I think the teams that hit 7.
Oh yeah. 7-9. Rebellion Zion sure fix in for playoffs, right?
Yes, for now. Yeah, because the situation is like this. It all depends on the standings later on, folks.
So tomorrow,
Wait, Dewa's gonna take one more loss.
Dewa RQ. Excuse me, Arashi, a little overconfident.
A bit over my head there, but yes, Dewa is still playing tomorrow. So
50-50, dude.
If if RRQ, lose to Dewa tomorrow, and they're both standing at 10-6. 10-6, right? RQ and Geek Fam.
Yes.
Who will make it to upper brackets?
Geek Fam.
Doesn't it depend on the match? I didn't quite see the...
Doesn't it depend on head-to-head?
The 50-50. The head-to-head, Geek Fam
won both. Oh man, that's not a good...
That's why it's a 50-50.
You need to pray that you win tomorrow, Rashi, if you want the upper bracket slot.
We'll see, man. Only time will tell.
This is the visual chance here. It's a 50-50 between EVOS Legends and BTR. The one team that wins that match will say hello to playoffs.
And who better to cast that tomorrow than Mirkotron himself?
I wish you have a EVOS stand in the lineup.
Not yet. I could be it. You know, Devil's Advocate. I can play that. Play that role.
Turncoat.
Huh?
Turncoat from red to blue as well. Oh my god. Literally turncoat.
Yeah, can do.
But
for
then
entertainment
again,
purposes.
we have to say goodbye to 2 teams today.
We do.
That
Very
was
unfortunate.
sad.
One team.
More tomorrow, by the way. Ugh.
One more.
Just one more.
But the playoffs, we'll say bye-bye to 5 teams.
That's a lot of teams. And this is it, the defining game. First match, it's going to define who makes it to the playoffs. Second match, it will define who makes it to the upper brackets. If RQ win, they should be able to get that slot into the upper brackets. If they lose, say goodbye. I think. Unless it's a 2-1 loss. No, it can't. It has to be 2-0. No, wait, it can. Wait. What's their game rate?
We have to confirm you. And again, after
confusing.
the standings, the game rate, the match rate will be
published?
No, will be sidetracked. We have points after the standings, after the regular seasons, right? But then again, only one team. It doesn't really, the tie break doesn't go on, so.
Huh?
There's no tie
What?
break. There's no tie break.
Tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
There's a possibility that we will not have tiebreakers, is what God is trying to say, I think.
There you go. It turned out
Shouldn't
you
there? Isn't there a possibility that that happens?
4, 5, 6, right? 5, 6 maybe.
Who's above Evos? Rebellion, right?
Rebellion.
So it could be Rebellion, Evos, or Bigatron. Tiebreak, no?
Well, we'll have
yeah.
to confirm.
It's very confusing this season.
playoffs.
Bear with us, ladies and
Playoffs,
gentlemen.
right? We're talking about playoffs?
Yeah.
Playoffs isn't already 100% for Rebellion.
No, not about that. Even if they win, they still need to figure
The
out
standings, the 5th and the 6th.
the order of it to see who goes against who in the
Right, to determine the brackets.
exactly for playoffs.
Exactly, okay.
And also for the prize pool.
That's a possibility.
That's why it's important. You know what else is important? It's value, it's money, it's promos.
Oh,
man. All right. So OVO got you covered in that regard, because if you guys want to buy data packages, you can, because there's a special promo with a cashback of up to 5,000 OVO points.
Wow.
You want to get your hands on that right now. I'm pretty sure you do. So what you need to do is use the promo code MLBB OVO. That's it. So easy.
You know what OVO stands for? Overpowered offers, bro.
Overpowered offers. I like it.
There's just so many offers on that app. It's crazy. You're dumb if you don't take advantage of it. Like, literally.
There's no P. Wouldn't it be OPO?
That's a different thing altogether. Hang on.
Like OPO? I'm so confused. Why is
over? Moving on.
Moving on. We got MPLI, folks.
Yes.
We're in
Yes.
November. When again? 15th of November, right? So the top 6 teams that made it through the playoffs this season from Indo will have a ticket to MPL. Where to find the tickets, Eterna?
All you need to do is go to the website oneesports.gg/MPLI-2023. And we're finally going to see an offline MPLI.
Ooh, the
That's
first time
going to be
ever.
interesting. For the first time ever, it's going to be an offline event here in Jakarta. So don't forget to come over. And if you guys are outside of the region, if you guys are outside of Indonesia, no worries, just book a flight.
Book a flight.
Ask Miracle for money or
Ask
something.
Arashi. He is the richest caster.
No, Miracle is.
That's Cap.
Oh. I mean, hey man.
Why you got so awkward?
But with that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, MPL ID Season 12. This is a season where dreams are made and hopes are shattered. And this is especially real for both Aura Fire and Alter Ego. Who will we say goodbye to next? That answer we will find tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, as we head to the end of the day. On behalf of me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Arashi, we're signing out for today. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day of MPL ID Season 12 regular season. With that, MPL ID Season 12, we own this!
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan